After the World Ends, Hide, Book 2. Written and narrated by New York Times and USA Today bestselling author Jamie Thornton. Chapter 1. Dessa knelt on the road, cradling her brother. "Ivan, please wake up!" The taco truck engine ticked, cooling. The 9 other children and Dessa's friends encircled them, but Ms. Winters had vanished. Golden fields from the end of summer spread from either side of the road. A peaceful breeze rustled the stalks, mocking her brother, as the Lissa virus coursed through his bloodstream. A sheen of sweat covered him. The bite wound on his arm bled. She wanted to throw up. Her brother would turn into a V. He would become part of the monstrous sickness that kept its victims alive in a perpetual state of rage. He would be lost. He would— "Dessa, let me see him. I can save him," Amos said. His presence would have been a comfort, except comfort was impossible. Dessa had escaped with all of Ms. Winters' special children to the roof of a bus after crashing into a ditch during their escape from Camp Tatum. Ivan had held back, the last one onto the bus roof, and been bitten for his selflessness. Amos reached for Ivan. Dessa screamed and pulled Ivan away. "No, please! Don't turn him into a monster!" Amos fell back as if punched. His expression folded in on itself. Because of her words, her instinctive disgust at what he had become. Too late to take it back. Dessa looked at Amos as unfallen tears blurred her vision, smoothing the disturbing changes in his skin, the ashy layer the combo cure caused. A V-bite infected him with the Lissa virus, but then he had received the antidote, the bacterial cure, in time. Except there were side effects. Memory changes, fever comas, hallucinations, and who knew what else? How the combo cure had changed, and was still changing Amos, scared her almost as deeply as the Lissa virus. She pushed the whole mess away. She couldn't worry about hurting Amos's feelings right now, not with her brother about to turn V. Her little brother. She cried out in pain. Her last family in the whole world. He was the only reason behind everything she had done these last few weeks. No, years. Since their parents died in a car accident. Ivan was the reason she kept her head down, followed the rules, worked hard, even as she was bounced from foster placement to foster placement. He was the reason she worked her butt off at school, the reason she picked up shift after shift at the grocery store. Ivan was her reason for everything, her last chance to belong, her last chance at family. "Dessa," Tiana's voice, like a whisper. "Let Amos help or you're going to lose Ivan for good. You know it's better than turning V." Dessa snarled, everything inside her rebelling against this false choice between evil plagues. Yet Ivan was falling deeper into the fevers. Soon it would be too late to do anything at all. She had to let Amos give Ivan the bacterium that swam in Amos's blood. She had to let Ivan change into something no longer fully Ivan. It wasn't rational. She knew she wasn't being rational. Tears spilled down her cheeks. Sobs seized her throat. Her body refused. She couldn't let Ivan turn V, but she couldn't bear to let him change into a Phoebe like Amos either. Tiana called Egg over, and they crouched on either side. At Tiana's signal, Egg grabbed Dessa by the shoulders and pinned her to the asphalt, while Tiana ripped Ivan from her arms. Dessa's cheek scraped the ground, burning, as her vision of the world turned sideways. "Amos!" Tiana shouted. "Now!" Amos sprang into action, blocking Ivan from view. Dessa struggled against Egg, but her voice held none of its previous conviction. "Please." Egg was thinner and taller than Amos and liked to tell endless jokes and talk about his sneaker obsession. His face scrunched together as if in pain, a look Dessa wasn't sure she had ever seen on his face before. Dessa, you know it's the only way. She was going crazy. Of course her friends were right. It was the only way. Better that Ivan turn into whatever Amos had become. Better that than going V. She hiccuped and stopped fighting Egg to stare up at the blue sky made hazy from smoke. The sun had only a bit more time left before it set. Ivan had maybe only a minute before Amos infected him with the bacterium that fought off the Lissa virus. But then Ms. Winters loomed, shouting. Her crown of hair was in disarray, her glasses enlarging her eyes. Get away from the boy! Stop! You will kill him! Stop! The panic in her voice filled Dessa with new strength. Egg, surprised, couldn't hold her. Dessa stood, blue sky disappearing, road and fields and the shocked faces of 9 children right side up again. Ivan lay on his back on the road. Amos bent over Ivan with knife in hand, blood dripping bright red from a fresh cut on his own arm. She rushed over, pushing Amos aside, as Ms. Winters joined her, unpacking a syringe and bottle while shouting for everyone to make room. Ivan's eyes fluttered under his closed lids as his muscles twitched. Sweat drops splashed dark circles onto the asphalt. These are special children. Somehow, though Ms. Winters was old enough to be a grandmother, in this moment she looked more like a military commander. Her voice was stern, all-knowing, hard. You cannot do whatever you want with them. You cannot infect them with whatever runs in your blood. You will ruin Project Paulus. You will kill them. Ms. Winters was a doctor, a scientist. She had saved Ivan and the other children by gathering them on the bus to escape the horde of V's overrunning Camp Tatum. Dessa owed Ms. Winters everything. Dessa's vision narrowed into a tiny pinprick of space, only big enough to hold Ivan inside. Taco truck, children, friends, field. They all vanished. The girl with the unicorn backpack, Claire, entered Dessa's tunnel vision, holding out an alcohol swab. Ms. Winters took the swab, wiped a spot clean on Ivan's bicep, and injected him with a whitish liquid. What did you just give him? Dessa's question wasn't an accusation. Rather, it was full of hope. Ms. Winters knew things about the Lissa virus that created the fast zombie Vs and the bacterium that created the slow zombie faints, and when combined, like they were in Amos, that created a third type, a terrible cure. Those who received it were called Phoebes, at least by some people on the internet, while it still worked. Ms. Winters had also spoken about a place called Sanctuary, a place that would protect them. The identical twins, Angela and Angelina, who were the oldest of the 10 children, rushed over with a disinfectant kit. Ms. Winters checked Ivan from head to toe, sucking in her breath upon seeing the puckered bite underside his left arm. Claire acted like a human medical tray as Ms. Winters snapped on gloves, disinfected the bite, and then wrapped the wound with a bandage. Finally, she sat back on her heels, wiping her arm across her forehead in exhaustion. Dessa held her breath as she waited for the medicine Ms. Winters injected Ivan with to change his fever, his unconsciousness, something. There! Ivan's eyes stopped fluttering. His muscles seemed to relax. Instead of a disturbed sleep, Ivan was just sleeping. Dessa released her breath as her heart started again. Ms. Winters packaged up the syringe and other supplies, handing them off to the twins. What did you give him? Dessa said again. Time. Ms. Winters' expression was inscrutable, but not much of it. Chapter 2. Ivan sported a bright white bandage on his arm. Little bits of plastic, cloth, and used cotton balls were scattered around. The wind picked up the lighter pieces and blew them into the fields. Dessa cushioned her brother's head in her lap. When will he wake up? Not for several hours, but we can move him now. Ms. Winters issued instructions. One after another, the children jumped into action, checking supplies and setting up a makeshift bed inside the taco truck for Ivan. She handed Dessa the almost empty vial of liquid. This is a potent medicine. All the children receive weekly doses. Dessa examined the bottle, silently sounding out the incomprehensible science name. Butrin. Though it protects these children from the virus, it also means they cannot receive the genetically engineered bacterial strain of Borrelia that you call an antidote. Borrelia will induce the immune system into overreacting to the albutrin. Ms. Winters nodded at Amos. If your friend there had succeeded in infecting Ivan with the bacterium, Ivan would be dead. Dessa passed the vial over to Tiana, but kept her eyes averted. A weird mix of shame and elation filled Dessa. Terrible words had ripped from her mouth, revealing her fear, distrust, and even disgust over how the combo cure had changed Amos. They had been so sure about infecting Ivan. Dessa had been right to stop them, but for the wrong reasons. Is that why you keep calling the children special? Tiana asked. Because you've been giving them the special medicine? Ms. Winters hesitated and then nodded. Yes. There is more to it than that, but most simply, yes. And you're calling it Project Paulus, Egg said thoughtfully, as his eyes lit up. Like a real special experimental government mission. Wow, I always thought that sort of thing. This isn't like Spider-Man, Egg, Tiana said. They aren't government experiments, they won't. How do you know? Egg said, opening his arms wide. Look around. How do you think we got here? Virus? Bacteria? She said it. Genetically engineered. Ms. Winters, am I going to turn into Spider-Man? This was one of the boy cousins. He looked to be about 8 years old. His dark eyebrows stretched up almost to his hairline in wonder at the thought. I always... Barrage, my dear, Ms. Winters said, shaking her head. I am sorry to tell you that the special medicine keeps you and everyone else healthy. But it won't turn you into Spider-Man. Egg looked at Barrage's dejected face and squinted at Ms. Winters. But can you say with 100% absolute positivity that it won't? I mean, nothing about science is 100%, right? So... Ms. Winters frowned. I am confident. But are you 100% confident? Egg said, eyebrows raised almost as high as Barrage's. After a long moment of silence, she inclined her head. I cannot say with 100% confidence, no, but... Egg slapped Barrage on the back. There you go, my man. There's always a chance. Better practice your web shooting moves just in case. Egg made pew-pew sounds while sticking out his hands. Barrage giggled and copied him. Dessa felt her tension ease. It wasn't just Egg trying to lighten the mood for the children. Ms. Winters' words had finally sunk in. Ivan had medicine that would keep him from turning V, even when bit. Their luck was changing, and all because of Ms. Winters. Because of Ms. Winters, Ivan wouldn't suffer like Amos. He would stay Ivan, uninfected little 5-year-old boy. Ivan mumbled in his sleep and brushed a hand over his face. Then she remembered just before Ivan had showed his bite that Ms. Winters had spoken about a place with food, medical supplies, and military protection, everything they needed. Dessa sat straighter, careful not to jostle him. Sanctuary. You said there was a place called Sanctuary. We have to get there. Ms. Winters sighed and bent to brush away a tendril of hair from Ivan's forehead. Yes, but you must know we have a fresh problem. We need more of the medicine for all the children. They may only go without the regularly scheduled dose for 7 days. Or what? Amos asked, speaking for the first time. He swayed on his feet, and his eyes looked glassy. She recognized the signs already. He looked about to enter that peculiar state the combo cure sometimes induced, a feverish coma of memories. He was the only one in the group who had received the combo cure. The rest of them were uninfected, and Dessa planned to keep it that way. 7 days, Dessa said. That should be plenty of time to get to Sanctuary, right? Ms. Winters shook her head. It is different for children who are bitten. Ivan must receive more medicine every 24 hours for at least 5 days until enough of the virus has cleared from his system to resume the weekly preventative. Dessa's elation dampened. She could see where this was going. Isn't that why Ms. Winters had passed them the vial? To make clear the urgent new problem at their feet. Or what? Amos asked again, stepping forward. Ms. Winters looked at him in confusion and didn't answer. Dessa's heart rate increased. Or what? Now the spark of utter, almost arrogant confidence dimmed a notch. If the children do not get their medicine at the appropriate intervals, they will suffer the effects of a full-blown Lissa virus infection. Dessa sat there, stunned. Amos looked around wildly as if confused. Tiana's mouth dropped open. You can't mean! All the children suffer from a previous infection of the Lissa virus, Ms. Winters said. They've all been infected with the Lissa virus? Dessa said, bewildered. Scanning the children with fresh eyes, she saw scabbed-over bite marks on Angela's and Angelina's necks. Barrage looked like he might have gotten bit on the back of his right hand. Not everyone had almost healed bite marks that Dessa could see, but it wasn't hard to imagine how clothing must cover them. Ms. Winters slowly inclined her head. So the medicine is pretty much gone, Egg said. Her brother is fine for maybe the next 24 hours, but if we don't get more medicine, he'll turn V anyway. And there won't be no saving him with the antidote because you made him depend on this special medicine, so that the one thing we know keeps you from going V won't work for him. Egg, Tiana said, a warning note in her voice. This isn't. Egg threw his arms into the air and turned in a circle to look at all of them before settling on Ms. Winters. Classic. Just tell me this. Do you work for a pharmaceutical company? Is that what all this research and development is for? To make a drug that makes everyone who takes it depend on paying you, the company, for a regular injection? Are you working on a pill next? An anti-zombie pill? Don't get me wrong, it's brilliant. You're sure to get rich out of this, if we make it out alive, of course. Amos's chest heaved, his face was flushed, and he moved his hands over his eyes as if trying to wipe away cobwebs. Tiana reached out and touched Amos on the shoulder. You okay? His voice suddenly sounded small and childlike. Bad memories. Do not dare suspect my motives. Ms. Winters became tight-lipped and waved a hand at the children. I am a scientist and a doctor. I hold myself to the highest standards. My work with the military on Project Paulus may someday help solve this crisis. That is what is at stake. Nothing less than a potential permanent cure for the Lissa virus. These children are my wards. It is my duty to keep them alive and well, and untouched by the Lissa virus and the Borrelia bacterium at all costs. Remember, you would have killed this boy. How dare you? Tiana said. Unknowingly, Ms. Winters said, the steel in her voice softening. And in ignorance of the peculiar scientific circumstances we find ourselves, I suggest you consider you may not understand our current reality. And you do? Egg said. Let it go, Egg, Tiana said. Ivan was going to stay uninfected thanks to Ms. Winters. Whatever Dessa needed to do to keep that the reality, she would do it. What if Ms. Winters hadn't been there when Ivan had first been infected? Dessa's mind strayed away from that image. Ms. Winters had been there. That's what mattered. Turning to her now, Dessa said, Getting more medicine and getting everyone somewhere safe. Those are the only two things that matter right now. So what do we do? Dessa, Egg said, looking injured. Tiana, she... Dessa cut him off. She's right, and you know it. We don't really know what's going on here. We might never know. But right now, my brother is alive, and he wouldn't be without her. I believe her when she says this medicine will keep him from going V or Phoebe. Her voice trailed off as she flushed with embarrassment. She was literally saying she hoped her brother never turned into someone like Amos. Well, it was too late to take it back now. I'm going after what Ivan needs. End of story. Unwillingly, her eyes floated to Amos. He stood in the ditch, staring across the fields, a hard expression on his face. Waves of cold detachment rolled off his shoulders. Tiana had moved to stand next to him and gently touched his arm to get his attention. He shuddered, as if coming back to himself from somewhere far away. She spoke quiet words into his ear, standing on tiptoe to do it. Amos tilted his head and closed his eyes, nodding once. Dessa felt a twinge of jealousy and consciously pushed it away. This was stupid. She had said awful things, and she meant them, and wished she could take them back. But none of that mattered now. Claire, Ms. Winters called out. Please, the map. Claire ran for the street map that had slipped off the front hood of the taco truck in the breeze. The teddy bear sticking out the top of her backpack bounced at each skip. Ms. Winters thanked Claire for the map and spread it across the hood again, motioning over the teens. Dessa used a sweatshirt to cushion Ivan's head. The twins told her not to worry, they would watch him. She joined the others at the hood. We are here. Ms. Winters touched the map in the upper right quadrant. We must take these children to a place called Sanctuary. She used the first finger on her left hand to touch a spot in the lower left quadrant. It is a government-run facility. Here. Dessa didn't read maps that well, but gulped at the implied distance. Our safe place is at least 50 miles from our location, Ms. Winters continued. But there's help closer than that, Tiana said. Ms. Winters frowned. Help? What help? Tiana explained about the message they'd heard on the taco truck's radio on their race to Camp Tatum for Ivan. Amos frowned. I don't remember that. Dessa glanced at him. When we were in the taco truck on the way to Camp Tatum, after you'd gotten bit again inside the dam, you were in and out. Oh, Amos said. Okay. But this means they're survivors and military, Tiana said. We should take the kids to the Cal Expo fairgrounds. It's way closer than Sanctuary. If they're gathering everyone at Cal Expo, it means food, water, and probably medicine. And guns, Egg added, for the V's. Dessa had yet to see Ms. Winters lose her composure. But at the mention of Cal Expo, an emotion flashed across her expression. Dessa almost thought she imagined it. That was how fast Ms. Winters smoothed her face back into neutrality. But when Amos met Dessa's eyes, a silent knowing passed between them. Ms. Winters had already known about Cal Expo, and she acted afraid of it. Chapter 3. Do not consider only the distance, Ms. Winters said, a slow emphasis on each word, like she thought deeply about the meaning it contained before choosing it. Consider the density of the neighborhoods. Consider the barrier the river now creates. These fairgrounds are on the edge of a city, with a population of over 1 million people. But, Ms. Winters interrupted Tiana, even if we did survive, I can guarantee this refugee center would not have the required equipment or long-term medicine appropriate for the continued testing and care of the children. Project Paulus must be brought to Sanctuary. Tiana slumped, defeated. Dessa knew it was the right decision, And yet, somehow Ms. Winter's words did not account for the expression of fear that had flashed across her face. Dessa told herself she was imagining things. After all, fear did make sense when picturing wading through over 1 million people potentially turned by the Lissa virus into ravenous murderers. She shivered at the thought. "But Sanctuary is many miles away," Amos said, as if prompting Ms. Winters. Ms. Winters brushed hair off her face. "Yes, but if we could be assured the roads are clear." "They won't be," Amos said. "We could arrive in plenty of time for Ivan's next dose," Ms. Winters finished. They stood in silence for a long moment. "So, does this sanctuary have other stuff besides food and medicine? Maybe beer?" Ms. Winters raised her eyebrows. "Just wondering," Egg said, stuffing his hands into his pockets. "I'm 21, totally legal." Finally, Ms. Winters said, "Sanctuary very well may have beer available to those who show appropriate ID." Egg said. "I lost my ID in the zombie apocalypse. Can't you just take my word for it?" "So we can't risk the roads being blocked on the way to Sanctuary," Dessa said, picking up the thread from Amos. "Not with Ivan needing a new dose in the next 24 hours. But going into the city is too dangerous and doesn't get us the equipment we need anyway." Ms. Winters nodded. "You both are right. We cannot. Though we do not need to stray far from the path. I can adapt a medicine commonly stocked in most neighborhood pharmacies, normally used for severe allergies. With a little chemistry, it can, for a short time, be used for an alternative purpose." Her gaze flicked over to Egg. "The Albutrin is out of patent, and to be clear, for those who might otherwise doubt my scientific and medical integrity, it is generic, cheap, and plentiful. Only the initial dose requires expert medical equipment. That means Dessa, Tiana, and yes, you too, Egg, can benefit from the same medicine as the children. Protection against ever-turning V or Phoebe?" A flame of hope rose in Dessa's chest. "You really mean that once we get to Sanctuary?" "Yes," Ms. Winters said. "Once we arrive at Sanctuary, I can make sure you never turn V, as you like to call it, and that you also never need to resort to the Borrelia antidote. But any place big enough to support a neighborhood pharmacy might also be full of infected," Tiana said. Ms. Winters nodded. "I don't care," Dessa said. "Better than a city full of infected. We'll deal with them when we have to." Ms. Winters sighed. "Let's find a likely location first, shall we? However much you teenagers might like to run off and do something foolish, sometimes it helps to form a plan." "Just so you know," Tiana said, "we're all months away from turning 18 years old. If you underestimate us and treat us like children, you're the fool, especially since from my viewpoint, we're the best hope you've got at keeping these kids alive and safe." Ms. Winters sniffed. Dessa examined the map. It was just a bunch of squiggly lines, shaded colors, and names of all but imaginary places to her. She knew her little area of Sacramento, how to get from the group home to school and to work. This map was nonsense. Amos leaned in, and his nearness turned her inside out. "This is where we are." Amos touched the map and then tapped his finger on a spot not too far away. "There's a pharmacy here. But that takes us to the edge of a populated area," Ms. Winters said. "I don't like the sound of that," Tiana said. "You just said—" "We can stay on the back roads. We don't have to go into the city at all," Amos said. Ms. Winters grunted. "Very well." They loaded up, children packed inside the taco truck like, well, tacos. Dessa settled into the open space in the center. Amos and Egg carried her brother inside, arranging him so that she could cushion his head in her lap again. They slammed closed the doors. The engine rumbled to life. She brushed Ivan's clothes out and told him, loud enough for all the kids to hear, that everything would be all right. She would make sure of it. She always made everything all right again, until everything fell apart again. The rough road shook Dessa like they were on the tracks of a roller coaster. Angela and Angelina had taken counter seats and dangled their legs, bouncing shoes on the cabinets. The boy cousins, Barrage and Ratha, sat on the floor with legs curled tight into their chests. Claire wrapped her backpack in a hug. Dawson sat in a sink, chest puffed out and acting brave. Sierra and Yasmin huddled together, shy, on the floor opposite the cousins. Zachary took the stovetop next to Dawson. All 9 of them, plus Ivan, made 10 children ranging from Claire, the youngest, to the twins, who were preteens. The little knobs molded into the flooring for traction created odd pressure points against Dessa's sit bones. Claire chatted about black holes and solar systems. The twins stayed quiet and leaned their heads together for support. At least Ivan had calmed, even if he was still unconscious. Dried sweat had left little trails of white dust on his skin. Egg drove. Amos kept a lookout on the roof with Tiana. Also, there was no room for them inside. Ms. Winters took the passenger seat next to Egg and held the map. So far, other than Tiana yelling out sightings of some V's in the distance, they had not encountered any trouble. It meant Dessa had time to think, and she didn't like that. Her brain obsessed sometimes. Right now, that meant coming back to the moment when she had reacted to Amos with disgust. She had been right, but for all the wrong reasons. She hadn't known Ms. Winters had medicine to stop the virus inside Ivan. She hadn't known Amos's blood would have killed Ivan. She'd gotten lucky. So had Ivan. But that bit of luck might have destroyed the fragile friendships formed among them over these last few weeks of survival. She wondered if she would get the chance to earn it back. After all, her first priority was keeping her brother alive, and it sure seemed like that was turning into a full-time job plus overtime. Egg slowed the taco truck until it rumbled to a stop. The silence left her ears ringing as she unwound herself from the floor. Using a shirt to pillow Ivan's head again, she stretched stiff hips and cracked her elbows. The children waited inside until Ms. Winters released them for a bathroom break. Dessa followed out and looked over her shoulder to drink in the sight of her little brother laying on the floor of the truck. The taco truck framed Ivan's unconscious form like a circus ambulance. Instead of medical smells, there were the faint, saliva-producing smells of seasonings and fried tortillas. He had hung back to make sure everyone else made it safely onto the bus roof before allowing her to bring him up. This was what he got for acting the superhero. She shook her head. She knew him well enough to know he would do it all over again. He was so little. Spider-Man and Superman and all the other superheroes he obsessed over took up too much space in his head. Sending a last beam of love to her brother, she turned to focus on the business at hand. To get Ivan the medicine he needed to keep him from turning V. She trailed in the wake of the children admonished into silence by Ms. Winters. Egg and Tiana pointed out different bushes for the kids after checking them for boogeymen. They had stopped at the foot of a small one-lane bridge that crossed a sad-looking creek. Plenty of trees lined the creek and shadowed the bridge. A few buildings down the road marked the beginning of what Dessa assumed was the edge of the little suburban neighborhood that Amos said would lead them to their target, the pharmacy. A riotous chorus of birds flew in and out of the trees, acting like it was the time of their lives. She took a moment to imagine things from their point of view. A strange metal beast rumbled into their territory and spilled out organisms of various sizes. But from their height, there was nothing to worry about. Not when they had wings, and the tops of trees, and only a few more hours until the cooling sunset. She blinked, shaking the image from her mind. She was not lucky enough to be a bird. There was no flying out of this situation. Approaching the hood of the truck, she saw Amos and Ms. Winters poring over the map again. This road takes us right by the pharmacy. Amos used his finger to mark the path on the paper. Maybe just a half-mile up. Ms. Winters nodded. The children cannot go. It is too dangerous. We will stay here, hidden in the trees, while the rest of you find what we need. Water, food, and medicine, Dessa said matter-of-factly. Ms. Winters nodded again. Medicine, water, food, in that order. And if you cannot find the medicine, come back quickly. We must take our chances and hope the way to sanctuary stays clear. Dessa shuddered, remembering how fast V's had moved to surround the buses, their hands clawing and grabbing for clothes, hair, and flesh. Calling for Egg and Tiana, Dessa managed to avoid looking at Amos. Then let's go. Walking along the road, a new sort of silence settled among the four of them. Dessa took the lead so that she wouldn't need to look at any of them. An apology was working its way up her throat, like a cancerous lump she couldn't expel. The chatter of birds faded. The birds preferred the trees and creek over the newer housing development. The 4 teens began to pass huge garages that hid the former residents behind beige-colored walls and bright green lawns. Everything was too quiet, yet somehow the hair on the back of Dessa's neck prickled, like she was being watched. Soon a little strip mall parking lot came into view, hazy in the heat. Dessa picked up the pace. You don't have to act like you hate us all now, Tiana said. I didn't even do anything. Her words stabbed Dessa in the gut. She didn't stop walking. She couldn't stop. If she did, she would curl into a ball and cry and never get up again. But she did turn around. Moving backwards, she now faced Tiana, Egg, and Amos. Fighting words rose to Dessa's lips. Tiana furrowed her eyebrows, and her expression looked like she was about ready to cuss someone out. Egg looked like a deer caught in the headlights, readying himself to bolt. Even though Amos loomed large with his football player features, it felt like he was a million miles away, rather than several feet. These were her friends. Once upon a time in the group home, they had been strange roommates, barely tolerating each other, but no longer. I'm sorry, Dessa said, surprising herself. Amos, I'm sorry. I don't think you're disgusting, Amos finished. Dessa cringed. Pain flashed deeper across his face. I don't blame you. I don't want to look in the mirror right now. I find myself pretty disgusting. I don't know what I've turned into, or what I'm going to turn into. But I have to deal with it. We all have to deal with it. Tiana looked back and forth between Amos and Dessa. We're in this together, and if we're not, then we really are all going to die. I know, Dessa said. Then act like it, Tiana said. Stop ignoring us. Stop acting like you're mad at us. Dessa released a breath and kicked at the ground. I'm not mad at you. I figured you guys were mad at me. Why would we be mad at you? Tiana said. You basically saved all those kids from getting eaten. You saved your brother, just like you said you would, and now you're a little freaked because he's been infected and there's only this medicine between him and turning V. Tiana's words, laying the truth out bare like that, helped evaporate some of the tension Dessa had been holding on to. She had really feared she'd ruin things between them, especially between her and Amos. But Tiana was trying to show them all it wasn't ruined. Not yet. We are all in this together, Tiana said. Wow, Egg said. This is like a really great Hallmark movie moment. But I hate Hallmark movies. Are we done with all the wishy-washy bonding yet? We forgive you, you forgive us. Should we forgive the V's next? Bring the zombies in for a nice little group hug? Doesn't matter, Tiana shot back. Don't even think about giving me trouble, Egg, or I will make us do a group hug and put you in the middle. Egg's eyes widened in abject terror, and he held his fingers up in the shape of a cross, as if warding off a vampire. Amos chuckled. Tiana rolled her eyes, but a smile snuck onto her face. Dessa laughed. Count on Egg to find the most perfect words to ruin the moment. Egg tilted his head and gave her a lazy smile. Just doing my job. Your job is messing things up? Tiana said. Like that time you made them stop for sneakers. Egg held a hand to his chest in mock disbelief. You mean the sneakers that allowed us all to outrun the zombie horde through the hospital? You mean the sneakers that allowed dear Dessa here to have the traction she needed to climb that school bus like a monkey and pull a bunch of innocent children? Children who supposedly hold the only cure for this disease inside their little growing bodies. To safety? Amos slapped Egg on the back. You got it exactly right, Egbert. Don't change a thing about yourself. Egg looked up at the sky. It never crossed my mind. For the record, Tiana said, I would like to point out I did not get any sneakers from that little side trip. Egg snapped his gaze down, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish. Tiana, I didn't know your size. You weren't there. Dessa turned around, still laughing. She crossed into the parking lot that marked the entrance to the strip mall. The others followed her. Things were messed up. Badly. But might just be on the mend. Chapter 4. Do you guys see that? Egg asked, pointing toward the store entrances. The half-mile between the creek and this little strip mall had looked unmolested, and the road was empty, not even any wrecked cars. But the strip mall was different. Several cars scattered across the lot, all had their windows smashed. Glass coated the surrounding asphalt. One of the cars had crashed into a cement median, and its front was crunched like an accordion. There were bodies, human limbs at angles that didn't look right, dark stains of blood that painted ovals on the ground. There was no movement, no sign of anyone still alive, but something bad had clearly happened here. Dessa scanned the shops until she landed on the little pharmacy that anchored the strip. A coffee shop and a little barber shop sat on either side. All their windows were busted, and she couldn't see inside from their current position. A store sign dangled, hanging by one corner. Did anything wait for them inside? She told herself to expect the worst. Assuming there was an infected or two still alive inside, they would have to be ready for a fight. She wasn't leaving without the medicine. Spread out. Dessa bent her knees and closed her hands into fists. I don't think we should clump together in case anyone is inside. We just need to look for the medicine and then get out of here. Some food and water would be nice, too, Egg said. Yeah, but the meds are the most important. Dessa thought of Ivan still asleep in the taco truck. He had hours left until the dose wore off, but Ms. Winters had said preparing the Albutrin would eat up some of that time. Dessa strained her ears, searching for any sign of trouble. Glass crunched under their shoes. Each step felt taut with tension. Egg popped into the coffee shop by stepping through the broken window. She almost called him back. This was about the meds. But her voice could awaken trouble, so she settled for being annoyed with him in silence. Egg popped out a minute later, carrying armfuls of water bottles. Hurrying back, he set the bottles at the base of a light pole and whispered, It's totally empty in there. No people, no food or anything either. These bottles were scattered behind the register like they'd been dropped and forgotten. Amos led them into the cool, dark interior of the pharmacy. There were plenty of strange, spoiled food smells, but something else, like the whisper of clothing. Wait, Dessa said, ears straining. She hovered at his heels and let her eyes scan for movement. When her vision adjusted to the darkness, she stepped deeper into the store after Amos. Her stomach sank at the sight of the ransacked shelves. Ugh! I think someone broke a jar of pickles. Tiana held her nose as she looked around. Yep, that's what it is. She pointed to a smear of liquid and green goo near an end cap. To the right of the entrance was an ice cream freezer, its contents long melted and dried on the tile. Dessa looked left and saw 2 cash registers behind bulletproof glass. Something moved. Dessa sucked in a breath. Did you see that? They all froze. She tried to discern details in the shadows. That light scraping sounded again, and a shadow behind the bulletproof panels shifted. Amos stepped toward the registers. Dessa snaked out a hand and grabbed his shirt. Amos, don't! He covered her hand with his own. It's okay. I think it can't get out. How do you know that? Tiana hissed. crouching to the floor. "Because it would already be on top of us if it could," Amos said, talking at a regular volume. His noise acted as a trigger. The scraping sound turned into banging. "We should go!" Egg backed up to stand on the threshold of the entrance. "We should go! We should go!" Amos stepped away. "No, it's fine. Can't you see it's trapped?" Dessa held her breath and told herself that Amos knew what he was doing. He approached the cash registers, and she followed. He looked down each aisle and then focused on the next one. She did the same, looking for trouble but also noticing empty shelf after empty shelf. Someone, maybe many someones, had been here before them and taken everything. The infected man still wore his uniform, a collared light blue shirt with his name embroidered on the pocket, Dave. Sweat stained his armpits, and a darker liquid stained the front of his chest. He threw himself against the panel. But other than it vibrating, nothing happened. That didn't stop him from trying again and again. She waited as long as possible to look at his face, hating the way the Lissa virus changed the eyes. A gory wound on his neck had spilled blood down his shirt and marked the injury that allowed the Lissa virus to flood his bloodstream and take over his mind and body. Several days' worth of stubble dotted his chin. His nose sat at a crazy angle on his face and had swelled to what she figured was twice its normal size. Finally, there was nothing left to do but look into his eyes. The shock of his vacant, rage-filled stare made her step back. Next to the V on his side of the bulletproof walls lay a body at his feet. She also wore a blue-collared shirt, but lay face down, keeping Dessa from seeing her name tag. She looked more torn up than the V standing in front of them. Infected could die. It wasn't just headshots that would take them down, but they didn't die easy. Their rage seemed to fuel a life force that was almost, but not quite, superhuman. Dessa felt Egg and Tiana join them. "I told you," Amos said. "He can't get to us." He jogged away, and Dessa felt a shock of vulnerability. Everything felt safer with Amos around. He scanned the length of each aisle and then returned to the registers. "Looks empty otherwise, though there are a few bodies." "Empty of stuff?" Egg said. "Yeah, and of infected," Amos said. Dessa turned and began to head for the back of the store to get away from the infected and to get this whole thing over with. "We have to know if they left anything behind." "Who do you think they are?" Egg said, following after her, as if also eager to leave the creepy scene behind. "Dessa," Amos said. She turned around. Amos was still at the register. Amos pressed against the lower part of the transparent bulletproof panels. Tiana stood back, her gaze averted. The infected pressed his broken nose against the panel. In another world, Amos and the infected would look like they were about to kiss through it. Her stomach turned. Amos moved, snaking his gaze up and around the infected. Of course the infected followed, but not before Amos pointed and said, "There's some of the medicine, I think. A package of it." She raced back to stand next to Amos and see for herself. The infected didn't know who to lunge for, so it took turns, giving her and Amos a better view. She saw a label on the wall shelf that looked like the right name, at least the part she could see, Albute. "Maybe we should check the actual pharmacy shelves first, before we go after it," Amos said, his breath tickling her ear. The infected pounded a bloody fist on the panel, frustrated, mouth open and broken teeth showing. Dessa jumped. "I really like that idea." They retreated down the aisle. Dessa prayed to anyone who might be listening to please let there be Albutrin somewhere else in the pharmacy, besides the one place where an infected was trapped. She stepped over a smashed can of tomatoes. A stick of deodorant, uncapped, showed the print of a large boot. She and Amos reached the long counter of the pharmacy just as Egg and Tiana popped out of separate aisles. Enough light filtered inside to show ransacked medical shelves. Amos hopped the counter. Dessa followed him over, still listening for groans and watching for infected. She started in one corner and searched the floors and all the shelves, but only found a bottle of cough syrup with its seal broken, dripping green, sweet-smelling alcohol onto the shelf underneath. Dessa cursed. There's nothing! She closed her eyes and imagined her brother, the fever rising in him once again as the medicine wore off and the lysovirus roared back, transforming him into something monstrous. Whoa! Dessa's eyes flew open and she locked onto Amos. He held a cardboard box with a label she could half read. Rushing over, she examined it. Albutrin. Dessa, you found it! You seriously found it! She hugged Amos around the neck and spontaneously kissed him on the cheek. No, Dessa, wait! Chapter 5. Amos pushed the flaps of the box open wider. She deflated. The box was empty. Totally empty. They stared at it in defeat for what seemed an eternity. She scoured the lining for any missed bottle or pill. As the cardboard scuffed her hands, one corner looked crunched, and a bit of white powder dusted the bottom. A wave of realization roared past Dessa's ears. The cash register! She could still hear its pounding fists. Amos set down the box. Yeah. They headed to the front of the store and turned right. There Dave was, stained shirt, broken nose, dark blood everywhere. More liquid smeared the transparent panel into a cloudy blur. Dessa approached, step by step. She took in the shadows and smells of a pharmacy ransacked who knew how long ago. A day? Weeks? The V had been behind the cash register since then, at least. Had he infected the dead woman on the floor? Maybe. Or maybe it had happened the other way around. There was no way to know for sure. But what she did know was that whoever had taken everything out of the store and left a broken jar of pickles near the entrance had not bothered to clear out the shelves behind the cash register. The V, Dave, had protected those odd bits of behind-the-counter desirables, cigarettes, candy bars, liquor, and some basic allergy medicine. They stared at Dave's box. The bottom half was counter and cabinet, and a locked door that met the bulletproof panels about waist-high. 3 transparent walls formed corners and met the wall of the pharmacy itself, with the top open to the air of the store, the panels too high to allow Dave to climb out. There, behind Dave's pounding fists and broken nose, and the woman who lay dead at his feet, on a shelf about 3 feet from the floor, was a box of the meds Ivan needed. Dessa had not asked Ms. Winters how much the kids required. She guessed the box would not be enough for anyone but Ivan. But all they needed was a little more time to get everyone, including the kids, to Sanctuary. Ms. Winters had promised there would be medicine at Sanctuary, more than enough for everyone, including Dessa and her friends. The other kids could go almost 7 more days without a new dose, but Ivan's bite had put him on a much shorter clock. We have to let him out, Dessa said. The hell we do, Egg said. Maybe we can go from above, Tiana said. Like, climb the panel and stick it in the head from there. Amos walked the short distance along the perimeter of Dave's box. He checked the counter, the shelves, the door itself. Dave dogged his every move, running at the transparent wall, growing more agitated with prey close, yet unreachable. Amos looked up and then back down and shook his head. We can't go over the top. The whole thing might come down. It's too risky. Dessa stepped forward. We have to do something. Amos looked at her with a strange light in his eyes. We will. Dessa looked around the empty store. We need a distraction. Smeared pickles, empty shelves, a few metal merchandise stands that had once held baskets and other odds and ends, now empty. Yeah, but there's nothing, Egg said. Dessa's mind landed on an idea. We use one of the cars. She looked at the other 3 and motioned out the entrance. We use one of those wrecked cars. Somebody goes out there and beeps on the horn while somebody else in here breaks open the door and lets him loose. And when any other infected around hears the horn and comes running, Tiana said, Dessa slumped. Right. Dave continued to pound, vibrating the panels. I just wish he would shut up. Egg began to walk up and down the length of the store. I can't even think like this. There was a crack. Where the bulletproof panel met the waist-high door, something shifted. Dave took the sound as encouragement and got a running start, slamming his body against the door, inches from where Amos bent to examine a hinge. Amos, Tiana said, you should step back. Amos looked up and did step back, his eyes wide. But Dave took another running leap. The door crashed open. Amos scrambled backward, falling onto his butt next to an empty merchandise stand. Dessa shouted and dove, just as Dave launched himself at Amos. She snatched at the closest rack, one with spindly metal arms, and swung it around, hoping to get it in between the infected's mouth full of broken teeth and Amos's flesh. Amos was on his back, horror filling his expression. The infected snapped once, and then again, catching one of the rack's arms in his teeth. There was a crunch, and a little piece of enamel flew into the air. Her arms were pulled forward and side to side as Dave struggled to free himself. Amos, hold on! It took all her strength not to let go. Even that wasn't enough, as she felt the rack slipping out of her hands. This close to an infected, she could smell his rot and see the globs that had not yet dried on top of the dark liquid that stained his clothes. The cloudiness in his eyes stood in contrast to the dark veins that webbed and rippled under his skin. The telltale marks of the lissavirus, as if the ravenous rage wasn't enough to give it away. Tiana and Egg scrambled to find anything that could help, but before they had returned, brandishing pieces of glass from the broken pickle jar, the struggle ceased. The rack ripped out of Dessa's hands as the weight became unbearable. No! Then she saw Amos had broken off one of the rack's arms and drove it into the side of Dave's head. Amos lay back, looking up at the ceiling tile, the rack, and dead Dave laying across him. I could use some help here. He's kind of heavy. Dessa grabbed dead Dave's shirt. Egg rushed over and took hold of his belt. Tiana lifted one of the shoulders. With the help of all three of them, they pulled this dead weight off and slid it across the ground. Dessa crouched next to Amos and threw away the remaining parts of the rack. Amos, are you okay? He nodded, taking deep breaths and staring at the ceiling tiles like his life depended on it. Go check the medicine, Dessa. I'm all right. Tiana came to Amos's other side. Dessa stood and stepped through the splinters of the broken door and into the little cash register cave. Somehow, even though it had an open top, the smells of blood and rot were thicker, almost suffocating in the space. She held her nose and stepped around the female employee's body. Her eyes lit upon the box worth all this trouble. She snatched for the Albutrin. There was something wrong. Her hand came away with a piece of paper. She crumpled it in her fist, smoothed it out, and held it up to the light. Crap! Turning back to the shelf, she dug around, reaching across until she hit the wall and then feeling from side to side, pulling out lint, a paperclip, and a crumpled package of gum. She sent out another prayer to the universe to please let her find one box. Please! Finally, she had to give up. Her chest heaved as she stared at the empty shelf and the paper crumpled in her hand. The world closed down, and a roar rushed past her ears. Nothing. She returned to the others. Amos was sitting up now, Tiana helping him. Egg stood, patting Amos awkwardly on the shoulder. She held out the paper like a badge. It's just a placeholder. The ticket that you pull for the cashier to scan, and then you take your receipt to the back counter, to the pharmacist to trade it out. Amos looked as crestfallen as Dessa felt. Tiana and Egg didn't look much better. This was her fault. She should have looked more closely when Amos had pointed out the label. She would have recognized the scanning code and known it didn't actually contain a box of the medicine itself. It was too late now. And now, there was only one chance left. Dessa said out loud what they must know. We have to get to Sanctuary before Ivan runs out of time. Chapter 6. But even though Dessa knew what they needed to do, it felt impossible to move. She stared helplessly at the crumpled paper. Tiana clapped her hands. Dessa jumped, shocked out of her circling thoughts. Egg already found some water, Tiana said. We'll take whatever is left on the shelves behind the cash register. Hey, I'm thinking we'll get lucky and find a few frozen pizzas for dinner tonight. Dessa looked at Tiana like she was crazy. Oh, you don't think so? Then I guess you better stop standing around. So we didn't find the medicine. There's still time to get to Sanctuary. We've got 10 kids to feed, and I don't know about you, but I'm kind of hungry too. Egg rolled his eyes and stepped over to loop his arm around Tiana's shoulder as they headed back into the aisles to search for any missed food. Look, I know you were trying really hard to be funny right then, but you should leave it to the professionals. Tiana jokingly socked him in the arm. Egg yelped, though she hadn't punched hard. Of course Tiana was right. There was no time to waste. Dessa should have known as soon as they stepped into the ransacked pharmacy, they would not find what they needed. There was no medicine for Ivan or the other children. They would have to make a run for Sanctuary and hope for a clear route. Dessa, don't worry, Amos said. We'll figure this out. She bit her lip, but there was no time to argue. It would only delay them. Taking different aisles, Dessa and Amos split up to check for anything missed. That drumbeat of time ticking away in her mind. The faster they hit the road to Sanctuary, the better their chances of arriving in time. But Tiana was right. It would be foolish not to check the store for food and more water. Halfway down her chosen aisle, she stopped at a shelf stacked with small circular cans and started laughing like she'd heard the greatest joke in the whole world. It sounded a little hysterical even to her own ears. Amos popped into sight at the end of the aisle and ran for her. Is something wrong? What is it? Tiana asked, coming up the other end of the aisle with Egg on her heels. Did you get hit with laughing gas and not share? Egg said. Dessa pointed. Everything else in the store had been taken except for several dozen cans of tuna. Ridiculous. You've got to be kidding me, Tiana said. You have got to be kidding me. I don't get it. What's so wrong with some chicken of the sea? Egg asked. Don't you remember Dessa turning into Xena, warrior princess, with a pillowcase of tuna cans? Tiana said. When we got stuck in that house together, Dessa and I saved those tuna cans to eat last. I was sorry to see them go. Go in one end and out the other? Egg asked innocently. Very funny, Egg, Tiana said, socking him in the arm again. Just for that, you get to load up all the cans and carry them back to the taco truck yourself. When did you watch Xena Warrior Princess? Amos said. As a kid, Tiana said. It was basically on a loop in my apartment. Egg formed his t-shirt into a makeshift bag. Hey, I love tuna. Tiana and Dessa helped him load up while Amos went to check the remaining aisles. Whoever left this behind basically left cans of gold behind, Egg said. Maybe we can find some crackers. Are there any pickles still good from that smashed jar? God, I'm hungry. That would be epic. Tuna on crackers with pickles? Best lunch ever. Gross, Tiana said. More for me, Egg shrugged. Dessa might want to turn some of them into deadly weapons, Tiana said. Dessa forced a smile onto her face for their benefit. The tuna cans were a good find, but they needed to get moving. I think I'd rather have a knife from the barber shop. Okay, but think about the reach you had with that pillowcase. Tiana laughed. Pow! With all that weight at the end of the pillowcase, it was like a weapon out of a medieval movie. In spite of herself, Dessa flushed with a weird sort of pride. Egg picked up a pair of dark sunglasses left on the shelf. Wow, score! Hey, check it out, you guys. I swear Delmar had a pair just like these and he loved them. They're worth like mucho dinero. Delmar had been another teen living in the group home with them. He'd been a true through-and-through bully. Egg was a much better person now that he was no longer Delmar's sidekick. A tiny high-pitched noise rose. Not quite the chatter of a bird, not quite a whine, something in between, and so faint she wasn't sure if she heard anything at all. Dessa's tension increased as she strained to better locate the sound. "Do you hear that?" Both Tiana and Egg swiveled their heads. Amos appeared at the end of their aisle. "Do you hear that?" Dessa thought of the taco truck and the kids. The whine sounded again, plaintive, almost mewling. Almost against her will, Dessa followed the whine to its source. The aisle with labels that marked now empty shelves once filled with summer toys on clearance. Little baskets, fake candle lanterns, some rubber ducky inflatables. Now only a few stuffed animals remained. She scanned the items. The whine rose again, near a plush, green and yellow turtle. Her heart beating loud in her chest, Dessa lifted the turtle. She gasped. This tiny, gray and white striped thing rolled onto its back, showing its belly. It took Dessa a long second to register what she was looking at. "What is it?" Amos and Tiana said, crowding her. Egg came noisily up the aisle, tuna cans jostling in his shirt. Dessa cupped the gray beast in her hands and drew its soft, warm body close to her heart. It immediately kneaded her clothes with its paws. A kitten! Her heart melted as soon as it began to purr. "Egg, I need one of those tuna cans, stat!" They huddled around the tiny kitten, each taking turns cradling the little fluff ball in their hands, stroking its cute head, feeling its purr, feeding it tidbits of tuna. "What should we name it?" Amos looked on adoringly as the kitten swatted at his finger. "Tiger King?" Dessa offered. Of course it wasn't the most imaginative name. It ripped off a show she had watched, but in her mind, the name fit. "That is a dumb name," Tiana laughed. "But I kinda like it." Amos furrowed his eyebrows. "How about, Tiger King officially, but Tig, like Tigger for short?" "Like from Winnie the Pooh?" Dessa said. "Yeah, I liked that show." Amos didn't offer any more details. He took the kitten in his hands and held it up to his nose. "Hello, Tig. How are you?" Tig yawned big, showing off his pink tongue, and headbutted Amos on the nose. Now it was Dessa's turn to laugh. "I guess that's it then. Welcome to the club, Tig. You'll fit right in with us misfits." "But how do you even know it's a he?" Egg asked quizzically. Dessa frowned. "I guess I don't really know, just a feeling." Amos squinted at Egg. "I worked in animal control. I can confirm Tig is a boy." In another minute they had packed up Tig in a front pocket of Amos's backpack along with the plush turtle. He curled up against it and purred loud enough for all of them to hear. They took the rest of the stuffed animals for the kids, the cans of tuna, retreated outside to fetch the water bottles, and left the pharmacy behind. Chapter 7. When they walked up the last rise in the road, Dessa held her breath, as if that would hold back the small fear they would find an empty bridge where the taco truck should be parked. Kids rested in the shadows of the trees, playing with sticks and rocks and whatever imaginary worlds their brains could cook up. Ms. Winters stood at the hood, poring over the map that would lead them to safety. Sanctuary, a government facility with supplies and security, and meds for Ivan. The road to Sanctuary might be long, but they wouldn't have to fight through 1,000,000, potentially, infected souls. Dessa headed for the back end of the open taco truck to check on Ivan. The quiet chatter of the kids playing made her feel all soft inside, to hear such normal sounds. The taco truck was empty except for a lone figure sitting up. Dessa stood frozen in shock. "Ivan?" The shadows inside made his eyes look sunken in, but he lifted his hand in a little wave. Dessa jumped inside and checked him over. Grabbing a bottle of water from the countertop, she helped Ivan take a sip. "How you doing, buddy?" He opened his mouth to speak, but a squeak came out instead. Don't talk, it's okay. You're okay. Dessa wanted to wrap him in a hug, but settled for pushing a lock of hair away that overhung his eyes. He was still too weak to stand, but his eyes lit on something behind Dessa. She looked over her shoulder and saw Amos approaching with the backpack. He smiled, and Dessa's heart warmed. She returned his smile and carefully took the backpack as he handed it over, electricity sparking where their fingers brushed. "Nice to see you awake, buddy," Amos said, definitely not looking at Dessa. "Your sister brought you back a little present." There was a meow and a satisfying widening of Ivan's eyes as Dessa gently lifted Tig from the backpack. His hind legs dangled and showed off his soft belly. He meowed again, and Ivan actually gasped with delight as Dessa set the kitten into his cupped, shaking hands, but even that was almost too much for Ivan, so Dessa cupped her own hands under his to help hold up Tig. Ivan bent over and nuzzled Tig with his nose. "Careful, kid. A smile that big might break your face," Amos said. "We named him Tiger King, Tig for short," Dessa said. "But if you want to call him something different, that's okay." "I like Tig," Ivan said, his voice hoarse. "Maybe you could take care of him for me?" Dessa said, promising herself she would do anything in her power to keep Ivan as safe and happy as he looked in that moment. "Why can't you take care of him yourself?" Ivan asked, looking up. "I could, but I don't think I would do as good of a job as you. He is a Tiger King after all. He deserves the finest care we can offer." Ivan looked back down at Tig and then at Dessa's hands, cupping his to help hold up the kitten. "Okay, but I think I need help." By this time, Egg and Tiana had passed out the stuffed animals, and word had spread like wildfire about Tig. The other 9 children crowded the back end of the taco truck, surrounding Amos and peering inside. Egg and Tiana played interference, telling the kids to hold back instead of rushing Ivan and Tig. One at a time, Ivan called out a name. First, the boy cousins, who whispered sweet nothings in Tig's ear that Dessa couldn't understand. Next, the twins, Angela and Angelina, were allowed to hop inside to hold and pet and coo at Tig. He practically jumped into their hands, walking back and forth across their palms, like they existed as his personal catwalk. Everyone got a chance, and Tig adored the attention, swatting playfully at one kid, turning his belly up for a scratch from another. When the kids had finished gushing and moved on to other games, Dessa noticed Claire hanging back. Ivan must have noticed, too. "Claire, come meet Tig." Her eyes became impossibly big and round. She took a tentative step, stopped, forced herself to take another step, and twisted her hands together at her stomach. "I always wanted a kitten, but they never let me have one. They never even let me near one, not ever." Amos, Tiana, Egg, and Dessa exchanged a knowing look. They'd all been in Claire's shoes. Loneliness, never having enough, desperately wanting something, always out of reach. Afraid to name it to the world because it gave the world an opportunity to cruelly and creatively yank it away. Dessa wondered exactly where Ms. Winters had collected all these children. How had she found Ivan in the first place? Ivan tried to coax Claire into the taco truck, but she stayed locked in place, battling the desire to hold Tig, while knowing deep down Tig wasn't meant for her. Good things weren't meant for bad girls like her. Dessa could almost read Claire's thoughts like they were written in the air. Amos stood there, looking ready to toss Claire inside, but he held back. It was better for Claire to work this out herself. Still, Dessa held her breath until Claire finally stepped inside and stood next to Ivan's sitting form, with her hands locked together at her belly. Before anyone could move or say a word, Ivan plopped Tig onto Claire's hands, forcing her to hold him or drop him. "Sorry," Ivan said. "I'm still really sick. Can you hold him for a sec?" Dessa didn't know how to describe what happened. Claire seemed to burst open as an astonished smile spread across her face. Tig meowed in Ivan's direction, as if critiquing his treatment. But then his purr revved up. He crawled along Claire's arm, nuzzled her hair and ear, and curled up on her shoulder. Claire froze, her eyes lighting up with joy. "I won't ever move again." Ivan reached up and used a finger to scratch Tig behind the ear. "You don't have to move right now, but Tig will want some food eventually." Claire's joy turned into instant worry, even as she held herself still. "But I don't have any food. Wait, I have a couple crackers in my pocket. He can have it all my dinner too, if we had dinner." Dessa cleared her throat. "You don't have to feed him from your own food, Claire. We found some tuna." "But I would," Claire said fiercely. "If you needed me to. He could have my whole dinner forever, until the end of time, until a black hole swallowed up our solar system." "Okay," Dessa said. "Okay." She made a mental note to collect more tuna and to make sure Claire got them all so that she wouldn't starve herself. Amos wore a smile that lit up his eyes. Dessa was pretty sure she had a similar smile plastered on her own face. "Does that mean you'll help me take care of him?" Ivan asked, voice still scratchy. "I don't think I can do it by myself." "Yes, I'll help," Claire squeaked out. "Okay, great." Ivan blinked and shifted. "I need to go to the bathroom now." Dessa helped him up. But when she stepped out of the truck, he said, "I can do it, Desi. I'm feeling better now. I can go by myself." "I'll show you a good tree, Ivan." Claire held Tig and acted like she was walking on thin ice. Dessa bit her lip, ready to argue with Ivan and help him anyway. But his steps seemed steady enough, so she held back. "Wow, that was intense," Egg said. "Never underestimate the power that comes from loving something besides yourself," Amos said. "Well, we seriously just made her decade," Tiana said. "I guess a silver lining to this apocalypse stuff is whoever the jerks were who kept her from getting a kitten are out of the picture. We've now officially fulfilled at least one kid's lifelong dream. Maybe we should start our own Make-A-Wish Foundation. Zombies could eat me now and I don't think I'd care." A hint of tears shined in Tiana's eyes. Dessa welled up a little, too. Her brother had handled the whole thing with an unexpected gentleness she wasn't sure she was capable of herself. It awed her to see it in her own brother, and scared her, too. If she lost him. "There are some things we should discuss," Ms. Winters said, approaching. Reality came crashing back down to earth. Dessa wished she could live in the bubble of joy Tig had created for a bit longer. But it wasn't meant to be. Chapter 8. "What did you find out there?" Ms. Winters asked, once they had gathered around the map laid out on the hood. Amos listed the supplies. Tiana explained Tig. Egg described the battle with Dave. Dessa relayed the news about the Albutrin. Ivan was running out of time. They all knew it. His next dose needed to be secured within 24 hours, or he'd slip back into a fever. "All right. It was worth the attempt, but we must leave immediately. Please round up the children," Ms. Winters said. They bundled the kids into the taco truck. Tiana secured herself to the top of the roof with ropes like before. "Now who's Xena, warrior princess?" Dessa called out. Tiana laughed and flung around her hair for effect. Amos paused before climbing onto the roof with Tiana. "Dessa, we'll figure this out. It's going to be okay." Dessa tried to smile. She longed for Amos to wrap his arms around her and repeat his words. And then, as if realizing, she reached out to him and hugged him. At first he was stiff from surprise, and then he relaxed. Her palms rested on his powerful back, and she could feel his muscles move before she felt his arms wrap around her in a warm, safe, fierce hug. "Thank you," Dessa whispered into his neck. He smelled like Amos, like the outdoors and sunshine and boy. The passenger door slammed, and the engine revved to life. Ms. Winters stuck her head out the window. "Everyone is now inside except for you two." Dessa and Amos parted. She swore she was blushing from her toes to her forehead. For a wonderful moment, she had lost herself. Amos, I'm sorry about earlier, when we discovered Ivan was bit. I said terrible things, but I didn't mean them. Yes, you did, Amos said. She felt herself swimming in his dark eyes. I didn't want to mean them. Amos blinked, breaking the moment. It's fine, Dessa. I get it. Things are different now. She felt dumped onto dry land. I know you're the same. I know you're still Amos. It doesn't matter. Instead of replying, Amos climbed onto the metal roof and grabbed the rope Tiana offered. Not only was there no room inside the truck, they would better be able to spot infected from all directions. Dessa almost called after Amos, but hopped inside the taco truck instead, cramming in with the rest of the kids. Dawson had squeezed himself on the bench seat between Egg and Ms. Winters. The twins took their spot on the counter. The cousins, the stovetop and sink. Ivan was sitting up against a cabinet for support, playing with Claire and Tig by moving around the stuffed turtle like it was another cat. After some time on the road, they passed through a small town with an old brick bank and tiny convenience store next door. It passed by the windshield view so fast, Dessa didn't have time to call out and suggest they stop to look for more medicine. Plus, it didn't matter. They were on their way to Sanctuary. It would have plenty of medicine. Dessa had been full of suspicions about Ms. Winters on first impression. But everything had changed. Ms. Winters seemed like the real deal, and like the only way to save her brother. Eventually, Egg stopped so they could siphon gas. Ivan sat next to Claire, his eyes closed and head rolling to one shoulder. Tig bounced across everyone's laps and swatted at the air. Angela and Angelina sat with arms wrapped around their knees. Rasa and Barrage dangled ribbons to entice Tig to play. Yasmin's and Sierra's stomachs rumbled loud from hunger. How about we open some of the tuna cans? Dessa said. We don't want to ruin dinner, Dawson said from up front on the bench seat. The others began to chatter about what food waited for them at Sanctuary. Barrage hoped for dumplings. Zachary wanted pizza. The twins were desperate for lentils. All their talk of food made Dessa's stomach rumble too. She didn't know if their food wishes were really possible or not. We'll get to Sanctuary soon. I'm sure there'll be plenty. Deciding the twins could handle the other children, Dessa climbed onto the roof with Tiana and Amos. Egg was on the ground, finishing up with the gas. Sitting inside, with no actual view of potential danger, was too nerve-wracking, so she wrapped the ropes around her arms and waist to ride it out on the roof for a little while. So far the roads had been clear. If their luck held, they would reach Sanctuary in less than 2 more hours. The taco truck rumbled to life. Tiana banged on the roof. Ready! Egg drove them down the street and back onto the 2-lane county road. Acres of flat golden field stretched out on either side. The glare of the setting sun made Dessa wish Egg had found more than one pair of sunglasses. Dry wind whipped away tears of irritation as soon as they formed. Still, the late summer heat brought on a sweat, and the ropes became slippery. She wrapped them tighter, even though that meant they bit into her skin. Keeping her knees slightly bent to cushion the impact, for a brief moment she turned inward and told herself it was all going to be okay. Ms. Winters knew what she was doing. Dessa had always found a way to keep her head down. She followed the rules, no matter how absurd, and beat them at their own game. That was how she had survived for this long. A small, doubtful voice inside her whispered it wasn't going to work anymore. But she pushed it down, down, down until it drowned in the wind rushing past her ears. Fields, fences, ranch houses, and dusty roads flew by, minute after minute, mile after mile. The peacefulness lulled Dessa into a sort of trance. She wondered if they might get to Sanctuary before dark after all. 2 infected, 9 o'clock. Dessa blinked and looked at Tiana. What? 9 o'clock, Tiana said in disbelief. Don't you watch action movies? Can't you tell time? Sure, I can tell time, Dessa said, standing for a better look. Her stomach lurched, and she grabbed tighter onto the ropes to keep her balance. I can read the numbers on a clock just fine. Amos stood and chuckled. You talking about one of those old time clocks with the moving hands and stuff? Tiana rolled her eyes and joined them on her feet. It's military time. They use clocks to tell each other where danger is at. How do you even know that? The taco truck took a dip. Amos crouched and readjusted his stance. Wind whipped his curly hair into a crazy mess. Dessa had to admit the rope showed off his muscles nicely. I watched all the action movies, Tiana said. Also, it's obvious. Okay, I've never seen one of those clocks with the hands except in an antique store, Dessa said. So telling us the time won't help us figure out where the danger is. I just think you guys should learn, Tiana said, because it'll take a lot longer for me to say, hey, look over on my side of the taco truck and you'll find 2 Vs headed our way. Actually, I don't think that took longer at all, Amos said. Dessa grinned at Tiana's growing frustration. I agree. I totally understood that. Whatever. Tiana pointed across the field on her side of the taco truck. 2 stupid Vs way over there. Far across a field of what looked like it had once been a crop of hay were 2 fast-moving figures, jeans and plaid t-shirts. One of them wore boots. The other wore a trucker hat. Both sported bloody injuries. Even from this distance, their faces showed the contorted expressions that seemed a signature of the Lissa virus. Still, both were too far away to have a chance of catching up with the taco truck at its present speed. 3 more on my side, Amos said over the wind. The infected on his side were coming at them from the same direction as the setting sun. Dessa examined the road the way they had come. One figure about 100 yards back stumbled out of the ditch and onto the road. One behind us, Dessa said, but without tension. They were making good time. The infected were plenty far away. The taco truck began to slow. Dessa swayed forward, the ropes keeping her upright. Tiana crouched and banged on the roof. What's going on? Dessa scanned 3 sides. No new infected, besides the ones they had already spotted. Then she looked down the road ahead and saw a 5-car pileup blocking the way. Chapter 9. The hair on Dessa's arms raised. She silently cursed. Anywhere else and they could have driven on the shoulder, but this wreck was on a fenced overpass. Ashy hoods spoke of car fires now burned out. Broken glass glittered in the fading light. Tiana stood at the front end of the roof. She held onto the ropes with one hand and used her other hand to block the glare from the sun. We should go back. This doesn't look right. Ms. Winters says we keep going, Egg yelled out the driver's window. I think I see a path through it. Dessa urged Egg on, but felt that funny feeling too. Something wasn't right. They were out in the middle of nowhere and somehow 5 or more cars had wrecked all in the same spot. The worst place for a wreck to happen so that it totally blocked the road. Dessa's mind furiously tried to put into words the bad feeling inside. The glare of the setting sun was at the perfect angle to destroy the view ahead. She held up a hand to block the light, but then that blocked the road from view. The taco truck picked up some speed, rocking Dessa, Tiana, and Amos on their heels. She wrapped one more loop of the rope around her hand. The stink of oil and burned plastic coated the air, making Dessa's nose twitch and water. Egg maneuvered around the first part of the wreck, through a narrow space between a smashed SUV and the fence. Hold on, Egg yelled. That's when Dessa began to name the bad feeling. Egg! The taco truck gently bumped a blue SUV out of the way. The rocking motion sent Dessa, Tiana, and Amos to their knees. Kid squeals drifted out. Dessa could not tear her eyes away from the blackened car skeletons. The burned-up body of a driver showed his hand still on the wheel in a death grip. This close, The 5-car wreck had turned into more than a dozen vehicles, including a passenger van, a minivan, and even one of those small senior care buses. She didn't want to look for the bodies, but her brain couldn't help it. The strange thing was that she found very few. A burned body here, a leg sticking out from beneath a car there, and to her admittedly untrained eye, some of the vehicles did not look randomly placed. They were meant to form a barrier. That's what her body was screaming at her while her mind had tried to catch up. But worse than suspecting someone had purposefully placed a barrier here was not knowing what side of the barrier the taco truck was currently on. Were the cars supposed to keep Dessa and everyone else she cared about in or out? And what did that mean was waiting on the other side of the barrier? The taco truck squealed. No, that noise hadn't come from the engine. The sunlight's glare vanished as it sank below the horizon line. Her eyes wept with relief, even as her heart pounded and her lungs stopped breathing. Dark shadows covered the fields for as far as the eye could see. They moved like the grass, shifting, swaying, and then a great moan of rage rose and filled the air as they one after the other locked onto the moving food truck. "Infected!" Dessa screamed. Infected spilled out from underneath the culvert and began climbing the fences on either side of the road. Amos crouched on all fours and pounded on the roof. "Turn around, Egg! Turn around and go back!" "I can't!" Egg shouted up. "There's no room!" More infected flooded the path ahead, blotting out the boundary between road and field. Suddenly, Dessa knew without a shadow of a doubt that the barrier had been placed to keep all these infected into the area Dessa and her friends had accidentally entered. That's why the road had been clear. That's why the fields had been almost empty of trouble. Because someone had somehow gone to the effort of rounding up all the trouble and putting them here. "Reverse it, Egg!" Dessa shouted. "We'll guide you!" Tiana yelled. Egg gunned it. "I think I can turn around ahead!" Cars blocked them in on either side. The front glanced off another bumper, spinning and crashing them into the side doors of a passenger van. Dessa was thrown flat on her belly, and only the ropes kept her from falling off the taco truck. The rope fibers bit into her skin, burning. She popped up and, even though it might kill her if Egg gunned it again, she undid the ropes. The horde of infected spread over the fields, moved and thrashed like a single gargantuan life form. Those V's climbing the fenced railing on either side of the road had almost reached the top. They would soon flip themselves over and onto the road. Wrecked cars boxed them in on either side. The children's cries competed with the raging moans of the infected. Everything was lit with the unreal colors of sunset orange, pink, and red. Before she could take a step, a figure traced by the orange sunset light pounded at the window from inside the passenger van. Glass broke and scattered across the road. Another car window broke. Men, women, and children crawled out, all infected. Dessa sprinted across the roof. She slid down the front windshield and onto the hood. Ms. Winters looked shocked. Egg looked horrified. Dawson in the middle looked catatonic. "Go back!" Dessa screamed at Egg, at Dawson, at the world. An infected raced out from between the cars and dove through the open driver's window. Amos and Dessa launched themselves at the V from opposite directions, but Dessa slipped at her first step, slamming back onto the hood. A line of fire lit pain across her chin. She pushed off the hood and saw an infected had lunged in through the window and snatched Dawson halfway out. Egg landed punches that didn't seem to faze the V. Amos launched attacks from above, but then shifted attention to a second infected coming up and grabbing for one of Dawson's legs. Ms. Winters held onto Dawson from inside the truck, trying to pull him back as he screamed with terror. The children added their screams of horror to the scene, which stirred the infected into a greater frenzy. Dessa pushed herself up and ignored the firestorm her chin had become. She launched herself into the air at the infected, clawing at Dawson, mouth gaping open, eyes blank. and dark veins bulging through his skin. But it was too late. With one last scream, Dawson was ripped out of Ms. Winter's hands. He vanished behind one of the wrecks as a half-dozen infected descended. Then his scream stopped. Dessa's stomach heaved. "Dessa, get inside! You have to get inside!" Egg's shouts snapped her back. She realized she stood on the road. On the road! Turning to look, she saw Ms. Winters had collapsed, unconscious, against the passenger side door. A trickle of blood at her temple glowed in the sunset. Amos and Tiana were on the roof, fighting off infected trying to climb onto the sides. "Dessa, what do I do? I don't know what to do!" Her mind spun in a million directions. Infected came at them from all directions, except for one. Somehow the way back was miraculously open, but not for long. The sturdy image of the brick bank and the little convenience store flashed across her mind. "Reverse! Get us out of here, Egg! You gotta reverse this! I can't see anything!" Dessa jumped through the open driver's window, following the opposite path poor Dawson had been forced to take. Her belly scraped along the window's bottom edge. She climbed across Egg, almost toppling onto Ms. Winters. "Just do it! Put this thing in reverse and floor it!" Above them, Tiana and Amos shouted for help. After what seemed like an eternity, but was likely only a second, Egg wiped his forehead with his sleeve, shifted into reverse, and floored it. Thumps sounded above her head. Dessa panicked, thinking infected had jumped on, but realized that the reversal had taken Tiana and Amos by surprise. She looked out the windshield and through the windows on either side, searching in case one of them had been thrown off, but saw nothing except infected on the fence, in the road amongst the wrecked cars, and a ghastly pink-orange sky. Now inside, the children's screams made her feel like her eardrums were bleeding to match her chin. The twins yelled for everyone to stay calm. Dessa wanted to plug her ears, but instead she propped up Ms. Winters so the seat cushioned her head. The infected spread into the space left in front of them like floodwaters. Once, twice, 3 times, the taco truck lurched over large bumps. Infected. Their now truly lifeless bodies lumps in the road through the windshield that the other infected ignored. Nothing big enough to stop their backward progress. Nothing like what was in front of them. "Dessa, what do I do?" Egg's face had gone ghostly white. Tension electrified his body. "Do this, Egg! Keep doing this!" Chapter 10. When Egg put more than a mile between the taco truck and the infected horde, he used a dirt driveway to make a U-turn. Dessa sat on the bench seat, between Egg and a still unconscious Ms. Winters, looking down the road at the wrecked cars and the infected filtering through them to give chase had been a horrifying sight. The air stank of sweat and fear. The children's screams had turned to constant whimpers. Dessa turned around to peer into the shadows and count heads. Claire hugged Tig tightly to her chest. She asked about injuries, but there was nothing besides plenty of bruised limbs. Facing the windshield again, they drove back the way they had come for many miles. Her heart had turned to stone. Her legs and arms felt like lead after the adrenaline rush had faded. The gray light transformed into evening darkness. Egg turned on the headlights, and twin beams marked a creepy path on the deserted country road. After many miles, and with the infected long left in the dust, Dessa told Egg to turn onto a familiar road. With shaking hands, he followed her directions. She recognized the buildings on this little main street and pictured the old bank with solid brick walls and bars on the windows. They needed a safe place to figure out the med situation, and she couldn't think around the loss of Dawson. There was no going through that horde. With night coming on, they needed to find somewhere safe. When she directed Egg to a stop in front of the bank, she climbed out and asked Amos and Tiana to check on things. They didn't look any better than she felt. Exhaustion and horror sloped their shoulders. They slipped off the roof and went into the bank. Dessa forced herself to go back into the humid, sweat-filled stink of the taco truck and give the kids a little speech about how everything was going to be okay, and they had found a really safe place to sleep. She tried to look them in the eyes as she said it all, but it was hard, because Zachary, Barrage, and Rotha asked about Dawson. She shook her head. Dawson didn't make it. But we will. I promise. Claire hung on Dessa's every word like it was her new religion. The twins looked rightfully skeptical. Everyone else fell somewhere in between. It would have to do. Every part of her ached, and her chin still felt on fire. But when she wiped at it, no blood came away. Glancing at herself in the rearview mirror, she saw a nice red mark on her skin, but no blood. Her body demanded food and water, and most of all, sleep. But she couldn't give in to that yet. Food, water, and a safe place to sleep. She knew how to work with those needs. It was habit after going from foster home to foster home. She wanted to cry. They should have been at Sanctuary. Ms. Winters promised all those things waited for them at Sanctuary and more. Like the meds Ivan needed. Examining the thick metal bars over the bank windows, Dessa told herself to feel some relief. Safety waited inside an old bank built out of brick maybe 100 years ago. Right next to it stood a tiny little convenience store, smaller than the smallest 7-Eleven she'd ever seen. Food, water, safety. But what about Ivan's meds? Tiana and Amos came back out of the bank to stand next to Dessa. Dessa took the chatter of birds as a good sign. The street remained empty except for trash that skipped across it. Do you feel that? They stared at her with various expressions of confusion. What do you feel? Tiana asked. I don't feel like anyone is watching us here. Dessa stepped up to one of the windows and peered inside. A large open space in the center looked like it had been remodeled into basic cubicle spots a decade ago. What do you think we should do, Dessa? Amos asked. It is clear inside. At what moment exactly had she become the one to decide what they would do next? Was it when she had screamed at Egg to go back? When Ms. Winters was knocked unconscious? An incredible weight settled around her shoulders. She didn't want to be responsible for the safety of 10, now 9, special children, 1 unconscious scientist, and 3 friends. Somewhere, somehow, she had crossed a threshold and now there was no going back. She nodded in the direction of the convenience store and the bank. We're staying here, at least for the night. That's what we need to do, until we find another way to Sanctuary. We're keeping our heads down. Stay out of sight. Stay out of trouble. Opening the doors of the taco truck, Dessa took in the exhausted, grimy faces of the kids. They wiped their noses and scratched at their eyes. She almost asked the kids to get out of the truck, but then stopped. It wasn't enough to get them inside. They had all been traumatized. One of the few ways she knew how to cope with that sort of thing was to give herself a job taking care of someone else. It wouldn't fix anything, not in the long term, but it just might let everyone get a good night's sleep. She forced out a breath. Okay, you guys, I need you to listen. None of the kids acted like they heard her. That wasn't surprising. Why should they listen to her? She had to get their attention and make them care, in spite of all the things they'd already been through. Okay, Ms. Winters is hurt. Badly. Dessa, Tiana began. But she can get better. But she needs your help. Dessa wouldn't pretend everything would be okay. They would see through that anyway. She would tell them the truth, and then give them a way to help make things a little better. I need some of you to make up a sick station for Ms. Winters. A bed and a blanket from whatever you can find inside. Tig needs a safe place to sleep, too. He's our kitten now, right? He doesn't know what's going on. We gotta protect him from the zombies and make sure he has a nice place to play and eat. Claire and Barrage perked their ears. The others remained downcast, but even still, the sniffling had lessened. She thought about who to assign to Ms. Winters. The four of us can't do this without your help. I'm going to assign each of you a job and you let me know if the job is too big for you. We'll help you, but we're going to focus on making sure everything is safe and secure while you guys set up the place. She thought the twins might have mentioned wanting to become doctors. So I'm thinking Angela and Angelina. I need you to be in charge of Ms. Winters. We'll leave Ms. Winters here until you tell us you've set up something for her. Then we'll bring her inside. You'll use the first aid kit to take her temperature, check her over for any wounds, make her as comfortable as possible. Do you think you can do that? At the sound of their names, the twins looked up. Their braids were in disarray, their clothes grimed with dirt and who knew what else, their faces serious as they agreed. Their shoulders lifted as their mind shifted from obsessing about Dawson's death to the responsibility of helping Ms. Winters get better. I need Barrage, Ratha, and Zachary to be in charge of bedding for everyone, including Tig. They each straightened at the sound of their names. Barrage said, "Should we make pillows too?" Dessa bit back a smile. "If you can find the material, absolutely." Yasmin and Sierra, go with Tiana and count all the windows and doors in the entire bank. Don't miss a single one. We need to know where the zombies might get in and where we might need an escape. Whatever Tiana tells you to do, you have to do it exactly. Lock a door, barricade a window. Whatever she says, got it? She was pleased to see they both took her word seriously, almost like she had anointed them as warriors. What about us, Desi? What do you need us to do? Dessa took in Ivan's pale, sickly face. Claire was even tinier, huddled next to him. Ivan, She stopped, struck by the horrifying thought that if Miss Winters didn't wake up, it wouldn't matter if they found more medicine. No one but Ms. Winters knew how to make what he needed out of the Albutrin. Ivan tried to rise to his feet, but quickly melted back onto the floor and leaned against a cabinet for support. Ivan, I need you to make sure Tig doesn't run away. It's going to take some time to set up everything. I'm thinking this is a two-person job. Tig is basically our mascot at this point, don't you think? We can't let anything happen to him. So if you and Claire can keep an eye on Tig and his toy turtle and make sure he never leaves your sight or gets scared, that would really help. Do you think you could do that? He was so young, so little, but she could tell, maybe because he was her brother, that he knew what she was doing, giving him a job that didn't require him to move much. He was so exhausted he didn't fight it. Ivan nodded and looked at Claire. Okay, we can do that. I promise, Claire whispered like a vow. A long moment of silence stretched out. Hey, let's get going, Dessa said, half-heartedly clapping her hands together once. We don't have much light left. Everybody's got a job, now you gotta go do it. Let's go. That was all the push they needed. The kids jumped into action and streamed into the bank, spreading in all different directions and getting to work. Someone coughed behind her. She turned around to find Egg and Amos standing there. Tiana had already gone inside to start the door and window count. Egg scuffed the ground with his sneakers and cleared his throat again. I want a job too, Dessa. What do you want me to do? I was thinking you need to stay with Ms. Winters until the twins have her place set up. Then you could help them carry her in. I don't know if she's hurt her neck or what, so we have to be really careful when we move her. You guys have the most muscle out of all of us. She avoided looking at Amos as she spoke the last sentence. He could probably carry Ms. Winters inside all on his own. Egg bit his lip and nodded, straightening. Okay, no problem. I'll check over the taco truck to see what kind of damage we're looking at. Maybe between me and Tiana we can make sure it stays working as our getaway car. That's a really good idea, Dessa said. I'm glad you thought of it. Egg headed for the engine, leaving Dessa alone with Amos. She surveyed the street again to avoid looking at him. The convenience store could hold all sorts of goodies. At least the windows were intact. The door looked undamaged. Dessa. She almost didn't catch Amos speaking her name except her ears seemed acutely tuned to his voice. She couldn't look at him. How could she have treated him with such disgust, especially after everything they had been through together? Was she so shallow because he looked a little different, and because the combo cure did strange things to his body and mind, that it needed to change everything between them? Realization rushed over her. Of course it didn't. She looked at Amos. He was staring at her, drinking her up. The sensation of drowning overwhelmed her again. Amos. The twins rushed into view, breaking the moment. "We found a cot," Angelina said. "It's all set up now," Angela said. "We're ready for Ms. Winters. We even have a pillow and found a brace for her neck and one of the desks. Yeah, and there's a longboard like a piece of plywood or something we can use to keep her immobilized. Egg! Amos!" The twins directed the boys on how exactly they wanted Ms. Winters transferred onto the board and into the bank. Dessa remained alone on the street for a moment, the taco truck open, the sky now long past twilight. She closed everything up and headed for the convenience store. Chapter 11. Everyone had a job, and now Dessa needed one. That's what she told herself as she approached the convenience store, too small to carry anything besides expired candy, chips, cookies, and soda. But those would all be a big hit with the kids. She could use a soda to pep her up for a long night, too. Just a few minutes of peace, and then she could get her head back on straight and figure out where to go next for some Albuterol, now that sanctuary wasn't an option until they figured out a new route around the horde. The cool evening air woke her up and hinted at the coming fall. Walking over with arms wrapped around herself, she pictured all the people she cared about in the whole entire world, safe inside the bank's walls. She planned to keep it that way. She'd make sure Ivan and the others were locked up safely in the bank for the night, before striking out in search of more meds. On the side wall of the store was a faded mural of a couple of guys fishing. A little metal newspaper stand had fallen onto its side, the glass window cracked and the newspapers long gone. Several cement steps led to a door that didn't fit quite level in its threshold. A little window to the right of the door showed a paper open sign. Peeling paint spoke of a store that had barely hung on during the good times. The smell of rotting food and spoiled milk assaulted her nose. She reached for the doorknob and jiggled it, discovering it was locked. The door jiggled back, surprising her. She lost her footing and stumbled down the steps. Landing on her butt, she scrambled into the street as the door jumped under the weight of something crashing into it from the other side. Crap! Her heart raced. An infected was trapped inside. She cursed. What had she been thinking? Except she hadn't been thinking at all. Fatigue had muddled her brain as soon as her body had decided things were safe. The enormity of what happened, and what still needed to happen, had short-circuited her ability to act smart. The street had been so quiet. She hadn't given a thought to what might be on the other side of the door. She looked around for a weapon, but saw nothing besides the overturned newspaper container, too heavy to lift. If she sprinted, she might make it back to the bank in time, but if the infected followed, that would lead them right back to the kids. The door strained at the latch and hinges. The peeling paint around the door might signal rotting wood. This was stupid. She had been so stupid. How many infected were on the other side? She had just stirred them all up. If they busted out, she was dead. A splintering sound shot through the air, and the door bowed outward. She raced up the steps and slammed her shoulder into the door, trying to push the V's back, trying to help the door hold. Her sneakers searched for traction in the cement. Her palm slipped away, sweaty from fear, as her shoulder throbbed. The V's pummeled her through the wood, pushing her back an inch, and then another inch. Her mind tried to calculate how many were on the other side. More than one for sure, but beyond that she couldn't tell. She had made sure to assign everyone else a job in pairs and trios, and somehow forgotten about herself. Now they were too far away to call for help. More splintering. A grimy hand with 2 broken nails reached through the gap, swiping at her. Fear choked her breath and cleared her mind. If she let go, they would take the door down and her underneath it. They would trample and then rip her to pieces. Need some help? Amos raced up. He carried what looked like a letter opener. Instead of adding his weight to the door, he stood in front of the gap. I see 2 of them. Ease up a bit. Dessa dug in her sneakers and pushed harder. Are you crazy? Her muscles already burned. Amos flexed and raised the letter opener. We need to clear the store, right? No time like the present. She could see what he had in mind, but her body refused to back off. Dessa, you gotta let them through enough for me to stick them in the head or something. But what if you get bit? I'll be fine. Just a fever, remember? Get the twins to put me with Ms. Winters. It took a long second to realize he was right. Unlike for her, being infected by the Lissa virus wasn't a death sentence. She told herself to ease up, slowly, not too much. The gap widened enough so that the lunging V fit an entire arm and shoulder through. Curly, matted hair with dangling earrings. Another arm, another head. This one with short dark hair and a bald spot at the top. Amos struck. Once. Twice. The letter opener came back blood red. The pressure against the door eased. Stillness returned. She let go. The dead weight pushed the door open as the bodies slumped out, blood leaking from small holes in their heads. Rotting food and sour milk washed out with them. She stayed ready, in case any more rushed out. But there was nothing. Her heart rate eased. Thank you. Everybody needs help sometimes. Amos wiped the blade clean using the shirt of the balding man. I think we should move them before the kids see. Yeah, okay. They worked in a strange, companionable silence. They dragged the bodies down the street and behind an old shed. Rocks, dirt, and an old tarp served as a makeshift covering. They headed back to the store and took in the sights. Even in the low light, they could make out untouched aisles of crackers, cookies, rice, Spam, jerky, nuts. Amos brushed past her and did a slow loop. He picked up something from a shelf, wound it, and a beam of light appeared. A wind-up flashlight. He stopped at the tiny register and scanned the shelves with the light. Dessa! She took a warm soda off the shelf, popped the tab, and downed half the can in one gulp. It was like she could feel the sugar surge into her blood and energize her body. Dessa, look at this! What is it? Still staring at the shelves behind the counter, he motioned her over. She was curious what kind of junk food would make him so excited. The register counter barely fit the two of them side by side. More nuts and packaged candy hung on tiny racks that sat on the countertop and created a claustrophobic effect. She licked the sugar off her lips and looked to where he pointed. All she saw were a few cigarette cartons and the kind of phone card that let you add money to call internationally. Dessa, I see a bottle of Albutrin. Don't you see it? She blinked and focused on the bottle inside the cone of light as her head spun from the rush of sugar. He set the flashlight upright on the counter so that it diffused into the room and pulled himself over and grabbed for a bottle. Returning to stand next to her, he held the bottle in his hands like it was made of gold. They had passed by this place on the way to the horde, gone in a flash. Too small a place worth stopping for, not with what waited for them at Sanctuary. It can't be. This was here the whole time? Yeah, but it's pills. Amos shook the bottle, making it rattle, not liquid like she wanted. It'll work. Ms. Winters can make it work. Amos rested a hand on her shoulder. I really would bet on it. She felt electrified by his touch, drowning in the care that shined from his brown eyes, drowning in this moment of hope and food and safety. She lifted onto her tiptoes. His eyes widened almost imperceptibly. He bent down, and their lips met. Warmth pooled in her stomach, and she let his musky scent and his gentle, firm kiss overwhelm her senses. She closed her eyes and felt his hand cup her face and run through her hair, turning her into a melting pool of lava. Amos pulled back and she leaned forward, unwilling to let the kiss break, feeling his full height against her. She could live in this moment forever. Let this moment last forever. His hand brushed against her lips, like an electric shock on top of an electric shock. "Okay," Amos said, husky and breathless. "Okay." A pleasant feeling bubbled up. This was some sort of sign. The bank, the convenience store, the medicine. The kiss. They could hunker down for a while, recuperate, stay safe. His hand slipped from her hair to her wrists. She felt a squeeze as his kiss hardened. Something had changed. Confusion washed over her as he broke the kiss and squeezed harder. Pain flared in her wrists. "Ow! Amos, that hurts!" She tried to pull out of his grip, but his hands were like metal cuffs. She leaned back, still flushed from the heat of their kiss. His eyes had gone blank and his gentle lips now formed a scowl. "I won't let you hurt her. I won't let you hurt her ever again." All the warmth in her belly fled. Something was wrong with him. Hadn't Ms. Winters said the combo cure messed with people's memories? Or was it Amos himself who said it? "Amos, please snap out of it. You're hurting me." His breath came in quick gasps, like fear filled him in spite of his brave words. Her wrist flared deeper with pain that brought her to her knees. He began to twist her arms. Tears leaked down her cheeks. "Amos, I need your help! Amos, save me!" Suddenly, her wrists were free. She dropped to her knees on the tile and cradled her hands in her lap as the burning settled. "Dessa?" All she could see were his legs, and they shook. "What have I done? Dessa, are you okay? Did I hurt you?" Dessa sniffed back the tears as Amos took an enormous step away. "It's okay," Dessa said as her mind spun. "I'm okay, you were hallucinating." He stepped forward, and she wanted him to crouch down with her and take her into his arms and tell her it was going to be okay. It hadn't been him. Some terrible memory had taken him over, and the combo cure had allowed it to happen, and now it was done and he could make up for it by kissing her again like nothing else in the world mattered. "Dessa!" His voice choked on her name. "I'm so sorry." She looked up, but he was already retreating down the aisle, his back to her. "Amos, it wasn't your fault." He shook his head and almost sprinted down the aisle, away from her. For a long minute, she thought he was coming back, so she stood there stupidly watching. But he kept his eyes down and pulled some packages of ramen off the shelf and into a handbasket that had materialized from somewhere. Finally, she realized how dumb she must look. Tucking the bottle in her waist, she forced herself to work through the rush of feelings by distracting herself until she could sort things out. Sure, the store was small, but it had enough food and water to last them a few days if needed. Amos had kissed her back, right? It hadn't just been her forcing it. She trailed her fingers along an entire shelf of instant rice. If they could find a little propane stove and pot, they could have some hot meals. Maybe she hadn't kissed him right, and somehow it triggered a memory. No one had ever told her she kissed badly, but what did that mean? She dropped to her knees next to the candy bar section. Using her shirt as a makeshift pocket, she tossed in a variety of packages. Breakfast of champions. The kids' faces would light up once they saw the candy. That's what she told herself to think about. The candy, the kids, the meds for Ivan. There were plenty of melted chocolate bars and candies, but her hand froze over a Three Musketeers bar, the only one on the shelf. It was Amos's favorite. She stuck it in her back pocket, her stomach turning itself into knots. Standing up, she took a deep breath and found him searching through the kitchen supply section. Without looking up, Amos said, "Found a little stove and a little propane canister, too. I bet there's a pot or something in the back to cook the rice with." Dessa offered him the silver package of Three Musketeers. "This is your favorite, right?" Amos set the stove on the shelf and stood. She followed his face up, still holding out the Three Musketeers awkwardly. "You should have it. It's the last one. There's plenty of other candy for everybody else." He covered her hand with his, warm and strong and safe. That was Amos. Her breath caught in her throat. She poured her heart into her words. "Amos, I'm sorry. Did I do something wrong?" His eyebrows drew together. "No, Dessa. But—" He blinked rapidly. It was a memory rushing up, a bad one. She felt like a balloon losing its air. But then he froze when he looked down. His hands turned her arms gently around for a better look. Her wrists were red and slightly swollen. "Did I do that?" His words were laced with horror. "Amos, it doesn't even hurt. Forget it, it's nothing." Amos squeezed his eyes shut. "Dessa, I am so sorry. I swore I would never. But now this and now I—" "Amos." She tucked the candy bar in his pocket and cupped his face with her hands. His cheeks were scratchy, and he flinched back as if burned. "Amos, this whole thing is strange. You can't blame yourself for this. It was like something took you over." "I didn't feel like myself at all," Amos said, pressing his cheek into her hand for comfort. "I couldn't see you. I wasn't here. I was there. I don't blame you for not knowing what to do with me. I don't know what to do with me." "No, but Amos, it's not like that." "You were right, Dessa." He looked at her and saw her, but there was a hard light in his eyes. If I had given Ivan my blood, he would be dead now. He stared down at the silver packaging of the candy bar that stuck out from his pocket, like somehow it hid the answer to an important life question. "Amos, it's going to be okay. I'm here. We'll figure this out." Amos closed his eyes. "Stop." Though he didn't move, he managed to withdraw from her. He opened his eyes, and though she saw kindness, she also saw a wall. "Thanks for the candy bar." "You're right. It's my favorite." He stepped back and scooped up the stove and propane canister. "We should get back. Share the good news and the candy." Dessa swallowed around the lump in her throat. She forced a lightness into her voice. "Okay, sure." Amos headed for the entrance, but paused before crossing it. He turned around, and their eyes met. "I have your back, Dessa. Ask me for help anytime, and I swear you'll get it. But whatever I've been infected with obviously makes me dangerous, and I—" He stopped, the words catching in his throat. He gave her a half smile that made her stomach flip. "Just ask for help next time, okay?" He stepped over the blood that stained the cement. "What if I want more than just your help?" But she didn't say it out loud. Carefully bundling up the candy and medicine bottles, she followed Amos to the bank, basking in a chorus of cheers when the kids caught sight of the candy. Chapter 12. Dessa went to where Angela and Angelina had set up Ms. Winter's cot. From the outside, the bank still looked like a bank built maybe 100 or more years ago. The inside showed it hadn't been used as a bank for a very long time. In place of what had once probably been antique wood, were now laminate countertops rimming the room, and the main space had been set up for open-air cubicles. Someone had run their small business out of this old bank. Maybe real estate or insurance. Dessa held the bottle of medicine in both hands. Ms. Winters was sitting up and allowing one of the twins to dab a damp cloth on her hairline. Behind them, the kids had set up the bedding all together amongst the cubicle desks, taking down the partitions and creating cubbies. They still chattered in delight as Amos stood in the middle of them and divvied up candy, chocolate, and sodas. Dessa made a mental note to figure out the bathroom situation and have crackers on hand for all the upset stomachs they would soon face. But first things first. "Ms. Winters," Dessa said quietly. Ms. Winters looked around, confused for a moment, before focusing on Dessa. Her normally large crown of hair had come completely undone. The shape of her head actually looked normal now. The soldiers had nicknamed her the Head back at Camp Tatum because, Dessa guessed, she was the civilian in charge, and her default hairstyle was kind of asking for it. "Yes? What is it?" Ms. Winter's voice lacked her usual confidence. Dessa didn't know how bad Ms. Winter's concussion might be, or how long the effects would last, but it was a good sign to see her awake and talking. She held out the bottle. "Ms. Winters, we found some Albutrin for Ivan. Can you make him the medicine from this?" Angelina came up to Angela and swapped out a damp cloth for a new one. Angela used this to dry off Ms. Winter's scalp, and then Angelina handed over a small bandage to apply to the wound. Ms. Winters held out a hand. It shook like little earthquakes rumbled underneath her skin. "Let me see that, please." Dessa handed over the bottle of medicine and held her breath. Ms. Winters squinted at the lettering and held it out to Angela. "Please read this section and list the percentages." Angela sounded out the words, with Ms. Winters correcting some of her pronunciation, and then she rattled off the percentages. Ms. Winters nodded, but that must have aggravated her head because then she winced. "Yes, this will work." Dessa's heart soared. The bottle was new and full. Her brother had the medicine he needed to keep him from turning V. Dessa hadn't realized how much doubt had crept in until it was gone. Ms. Winters would end up saving them all. Dessa was sure of it. "I'll have enough, I think, to make doses for 3 more days." Ms. Winters touched the bandage on her head and winced again. Angelina, please fetch my satchel. I'll need several reagents as well as equipment." Dessa's heart dampened. 3 days? That whole bottle only gives Ivan 3 more days? But doesn't he need 5 days? Yes, that is exactly right. On top of the dose he has already been given, it means we are 1 day short. By then we will also be a few days away from the other children needing their weekly dose. That will require far more Albutrin, of course. Many times this amount. Ms. Winters shook the bottle for emphasis. She spoke like these were the most natural facts in the world. Dessa's mind tumbled down a dark tunnel. Her body was exhausted. Her thoughts turned into pretzels from thinking about their near-death experiences and juxtaposing it with the strange kiss between her and Amos. And now this. She had only earned her brother 3 more days. Angela and Angelina brought the satchel. Ms. Winters opened it and began pulling out small bottles and various equipment. She instructed the girls to lay them in an organized fashion on a nearby table. Looking up, Ms. Winters said, "I need a heating source, Dessa. A hot plate, a little stove. Rub 2 sticks together and make me a fire. Give me something." Dessa snapped back to attention. Of course. She returned to the group of chattering children, bartering with each other over flavors and colors. Amos was in the middle of it all, refereeing the chaos. He stood sentry over the treasure chest of food, making sure no one took more than anyone else, but also ensuring kids got their favorites. He looked up, sensing her presence far sooner than she would have guessed. Their eyes locked, and that strange, hard light returned. That wall. Like the kiss never happened, like all that was between them had come undone, because he had hallucinated about a stupid memory. But she had felt the kiss. She had felt it from the tips of her toes, all the way to her fingertips. It didn't matter that the combo cure had changed his skin and wrecked his memories. So what if he had fallen into a strange memory? It didn't change how she felt. She wanted to believe it didn't change how he felt. But then he had walked away. "You okay?" Egg asked, walking up. She realized she was staring at Amos. Blinking, she said, "Ms. Winters needs the stove to make Ivan's medicine." Amos dug into the basket and pulled out the little propane stove along with a small canister. He handed them both over, and Dessa was careful not to let their fingers touch. She headed back to Ms. Winters, but not without pausing to rest a gentle hand on Ivan's head as he stuffed a yellow skittle into his mouth and traded Claire his red ones for more of her yellow ones. Tig played at their feet, swatting at the cuffs of their pants. She returned to Ms. Winters and the twins. The equipment had already been laid out, and though Ms. Winters sat on the cot, she seemed far more aware. Dessa added the little stove to the table and stepped back. Now what? Now we start the process of stripping the coating, Ms. Winters said, as she motioned for the twins to open and empty the bottle. Then we will heat it, which separates several of its key components. I'll strip it further with the reagent. She tapped a dark, orange-colored bottle. And heat everything until it reaches a specific temperature. Then it will need to cool. Only at that point is it ready to be administered by injection. It sounded like a long, time-consuming list. Does he have enough time? She could barely squawk out the words. Yes, there is sufficient time, though it will be close. Ms. Winters frowned at the table, scanned the equipment, and then looked up at Dessa. You need to get some sleep. And so do you, Dessa said. Ms. Winters directed Angela to prepare the first step. Dessa went to the table and helped, determined to learn the process herself. If Ms. Winters were to ever become incapacitated again, or if they were to ever be separated, Dessa needed to know how to make Ivan's medicine. A gentle smile appeared on Ms. Winters' face. Indeed, but I have been sleeping. You have not, and your body and mind have gone through great trauma. You must rest whenever you get the chance to do so. These children need you to help them survive and get us all back onto the road to sanctuary. Dessa knew Ms. Winters spoke the truth. The last of the sugar had coursed through her body, and she was crashing. A wave of exhaustion rose and overtook all thought and action. She could curl up on the floor right there and just stop. Ivan and the other children would be safe. 3 days was long enough to make a new route to sanctuary and find more meds. It was enough time to allow her some sleep, to stop running and rest. I wouldn't mind one of those bars of Snickers, Ms. Winters said. Only if there's an extra. Angela and Angelina giggled. Dessa offered to get it, but Angela was already gone, shyly asking Amos for it. As Ms. Winters directed their work, Dessa got the distinct impression of being in the way. When she tipped over the stove, the twins went tight-lipped. Ms. Winters told them it was fine and to try again more carefully. The look the twins gave her before they smoothed it over made the message clear. They were too polite to tell her outright to go away. With promises from both Ms. Winters and the twins to write down all the steps, and another promise that Dessa would help next time, she retreated to find a blanket and a desk cubby. Within seconds, she was out. When she woke up, things felt different. She blinked open crusty eyes. Her mouth was dry and felt coated in slime at the same time. The soda no longer tasted very nice. The bank's barred windows let in enough light to tell her she had slept through the night. Egg stood guard at the barricaded door, leaning against a windowsill that he peeked through to make sure the street stayed quiet. The others were asleep, including Ivan and Claire tucked on either side of her with blankets of their own. Tig nestled against Claire's neck. They were all together and warm. It looked like the other children had also decided Dessa had picked the best spot to sleep. They surrounded her, almost on top of each other. Padded cubicle dividers had been turned into makeshift mattresses. Backrests and seat cushions became pillows. Tiana was close by, sleeping with her arm across her face. Ms. Winters stood near her cot, using the chemistry table for support. It looked like she was inspecting the work. The twins were already up, or maybe they had never gone to bed. They watched Ms. Winters, hands behind their backs, and waited, remembering their severe looks when she had flipped the stove. Dessa thought anyone who got in the twins' way in life would find themselves in epic trouble. A pile of blankets Dessa thought must be Amos's were rumpled and empty. Then she saw him, and her heart did an instinctive flip, betraying her. He was in the center of the room, with another little propane stove and teapot on top. She sat up, her muscles stiff, and stretched, careful not to awaken the kids. Slowly pulling herself from underneath the blanket, she padded over to Amos, not quite willing to look him in the eye, but still wanting to drink in his presence. "I found some instant coffee," Amos said. "You want some?" "Hell yes, I do," Dessa said under her breath. Amos released a quiet laugh. He fixed up the cups for them, and soon she was sipping on a bitter, wonderfully hot cup of coffee. Normally she liked more sugar and cream, but this was still pretty great. "Dessa?" She paused halfway through a sip. "I'm really sorry," Amos said. "I already forgave you," Dessa said, and meant it. "I haven't." "You should." He gave her a half smile and sighed. Breaking off chocolate from a larger bar, he held it above her cup. "I could drop a piece of chocolate in there." Picturing how that would taste brightened Dessa's entire day. "Yes, please." The chocolate popped into the coffee and began to melt. She gave it a few seconds before swishing everything around. The next sip was beyond perfect. Still plenty bitter, but with a hint of chocolate and sugar to take the edge off. "This is amazing." "What's amazing?" Tiana came up, rubbing sleep from her eyes. "Coffee with some melted chocolate in it," Amos said. "What? What about me?" Tiana demanded. "I might not be your crush, but I am your BFF." Dessa blushed and took a deep sip from her cup. Amos shook his head. "Nice, Tiana. Don't you need to wake up a little more first before throwing darts like that?" She raised an eyebrow. "Well," Amos held a cup out to her. "You know me better than that." The coffee sent tendrils of steam into the air. "Now take your coffee and be nice." Tiana mumbled something about always being nice, then wrapped her hands around the mug and took a sip, acting like it was the most delicious thing she had tasted in her whole life. Now it was Dessa's turn to laugh. "Right? It's like heaven." "After the day we had yesterday, after losing—" Tiana paused, opened her eyes and stared into her coffee cup. "After losing Dawson and finding the way to Sanctuary is kind of totally blocked. Yeah, this is pretty much heaven." Dessa sighed and took another sip of liquid energy. "Ms. Winters says the medicine we found will last Ivan 3 days. So we'll need to go back out there," Amos said, finishing her sentence. "I figured. It's not only Ivan who needs it, right? All the kids will in a few more days." Dessa nodded. "We'll need to track down more convenience stores, check people's bathroom cabinets, and find some maps. We need enough medicine for Ivan and the kids to give us time to find a new route to Sanctuary. We might have to go the long way around, but it's still our best bet. At least, that's what I was thinking, unless you guys have a better idea." Tiana actually looked like she was in pain. "Tiana?" Dessa prompted. She waved Dessa away. "It's fine, I don't have a better idea. I was just hoping to finish this cup before letting reality crash back in." "Yeah," Amos said. "Says the person who brought up Dawson first." Tiana turned pale. Poor kid. Poor unlucky kid. Dessa's stomach turned queasy at the memory, and she took another sip to settle it. The infected pulled him right out of Ms. Winters and Egg's arms. Tiana and Amos both lowered their heads. "We can't let that happen again," Amos said. "These kids are getting to Sanctuary, alive," Tiana agreed. Egg walked up, and Amos handed him a 4th cup of steaming coffee with a square of chocolate plopped on top before Egg had said anything. "But where did they all come from?" Tiana said. That should have been fields and ranches. Nobody lives out there. That's why we took those roads. Maybe somebody drew them out there on purpose. Egg took a sip of his coffee, and his eyes practically rolled into the back of his head. Wow, Amos, you're like a 4-star chef. Right, Amos said. Black coffee and a square of chocolate thrown in. I'll make sure to open my own restaurant. No, but really, Dessa said, that horde shouldn't have been there. Sacramento City didn't even get hit with the first infections until, I don't know, we're talking our neighborhood didn't get overrun until just a few weeks ago. It's really only been a few weeks, Tiana said, shaking her head. Almost 3, Amos said. There's the Boy Scout keeping track of time, Tiana said. Though somehow you still can't read a clock with hands? Amos snorted. That's what I'm saying, you guys, Egg said. They were brought there on purpose. Somebody's making a move. It's like they're using the Lissa virus to make their own army. Amos snorted louder this time. Did you know that a regular thru hiker can do 25 miles in a day? The infected can probably do even more than that. They don't feel pain or hunger or thirst the way we do. They might still have to eat and sleep and even piss, but the Lissa virus makes them move faster for longer. That's just based on what we've seen over the last few weeks. That means... Dessa did some basic calculations in her head. They could have gotten there on their own in only a few days. Yeah, Amos said. No conspiracy needed. Okay, smart guy, Egg said. But why? Sure, do your fancy math and we can all pretend it makes sense they walked that far in just a few weeks. But why are they out there? And what about the barricade? Now those are questions I can't answer, Amos said, taking another sip. Egg looked pleased. So we find another route to Sanctuary, Dessa said. We go around the horde. Who cares why they're there? Sanctuary means meds and safety. The best chance we've got at those things. How long do you think we'll last out here, scrounging for meds and food and water for everyone, all by ourselves? Her friends turned downcast. Ugh, she hated to be the bearer of bad news. We could try a mountain route, Amos said finally. It'll be less populated, but the terrain could be a problem. We'll have far fewer opportunities to resupply, so that means getting together everything we can while we can, Tiana finished. Amos nodded. Dessa felt it. Their new plan to get to Sanctuary was coming together. Sure, there were a lot of details to work out. There was a lot more that could go wrong. But there was also hope for a home that they could fight to reach, that would have everything they needed. So we need more meds, Dessa said, saying her checklist out loud, and food and water. And cooking supplies, Amos said. Warm clothes, weapons, camping gear. You think we're going to be sleeping outside? Egg said, holding his coffee cup tighter. I hope not, Amos said. We're headed into fall now. The nights in the mountains are going to get cold. But remember, everything is turned off. Electricity, water, bathrooms. We need to be self-sufficient. But what's the plan if we get stuck somewhere behind a bunch of wrecked cars and have to leave our transportation behind? Tiana said. How far do you think the kids are going to get on foot? In that case, we'll have to be quick about finding other vehicles once we get clear of the traffic jam, Dessa said. Amos looked pleased at her answer, like he couldn't have thought of better himself. She blushed under his attention. They were still circling each other since the kiss. They had been in a crisis mode until the road to Sanctuary had been blocked, and they'd lost Dawson. Now they were safe enough to take a breath. The enormity of what they needed to do threatened to choke her. She needed to make a list. No, she needed to make a lot of lists. Now that they weren't in emergency mode, there was a lot to prepare for. Together, somehow, they would get all of Ms. Winter's special children to the safety of Sanctuary's protected walls. Chapter 13. They spent the morning fortifying the bank for the kids. By midday, with snacks in their bellies, the 4 teens braved the outside world for their first scouting trip. It was a short one. Just down the block, a few houses sat together on the same lot. No infected greeted them, but the houses held some pantry goods, more water, and antiseptic spray from the bathroom cabinet. The children put together a ceremony for Dawson that evening, with folded paper flowers colored with pens scavenged from the desks. They scrolled his name on a whiteboard and marked a little spot against the back wall of the bank for his memorial. Every kid added a little drawing to the whiteboard until it was full of rainbows, unicorns, flowers, even Tig. Under Tiana's direction, the kids had inventoried the doors and windows on both levels and barricaded their defenses. Amos and Egg set up a bucket bathroom on the upper story of enclosed offices that they could empty out a window as needed. Dessa used the map to mark likely salvage, nearby stores and houses, and begin plans for a larger, longer route to Sanctuary that went through the mountains. On the day Ms. Winters dosed Ivan with the last of the Albutrin, they had managed to find several more bottles of it in liquid form in the master bathroom of a fancy multi-story house that had also scored them a bunch of clothes, high-end camping gear, and some canned food. They fell into this adrenaline-spiked rhythm for weeks, venturing further out each time. Each teen would take a turn staying back with the kids and Ms. Winters to make sure everyone stayed safe in the bank until their return. The 3 out salvaging that day would usually come back with plenty of food and water, and barely enough Albutrin for Ms. Winters and the twins to work their chemistry and transform it into injectable doses for the kids. Dessa kept a strict inventory, portioned out the food and drink to keep everyone's energy up, and pushed them to go further out each day. She encouraged endless hours of hide and seek to keep the kids occupied and their skills sharp. In the evenings, they wound up the flashlight and used its dim beam to map alternate routes through the mountains to Sanctuary. They speculated on the best towns to hit, what kind of houses they might salvage from along the way, and what types of trouble might find them. Tig almost doubled in size and offered the best entertainment pretty much day and night. They all liked to watch him eat until his belly stretched tight with food. Then he would send everyone into giggles while stumbling around, drowsy, swatting at a ribbon one second, purring himself to sleep in a kid's lap the next. The first night, after Dessa had slept like the dead, she volunteered for watch and saw only one infected come down their dark little street, an old woman in a nightgown, stumbling around, as if drunk or sleepwalking, rather than the now too familiar raging speed of the V's. When the old woman came into view, Dessa called over Ms. Winters and her friends to check it out while the children slept. Ms. Winters squinted through the window slats and pursed her lips while she examined the old woman stumbling around outside. Though there were no streetlights, the moonlight worked well enough. Finally, she pulled back from the window and turned around. The motion must have set off some vertigo, because she closed her eyes and held still for a long moment before speaking. "She is infected with the Borrelia strain exclusively," Ms. Winters said. "They are the unlucky patients who received the bacterial antidote to the Lissa virus, without the Lissa virus present. Unfortunately, the spread of Borrelia like this may very well mean it has mutated to become airborne now. Never spend time in an enclosed space with one of them for very long. The length of exposure increases your chances of succumbing to the disease." "And you still think there's no government conspiracy?" Egg said, whispering the words while they all watched the old woman trip down the street. "A conspiracy implies maliciousness and strategy," Ms. Winters said, sniffing. "This is a result of gross incompetence, a far more common and likely occurrence." "So you're saying if I hadn't been bit, but had still been given the antidote, I would have turned into that?" Amos said, staring out at the street like he was seeing a ghost. "Yes," Ms. Winters said simply. "Two types of zombies, right?" Egg said. Fast and slow? Lyssivirus and Borrelia, Ms. Winters corrected. Like I said, fast and slow. You're forgetting something, Egg, Amos said. The third type. Zombies like me. Shut up, Tiana punched his arm. You're not a zombie. Amos winced. Unfortunately, Ms. Winters said, I do not know the long-term effects you may suffer, but I believe we can agree it was better than the alternative. And when we get to Sanctuary, Dessa said, speaking up for the first time, as the old woman, the faint, as the internet forums had named her before they'd gone dark, limped out of sight. We will have another alternative. Medicine that will mean we never turn into anything, but get to remain exactly who we are. Ms. Winters cocked her head. Yes, that is one way of looking at it. But we never remain exactly who we are. We are always changing. That's what it means to be alive. Life grows. That's what may make the Lyssivirus and Borrelia, in isolation, so disturbing to us. These pathogens hold the human spirit as if time has frozen. They cannot change. Wow, that's deep, Tiana mouthed. Egg rolled his eyes. Amos gave a little shake of his head. Dessa agreed with Tiana. That had been deep. But she couldn't exactly say she had understood all of it either. Each night, more and more infected wandered by their brick bank. These all clearly suffered from a Lyssivirus infection. They generally came from the direction of the barricade, almost like the taco truck had punched a hole through, just big enough to create a small leak. At first it was only 1 or 2 in a whole night. Then it was 1 or 2 an hour. It didn't let up during the day, but they had become experts in jumping from the bank onto the convenience store roof and slipping out of sight before an infected noticed anything had happened. A month passed like this. They were well beyond summer now, somewhere in October. Amos guessed early October because the days still became so warm. They began layering on more clothes in the chillier mornings and evenings. The pile of food and water grew, but not nearly as fast as Dessa wanted. They used up so much of it every day between 4 teens, 1 adult, and 9 children. But food and water weren't what kept them hiding in the bank for a month. No, that award went to those stupid meds. They needed to leave this place and make their way to Sanctuary. But Ms. Winters couldn't guarantee being able to make the medicine for the children on the road. Their Albutrin finds were few and far between. Ms. Winters had begun to stretch the dosing beyond 7 days when necessary, which meant the kids were taking turns feeling sick. They needed a big find of Albutrin, and they needed it fast. No matter how many houses or stores they salvaged from, each week they had pushed it to the deadline, sometimes past the deadline, only finding enough Albutrin for Ms. Winters to spread out administering the doses. As soon as one child got what they needed, another would become due, and they were back out, desperately searching for more Albutrin. At the end of the 4th week, with the doses of modified Albutrin safely injected in the arms of the children for the night, Dessa lay on her cubicle divider, a little lumbar pillow under her cheek, and felt the release of tension that signaled that at least Ivan was safe from turning, at least for another 7 days. They would have to go back out the next day to track down more Albutrin for the twins' doses. Then after that, the boy cousins. Then Sierra, Yasmin, Claire, and Zachary. But at least tonight, she could sleep. Tiana lay on her back, staring at the ceiling. Egg was on his stomach and had his arm thrown over his face, but Dessa knew he was awake. Amos sat cross-legged against a desk near a window, since it was his turn to keep watch. Ms. Winters approached, just a hint of unsteadiness in her steps. A touch of vertigo, she had said, one of the last remaining symptoms from her concussion. I must speak with the 4 of you. Dessa sat up, but her exhaustion meant she couldn't muster much concern. There was going to be a new wrinkle, a new problem to solve. She wished Ms. Winters would wait until the morning so she could get a good night's sleep. but whatever was on her mind seemed too important to wait. "What is it, Ms. Winters?" Dessa prompted. Egg still lay down, but had moved his arm off his face. Tiana was sitting up and Amos still looked out the window but glanced over, listening. "You four have kept these children alive. I am so thankful for your help," Ms. Winters began. Tiana frowned. "Anyone would have done it. They're a bunch of kids." "Not anyone," Ms. Winters said. "But—" Egg looked up at the ceiling. "I knew there was a but." Now it was Ms. Winters' turn to frown. "Yes, there does always seem to be something else that comes up these days to make trouble for us. Unfortunately, I must add to the list something of vital importance." It seemed Dessa did have some reserves left, because her heart rate started to increase. She didn't like the hesitation. Ms. Winters was choosing her words carefully, and that never boded well. "What is it?" "The Albutrin. We're going out again tomorrow," Dessa said. "We'll find more for the twins in time. For everyone, in time for their next doses, don't worry." Ms. Winters sighed. "It is of vital importance that we leave for Sanctuary as soon as possible." In Dessa's mind, Sanctuary had become this epic land of fences and guards and weapons and every good thing she had ever imagined possible for her life. A warm, clean bed, a hot shower, food and clean water, a safe place for her and her brother to finally be together. Amos turned away from the window. "We can't get you the Albutrin, give you time to make the meds and head for Sanctuary." "Yes, I realize this," Ms. Winters said. "There is a solution to this problem, whether we prefer it or not. Unfortunately, it creates another, more desperate one." "Please," Egg said, motioning with his hands. "Just spit it out, okay?" "Egg," Tiana hissed. "What?" Egg said. "The suspense is killing me. What's going wrong now?" "The Albutrin is losing its effectiveness," Ms. Winters said. Dessa didn't know how such a simple sentence could stun her into full awareness. "We can find more," Tiana said. "We're going to find more." "We'll get enough," Dessa said, "to get the kids back to a strict 7-day schedule." She pictured the neighborhoods they had already searched and the ones not yet hit that might offer their best bet. "No more stretching doses." "No," Ms. Winters said. "You misunderstand me. This is not your fault. This is not at all your fault. The Albutrin was never meant to be used like this." "You can increase their doses," Amos said, "right? We can get you more Albutrin and you can give them more of it more often." "It will not matter," Ms. Winters said. "Their bodies are beginning to tolerate the Albutrin." "Then just make them untolerate it," Egg said. "You got that fancy chemistry set." "The children have 3 more weeks before the Albutrin is fully tolerated," Ms. Winters said, her voice hardening. 3 more weeks before the Albutrin is useless. At the end of those 3 weeks, the lyssavirus replication reaches a tipping point no matter how much Albutrin is injected into their systems. There was dead silence, except for the 9 children breathing in their sleep. All hints of sleep had fled Dessa's brain. "You're saying we have to get these kids to Sanctuary in 3 weeks or—" Ms. Winters nodded. Tiana swore under her breath. "But in the meantime, we still have to track down enough Albutrin to keep them from turning before the 3 weeks are up?" "Yes," Ms. Winters said. "Oh, is that all?" Egg turned over and stuffed his face into a sweatshirt formed into a makeshift pillow to stifle a scream. Facing up again, he stretched his hands over his head. "All right, so we need to make a big score and then light out for Sanctuary." "Because Sanctuary will have what they really need, right?" Dessa asked, afraid to look at Ms. Winters for fear she would see more hesitation and doubt. "Of course," Ms. Winters said, fully confident. "Sanctuary will have everything the children need." the correct medicine, and the appropriate equipment. Dessa's anxiety eased an inch, though she did think screaming into her sweatshirt sounded pretty great, too. Instead, she knew her brother and all the other children were depending on them to figure this out. So we need to think bigger. What does that mean? Tiana said. Dessa thought hard. I think it means packing all the kids back up into the taco truck and hitting a big chain grocery store on the way to Sanctuary. Go into the populated areas? Tiana said. But the V's are going to be everywhere by now. You don't think a lot of them have died yet? Egg said. I mean, come on. How long could they possibly last while living like zombies? Tiana shook her head. Living like zombies? I swear, Egg, you know Ms. Winters said the Lissa virus does weird stuff to their metabolism. They might not be alive forever, but it could be months. Egg slumped like he had been punched. Dessa looked at him quizzically. It shouldn't have been news. Ms. Winters had talked them through a lot of the basic biology of how both diseases worked, wanting them better able to understand what kinds of protective measures might be necessary, and how and when to use them. A lot of it did still go over their heads sometimes. Tiana caught on best, then Amos and Dessa. Egg spent a lot of the time with wandering eyes. Ms. Winters was so brilliant that even the way she tried to simplify things still kept them complicated. But if we hit a big enough store, we get everything we need in one go, Amos said, his voice warming to the idea. Everything. Food, water, gear. Beer? Egg said, sitting up. Gear, Egg, gear, Tiana said. What is up, Tiana? I was just making a joke, Egg replied. And meds, Dessa interrupted, before they got into a shouting match. One of those big chain stores is going to have all the Albutrin we'll need for weeks, for at least 3 weeks, which I guess is all we need. Nothing is up, Tiana said. Nothing at all, except one day you're going to get yourself killed with all your charming good looks, Egg said, eyebrows raised. Tiana blew air out of her mouth. She swung her legs around and tapped her feet on the floor. Her shoes had holes in the toes and partially detached heels that flapped. Some kind of charming you are. I don't get it, Egg. I thought we'd become friends. But Tiana, Egg said, looking shocked. We totally are. Dessa and Amos exchanged a glance. What was happening? Then how come I'm still wearing this crap? Tiana motioned to her shoes. You're looking out for everyone else, but what about... Dessa covered her mouth with her hand. Amos started laughing. Tiana frowned. This isn't funny, you guys. I don't get it. I really don't. Tiana, Egg said, his eyes wide in mock horror. I got you shoes. Found your size yesterday while you were on watch and I was out scouting with these two. Right, Tiana said. I was just waiting to give them to you until the morning. I swear. I wanted to make the kids make me a bow. Tiana turned on Amos and Dessa. Is that true? It was all Dessa could do to nod without bursting out laughing. Amos, Tiana said. Yep. Tiana closed her eyes. Oh, wow. I feel like a jerk. Egg scrambled up and popped open a desk drawer. Like he was holding a baby, he lifted out a cardboard box and carried it to Tiana. A smile spread across his face. I found it in purple. Purple! That's a first edition color. Tiana opened the box and unwrapped the tissue paper like it was Christmas. Egg stayed tense, watching her like a hawk. She tried on the shoes and announced they fit like a glove. Egg relaxed and called the kids over to admire Tiana's purple sneakers. Finally, once everything had settled down, Dessa said, Can we move on now that Tiana has the fastest sneakers in the West? Actually, it's the fastest sneakers west of the Mississippi, Egg said. Wait, I was just making that up. Dessa shook her head. Ms. Winters coughed. Never mind, Dessa said. Can we talk about hitting a chain grocery store now and getting our butts to Sanctuary? We can't look it up online anymore, Tiana said. Are you saying we just randomly go driving through heavily populated areas with a truck full of kids until we find one? I know where one is, Amos said, his normal easiness slipping away. Back the way we came. Not too far from the convenience store we found ransacked. You know, where we found Tig. Egg stuck his sneakered feet out in front of him. The colors had dulled with exposure to mud, sun, time, and lots of running. You mean get up close and personal with a city. He spit on a cloth and rubbed at the toe box. Yeah, Amos said. It's not far from one of our routes to Sanctuary. They all looked at Dessa, as if it was up to her to decide whether they committed to Amos's idea or not. It could work, Dessa agreed. Excellent, Ms. Winters stood. Get a good night's sleep. We have a lot of work ahead of us tomorrow. Tiana sat down again and waved her purple shoes in the air. Amos gave Dessa a wry smile that made her heart lurch. There were glimpses of the spark between her and Amos, but they were rare. He was good at his wall. She looked at her three friends and saw incredible strength, creativity, and loyalty. All right. Tell the kids to get ready and begin packing up their stuff. We're hitting this grocery store and getting enough meds to last us all the way to Sanctuary. Chapter 14. The next morning there was a flurry of activity as Dessa divvied up tasks and instructed the children on what to pack and how to pack. Amos helped, making sure they remembered a favorite pillow or stuffed animal, and that everyone took a share of supplies of the food and water. Ms. Winters and the twins packed up the chemistry equipment. It would all need to be set up again in a safe place for at least a few hours to convert the Albutrin for the kids. Her hair was coiled around her head like a crown again, accentuating the shape and size of her skull. They finished packing up their home for the last month in relative silence, so as not to draw attention to themselves from the infected that streamed down their street outside, in pairs and trios. It had become more dangerous outside the bank. Even crossing the roof had gained the attention of the V's more than once. Thankfully, their still small numbers meant the teens could remain safe on the roof above while spearing the infected below through the heads. They would fall over, dead, finally at rest. Seeing them at rest like that, at peace, with all the rage evaporated, always brought back Reverend Milano's words. She had said something to the effect of it being an ultimate blessing to put those infected with the Lissa virus to rest. She wondered what had happened to the Reverend. They'd been separated at the Folsom Dam, Reverend Milano, Delmar, Mayor Pierce, and all the survivors from the Carnegie Library. Everyone who General Alberta and his soldiers had gathered up and kept alive until circumstances changed everything. General Alberta must be dead, lost to the infected inside the Folsom Dam. She and Amos had survived the dam because of his sacrifice. Delmar and Pierce were likely dead as well. Delmar lost somewhere in the mob. Pierce's death was on Dessa's hands. He might have deserved it. But she was the one who had locked the door to the office inside the depths of the dam, Pierce unconscious in one corner, with 5 infected inside and attempting to bust out to rip her and Amos to pieces. She had no choice but to lock them all inside. But that didn't mean she felt good about it. Still, it left the status unknown of Reverend Milano and so many others who had stayed outside the dam with a soldier escort. Most of them must be dead from the onslaught of infected, drawn by the sirens that Delmar and Pierce had set off in the hopes of sabotaging the general's plans to blow up the dam and wash out the downstream bridges. Whatever. All of that was water under the bridge at this point, literally. Packing up, she made one last round to confirm no supplies were missed, no special stuffed animal was left behind. Satisfied, they all headed up the stairs and to the roof access ladder that would bring them to the top of the bank. Tig was tucked safe in the front pocket of Egg's backpack, Claire had wanted to keep Tig with her, but Ivan convinced her the cat would be safer with Egg. "Just make sure you don't squish him." Claire stroked Tig's ears and patted Egg on the waist. "He doesn't like to be squished." "I promise," Egg nodded solemnly. "He'll be safe and sound, and ready to play once we're all inside the taco truck." Dessa sidled up to Ivan. He looked out at the horizon, taking in the view. Mostly trees, a hint of open fields in the distance, moving dots that signaled infected far enough away they weren't anything to worry about yet. But several infected in the streets below were making their way through town, drawn by some unknown distraction that only they could see or hear. That focus worked in their group's favor. When an infected locked onto something, it became like a sort of tunnel vision. Unless there was a big enough sound or movement to switch that distraction over, an infected could barrel right past, if you stayed still enough. "Ivan, it's going to be okay." Dessa rested a gentle hand on his shoulder. He looked up and gave her a smile as if appreciating her effort, even though it didn't make much of a difference. He was almost 6 years old, his birthday in the early spring, yet the look in his eyes made him seem far older. "It's not that," Ivan said. It's nothing." Dessa squatted to his level. "It's okay, Ivan. You can tell me." I miss Lila and Thomas. I miss my room and my Spider-Man sheets and my posters, and I miss how Lila would play games with me, and I'm kind of forgetting what they look like." Dessa felt punched in the stomach. She'd been so busy trying to keep them all alive, she barely had been able to check on her brother, or really any of the kids. She figured they had each other, right? They huddled together for quiet games, while sleeping, when eating, taking comfort and security from each other's presence. She had to plan and salvage and scout and plan some more, always on a deadline, always feeling time running out to get enough medicine for the next dose to keep him and all the other children from turning. But that didn't stop her brother, or any of the kids, from hurting, from missing their life before, from wishing they had parents and homes and everything else a little kid dreamed about. She dug into her backpack, searching the depths of it, knowing she should have done this far sooner. Why had it taken her a month to remember? She hoped it was still there. She hoped it wasn't too damaged. Feeling the edge of a thick piece of paper, she slowly drew out a photograph. It was wrinkled, but the colors and details that mattered were still there. Smoothing it out, she gave Ivan the photograph of him, Lila, and Thomas. "When I went looking for you, I went to your house, where you lived with Lila and Thomas, and I thought maybe you would want a picture of them, and so I took this from the hallway, and I'm really sorry that I forgot to give it to you until now." His eyes lit up like a sunrise. In the photo, he sat on Lila's lap, and her arms were around him. Thomas stood behind them, hands on Lila's shoulders. Big smiles shined on everyone's faces. They looked happy and like they belonged together. It was this photo that made Dessa realize all her plans to get her brother back wouldn't have worked, no matter how many shifts she took, how much money she saved, how nice of an apartment she got for them. Ivan had found a home. Ivan had been wanted. The picture had made her realize that truth. She would have never been able to take him from that, not in the end. Except then the world had ended, changing everything. The children readied themselves to walk across the plank of wood set across the gap between the roof of the bank and convenience store. They would cross over to the single-story store and jump to the taco truck roof and load up. Dessa vowed to herself that she would get Ivan and the other children to somewhere safe, to a new home, to Sanctuary. Deep down, she hoped Sanctuary would be a home for her, too. No more foster homes, no more group homes, a final placement. Amos stood at one end of the plank that covered the gap between the two buildings. Tiana stood on the other side, having already crossed. They tied a rope around the waist of each child. Amos set them on the plank, and Tiana basically reeled them over to the other side. Ms. Winters stayed with Dessa, lining up the kids to go over. Egg was on the other side with Tiana, helping the kids stay quiet after crossing. Still, Infected gathered below the plank, growling and jumping, even though they were far out of reach. The kids had practiced enough by now with their hide-and-seek games to walk the plank without a sound, except for a squeak here or there if a foot slipped. Dessa helped Ivan onto the board, while Amos secured the rope around his waist. He crossed over, looking down once and freezing. Tiana coaxed him on. "Ivan, look up! Look at me, come on!" He dragged his eyes upward and continued to safety on the other side. Dessa released a breath and helped Ms. Winters next. She had her satchel thrown over her shoulder, clearly making her unbalanced. Amos gently lifted the satchel off. "I'll take this over. Don't worry, I'll make sure everything stays unbroken." Ms. Winters smiled. "Very well. It seems I'm still not yet 100%. She crossed over, stumbling into Tiana's waiting arms, and joined the children and Egg in the middle of the roof. Amos held a hand out for Dessa. "You're next." She placed her hand in his and felt that familiar electrifying touch that shot to her toes, but he wouldn't look her in the eyes, careful to keep up the wall formed between them since they had kissed in the convenience store that first night. Still, his arms were warm and strong around her waist as he tied the rope. She rested her hand on his and didn't care at all that his skin was ashy and held the marks of the combo cure. So what? He was Amos. "Amos, I wish you would just give us a chance," Dessa said, not sure where she had gotten the courage all of a sudden. Amos did look up this time, overwhelming her with a wave of emotions. "I wish I could," Amos said. "I want to, Dessa, but—" He shrugged. Looking away, he said, "Right. Let's get you over." The growls of the infected below told her there was no time to continue this conversation. It was silly to have even started it. With the rope firmly tied around her waist, she crossed over to Tiana and stepped onto the roof. "You guys really need to figure this out." Tiana untied the rope and tossed it back to Amos. "I don't know what the problem is, and it's really beginning to annoy me." "I don't either," Dessa said. "He just won't let me in. There's this huge brick wall between us now." Dessa stayed and watched Amos cross. He looked more like an acrobat, steady on his feet, satchel slung across his chest, muscles rippling at each step. He was the largest and most muscled of them all. The board did sag in the middle, but Amos had crossed it plenty of times before with no problem. Still, for some reason, this time he stopped in the middle, freezing. Tiana sucked in a breath. Dessa's heart rate picked up before her mind could process what was happening. "Oh no, it's not!" It had happened more than once before, a memory rising up, like after their kiss. Ms. Winters said it was one of the side effects of the combo cure that, while the intervals between them might extend, would likely never go away. Memories so strong they took over reality and became reality. At least, that was how Amos described it. He looked down into the gaping mouth of the infected below. Yet Dessa knew now from experience that he couldn't really see them. There was a blankness in his eyes that spoke of some inward world grabbing hold. He crouched, as if ready to jump from the board into a pool of water. Tiana tugged on the rope tied around Amos's waist. "Amos, snap out of it!" But he resisted, or maybe didn't even feel the tug. "My equipment!" Ms. Winters called out, fear sending a shrill note into her voice. Dessa grabbed the rope and helped Tiana pull. Amos's shoes scraped the board, moving an inch in their direction, but also unbalanced him. He waved his arms around. "What do we do?" Dessa couldn't breathe. "We have to get him off of there." Tiana's hands turned white on the rope. "I don't know, he's not within reach." Sometimes a sharp distraction like a slap or splash of water could snap Amos out of the memory and back to reality, at least for a few seconds. In a flash, Dessa hopped onto the board, no rope around her waist, and edged over to meet Amos in the middle. The board sagged to an even deeper curve beneath their feet. "What are you doing?" Tiana hissed. Without looking over her shoulder, Dessa said, "Don't let go of that rope, Tiana. I'm not an idiot, not like someone else I know right now." In spite of herself, Dessa grinned. Leave it to Tiana to dish out a scathing remark right before they were all about to die. Dessa shook her head. No, they weren't going to die. She would make sure of it. Uncapping the bottle of water in the side pocket of her backpack, she brought it around and inched closer, feeling the weightlessness and flexibility of the board, the empty air, all around and beneath and above. The V's snarled their rage from below. The children, unable to keep silent under this new anxiety, began to sniffle and cry out, even as Ms. Winters shushed them. When close enough, Dessa drew back her arm and then moved, releasing a big splash of water into Amos's face. His eyes widened in shock, but he otherwise didn't react, except to crouch even deeper, as if to leap in the air. "Amos!" She stepped close enough to touch him, and let the water bottle drop away because there wasn't time to put it back. It fell into the waiting faces of the infected as she grabbed Amos around the waist, the rope biting into the bare skin of her arms. She held on and felt his muscles quiver with tension. Moving her arms carefully from his waist up to his neck, she put her mouth close to his ear. "Amos, wake up!" He shook himself, like a dog shaking off water. That was a good sign, but it wasn't enough. He moved, and her feet slipped off the board and she dangled in the air, holding on to Amos, the satchel strap buckle digging into her ribs. The children screamed. "Amos, please!" Dessa held on to him for dear life. "It's Dessa, it's me! I need your help, you promised, right? You said I could ask for help and you would always give it." She kissed him on the cheek and then on the lips. She was real, more real than anything going on inside his head. He needed to snap out of it, or else they were both going over. Dessa closed her eyes, but nothing happened. She blinked open and saw Amos looking at her with a mix of fear and wonder and confusion. "Do you have a death wish?" Dessa released an anxious laugh. "Yes?" His arms wrapped around her, strong and gentle, picking her up. He planted a kiss on her forehead, and she shivered from the feelings of desire that coursed through her body. "Can we please do this some other time?" Tiana called out, her hands still white-knuckled on the rope, her face the palest Dessa had ever seen. "Yeah, I'd really like my friends to get onto the damn roof now," Egg said, standing behind Tiana and holding onto the rope. "I'm getting blisters." Amos kept Dessa lifted off her feet and took them the rest of the way across, hopping down onto the roof with Dessa in his arms. He set her down and untied the rope around his waist, letting it drop so that Tiana could coil it. "Thanks, Tiana," Amos said. Dessa couldn't look at her. That had been close. "Sorry, Tiana. I wasn't thinking." "You guys are such idiots sometimes." Tiana stalked over to the children, dragging Egg along. "Just for that, you get to take care of the infected." Amos looked over the edge of the roof. "I guess that's fair." He picked up one of the makeshift spears they left up here for just such an occasion. He handed one to Dessa and took another for himself. Together they cleared the perimeter of the infected that had gathered. Dessa counted more than a dozen. They finished up laying the last bee to rest. Finally, the job was done. Tiana, Egg, and Ms. Winters moved the kids into the taco truck. Dessa and Amos hopped onto the metal roof to keep watch. "What was that memory? It looked like you were about to jump into some water." Yeah, I was going to jump." But he didn't give any more details than that. All that was left was the stink of rotting flesh from the V's they had killed. It reset Dessa. They had too much ahead of them to get distracted again. Egg started up the engine. Tiana joined them on the roof, using the ropes to keep them attached to the truck. They left the bank and convenience store behind in a cloud of dust. picking up speed until turning onto the country road that had brought them here in the first place, weeks before. The inside of the taco truck was filled with children and supplies. Ms. Winters was too frail to be on top and sat in the passenger seat next to Egg, helping him navigate the route they had already mapped out. Amos and Tiana looked ahead for trouble. It was Dessa's job to guard their rear. She watched the bank and convenience store shrink in size and then vanish altogether around the turn. More V's already spread across the street that she and Amos had just cleared. It had been a good temporary home, but there was no more room for temporary. She said her goodbyes and set her mind to what came next. Meds. Sanctuary. She would let nothing get in the way of bringing everyone she cared about to a new, safer home. Chapter 15. The morning was crisp and made Dessa's nose water while she held onto the ropes on the roof of the taco truck. Fields spread out on either side of the road, still yellow from no rain. They had agreed to stop at the bridge over the creek, with the trees filled with chattering birds. It felt strange going back, but they weren't really going back, only through, she told herself. Once they arrived, Dessa, Tiana, and Amos checked the trees. The kids were allowed a bathroom break and then bundled back inside. Egg handed Ms. Winters the keys. "Good luck," Ms. Winters said. Dessa gave her brother a hug and told him and all the kids to be good. They would be back soon with all sorts of goodies. She'd given this speech often enough by now that the kids didn't seem fazed. Hadn't she and the others always come back with goodies, just like she promised? But Angela and Angelina looked at Dessa with an anxious expression. This time the kids were no longer protected by the brick building and barred window. But only for a little while. They would be on the move again soon. Dessa, Amos, Tiana, and Egg walked down the road away from the taco truck full to bursting with kids and supplies. They each carried their own home bag, as Amos liked to call it, with essentials to last them 2 days in a crisis, plus makeshift spears and knives for weapons. They had discussed guns early on during their scouting, but Ms. Winters argued the noise from their use would only draw more infected to the fight. Plus, only Amos from his Boy Scout days actually knew how to use one. He agreed a gun in the hands of the untrained didn't help much. They walked up to the ransacked pharmacy. It looked exactly like before, except with more leaves and litter. Small animals had also been through, leaving behind plenty of droppings. We should boost a car from the parking lot," Tiana said. "We'd make it to the grocery store in like 5 minutes." "Yeah, that would be nice," Amos said sarcastically. Dessa turned to Egg. He was the one who had hung out with Delmar all the time, getting into all sorts of trouble. "Do you know how to boost a car?" Egg scrunched up his face. "Why do you think I would know?" "Did Delmar know?" "Yeah, but he never showed us." "Oh, that's why." "Yeah, kinda," Dessa said. "I know how to boost a car," Tiana said quietly. "That's why I suggested it." Amos looked surprised. "I didn't know that." Dessa felt surprised too. "But how did you learn?" It hadn't been something they'd talked about yet. Their plans for stocking up on supplies had all been on foot. "A long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away, I lived on the street before ending up in the system. It was either boost cars or—" Tiana fell silent. Amos slung an arm around Tiana's neck. "Always full of life-saving surprises. Hey, how about that red 4-door? It'll go nice with your purple sneakers," Egg said. Tiana rolled her eyes. "Come on." In less than a minute, the engine turned over and they were back on the road. All the glass had been busted out of the windows just like the other cars in the lot, but the little 4-door had plenty of zip and ability to maneuver around the wrecks they would encounter. Amos used his sleeve to brush off the worst of the glass from the seats. The steering wheel released a disturbing whine as they took the first turn onto the street. "You couldn't pick a better working car?" Dessa asked. "This was the best one of the lot," Tiana shot back. They rumbled down the road, the wind whipping through the broken windows, each of them scanning for danger. Amos guided Tiana through the neighborhood streets with quiet directions. As they moved deeper into suburbia, cleared streets gave way to wrecked cars, a broken hydrant that must have been left gushing unchecked for long enough to carve out large portions of road, trashed landscaping, signs of blood and other violence. The body of an older woman lay over the front hood of her car, clear sign she had gone through the front windshield. Flies still covered her in a thick layer. As they drove by, the flies lifted for a few seconds in a wave, revealing large sections of flesh ripped away. Dessa turned, gagging. She felt like they were being watched, though she didn't know from where. After all, the streets were empty, with signs of destruction softened by a month of decay. Maybe she still hadn't gotten used to what was missing. The bustle of cars and pedestrians, landscapers mowing lawns and leaf blowing, kids playing basketball in the street. They passed car wreck after car wreck, clear signs of fire now long turned to ash. The houses, at least the parts visible above the walls, looked sad. When Dessa mentioned this, Tiana agreed. There's definitely something creepy. Yeah, because a zombie apocalypse isn't enough? Egg said with thick sarcasm. Amos pointed right, and Tiana pulled into a large parking lot. Asphalt for almost as far as the eye could see, only broken up by the grocery store Amos had promised. Cars with windows intact. No bodies, no wreckage, no sign of infected. It looks like nothing's wrong, Dessa said. Like they're just closed. If whoever ransacked the pharmacy hadn't found this place, everything they needed might still wait inside. Tiana parked the car in a handicap space at the front entrance of the grocery store. They listened to the tick of the cooling engine, waiting for trouble to appear. All of Dessa's senses were on high alert, but everything seemed fine. Egg reached for the door. So are we getting supplies or not? Wait, Amos said. Dessa, you used to work at a grocery store. What do you think? Her job working inventory at the store felt like a lifetime ago, though it had been less than 2 months. The shopping cart bay looked relatively tidy, nothing messier than what you would expect on a normal shopping day. Bits of litter danced across the ground, moved by the breeze, though she could see no movement or hear any sounds. She swore she felt they were being watched. Pushing her doubts aside, she nodded. I think it's okay, at least from what we can see here, but we gotta take this slow. Amos nodded. Taking that as a signal, Egg opened his door and slid out. Dessa followed and stopped at the entrance doors, half expecting them to whoosh open and release a wave of air conditioning. She pressed her face against the glass, but of course the lights inside were off. It was too dark to see much, past a display case and checkout counter that greeted customers. What she could see looked clear of trouble, but it wasn't much to go on. The store was big, at least as big as hers. That meant 2 rows of maybe 18 aisles across, pharmacy in the back, warehouse beyond that. Scuffled steps echoed behind her. She whirled around, startled, but it was only Tiana, Amos, and Egg. Amos headed for the door and raised his arm as if to bang on it. We should make some noise and see if there's any V's inside. Dessa touched his forearm to stop him. That touch felt unexpectedly electrifying. She pushed the feelings away. Something to deal with later. I have a better idea. Amos stepped back, waiting. Dessa headed for the shopping cart bay. It was fully enclosed on 3 sides, forming a kind of tunnel with only one end open. The echo of their shoes had given Dessa the idea. It told her the harmonics of this little bay might act like the one at her workplace. What are you going to do? Egg raised his eyebrows. Are we getting shopping carts and ramming them into the door? I don't see why we don't just bang on the thing. There's a trick to this, Dessa said, pushing her hair back from her face. Sometimes when we put the carts away, we do a little singing competition. I don't know who figured it out first, but when they construct these bays, sometimes you can sing into them, and it amplifies the whole thing like you turned the volume way up. It all sounded silly now that the words were out of her mouth, but it was too late to take them back. You're kidding, right? Tiana didn't ask it in a mean way, more with a sense of astonishment. You're going to sing to the shopping carts? Does that mean you're telling us you know how to sing? Did you enter this competition? Did you win this competition? And with what song? Amos said, picking up the teasing. What was your entry? I don't think she can do it, Egg said. I've never seen or heard you sing. Delmar definitely would have made fun of you if we had. Dessa looked over at Egg. He had come a long way since being Delmar's henchman. Once upon a time, she had dismissed him as a goon, but now all she could see was the sincere goofiness that went to his core. Maybe Delmar being a jerk is exactly why I never even hummed around you guys. Amos crossed his arms over his chest and smiled. All right, show us what you got. Serenade us and any V's waiting inside. Tiana stood with her hands on her hips, head cocked to one side. Dessa looked down at the long double line of shopping carts. This was stupid. She should have let Amos bang on the doors. What had come over her? But there was no turning back now. Taking a deep breath, her mind spun, trying to pick the right song. Which one? Finally, she started belting out some notes and found herself singing a Mariah Carey single. The notes rose and reverberated, growing in volume and making her sound pretty epic, like a pro. She got to the chorus and really put her heart into it. The tunnel amplified her voice. Someone began tapping a foot to give her a beat. She kept going, the notes soaring, and her heart soaring with it. Those had been fun nights, ending a long day of stalking, cleanup, and gathering shopping carts with a few of her favorite coworkers, and a friendly karaoke competition before locking up for the night. The tapping increased and went out of sync. She struggled to focus inward and keep her own beat. When the last note hung in the air, finally fading, the erratic beats continued. She spun around to make fun of whoever of the three could not keep time to save their life, but then stopped cold. Tiana, Amos, and Egg all had their backs to her. None of them tapped or clapped. Actually, they looked frozen. She followed their line of sight to the entrance, because the erratic beat came from there. Dozens of infected had pressed their faces against every inch of the double doors with expressions contorted in rage. Opened eyes, sightless. They banged grimy hands against the glass. The infected far outnumbered them. Dessa realized they had been counting on 1 or 2 infected, like at the pharmacy. But this was far more than they could handle. What do we do? Tiana whispered. They retreated to the car, just out of sight of the infected at the doors. But their banging continued, riled up by Dessa's song. Panic made Dessa's stomach flutter. Her mind felt blocked. I don't know what to do. But we need what's inside those walls, Tiana said. But there's no way we can get past all of them. Now we know why no survivors have been through here, Amos said. They took one look at what they were facing and moved on. I'm sorry, you guys. I'm the one who brought us here. They stood in morose silence, staring at the ground, while the infected pounded out their rage. Actually, Egg said, twisting his shoe over a piece of gravel. I kinda do have an idea. Oh no, Tiana said. Is this like your crazy sneaker idea? Hey, that worked out great. Egg pointedly looked at Tiana's bright purple shoes. Dessa wiggled her toes inside her own Egg-procured sneakers. He's not wrong. Maybe we need one of Egg's crazy ideas. Egg flashed Dessa a grateful smile. Look, it'll sound crazy, but I think it can work. Just hear me out. Chapter 16. Okay, Egg said. Remember the plan, Tiana. You and Amos will act as our distraction so Dessa and I can get inside. They were sitting in the car, Tiana at the wheel, Amos in the back seat with Dessa, Egg in the front passenger seat. Egg, are you actually nervous? Tiana clenched the steering wheel until her knuckles turned white. What? No. Okay, maybe. I mean, this is hard. What if my plan doesn't work? What if... It's a good plan, Dessa said. It's the only plan, Tiana said. Yeah, thanks, Egg said. Right. We could always find someplace else, Amos said. This is the closest one, not the only one. Dessa frowned. I think it's a bigger risk to assume we'll be any better off at the next one. Amos shook his head. Yeah, but what if the next pharmacy is fully loaded and there's no infected in sight? Dessa huffed. When have any of us sitting in this car ever been so lucky in our entire lives with something like that, especially when it really mattered? They were all foster youth. They had all ended up in the same group home because the universe was not on their side. We had to fight for every inch of every day to survive. That's not going to change. It's probably what's kept us alive this long. We have to take our chances when we see them. We have a big parking lot. Tiana and Amos will use the car to tempt the infected out of the grocery store. Just like Egg said. You'll do loops through the neighborhood until Egg and I can get what we came for. Tiana nodded and relaxed. Yeah, okay. Dessa sighed in relief. Okay, so... Amos interrupted. Okay, then I think it should be me and Egg who go inside. You feeling like pretending you're a knight in shining armor? Tiana raised an eyebrow at Amos. If all the infected don't come out, there's going to be a fight, Amos said. Yeah, Egg said, adjusting his sunglasses. And we've got the physique to handle it. Dessa and Tiana rolled their eyes at each other through the rearview mirror. More like if I get bit, I won't turn, Amos said. That made Dessa pause. He was right, but no, it's too risky. Dessa tried to find a way to explain that didn't make her sound like a jerk. Amos, if you have an episode, like when we crossed the roof, if you have an episode inside the store, nobody's there to help you. You know they sometimes come in clusters. She thought she had done a good job of softening the blow of her words, but Amos still looked punched in the gut. Egg looked out the broken window. Guys, we need to speed this up. You're saying I'm a liability, Amos said, because I got bit and then got something else that keeps me from turning V. Okay, but it also turns you kind of comatose at inconvenient moments, Dessa said. Guys, Egg pointed, his entire body jittery in the seat. They're breaking through the doors. We gotta decide now. Are we doing this or not? A cracking sound boomed across the parking lot. Shattered glass fell in a sheet from the front entrance. Infected streamed out. Some dripped dark blood, cut by the glass. Others sported gruesome, rotting bites and wounded flesh. Their eyes locked onto the red car. Tiana, do not do anything, Dessa shouted. Not yet! Tiana's hand jerked away from the shifter. They waited in tense silence. Fear tasted metallic on Dessa's tongue. Egg's idea had sounded brilliant enough at the time, but living the reality made doubts crowd her thoughts. The front line sprinted within 20 yards. Now, Tiana! Egg shouted. But not too fast, Amos cautioned. Do it as a long loop. Take them around the lot. Clockwise or counterclockwise? Tiana demanded. What? Amos said. What is that? Just go, it doesn't matter. In her panic, Tiana jerked the gear shift too far. Something inside the car jumped. The V's reached 10 yards, close enough for Dessa to pick up gross details and hear grinding teeth. With shaking hands, Tiana overcompensated the other way, placing the car in park, even as she floored the accelerator. Dessa felt herself choke. Egg looked ready to bolt from the car. Stop, Amos said, stern and calm. Lift your foot from the accelerator. Tiana listened. Amos reached between the seats and put the car in reverse. The infected were 5 yards away. The details of their wounds were stomach-churning. How could they stay on their feet with those kinds of injuries? Lightly. Set your foot on the gas pedal like you're touching a feather. The car jerked, stopped, jerked again. An infected came within jumping distance and went for Dessa's window. Claw-like fingers grimed with all sorts of dirt and fluid. Not too fast. Slow down, Amos said, his voice soothing. We need them to keep chasing us. We don't want them to spread too far out. Take them around, like we said. Okay, now slow to a stop and put the car in drive. When you do the loop, make it so the right side of the car meets up with the entrance once we come back around. Egg and Dessa, you'll have to jump out. Tuck and roll. Get inside that grocery store without the V's seeing you. We'll keep the distraction going. Dessa had the hysterical urge to crack a joke, but her mind was blank. If we die here, Egg released shaky hands from the passenger door and leaned back in the seat. I'm blaming Dessa. Me? Why me? Because I'm the one who came up with this awesome idea, but you agreed with me. Yeah, well, Tiana said, her voice shaky, but she had smoothed out the acceleration and regained enough control over herself to use the mirrors to check on the V parade. But if we don't die here, then... Well, it was my awesome idea after all, Egg said. Right. Tiana forced a lighter note into her voice to show everyone she was really okay now. Can't give credit to a girl, right? Especially when that girl saves your ass. Egg winked. Especially when that girl turns me into a circus player leading the monster parade and then asks me to stop, drop, and roll. Tiana rolled her eyes. The lump in Dessa's throat eased. This could work. This could really work. Chapter 17. This isn't working! Dessa shouted. Tiana switched her eyes between the rearview mirror and the road. Hold on, Amos said, his voice irritatingly calm. They had circled the parking lot not once, but 3 times. The line of infected leaving the grocery store was long, too long. Even with such a large parking lot, Tiana hadn't gained enough lead time to let Dessa and Egg dash in unnoticed. I think we should take them into the neighborhood, Dessa said. That's going to draw out any infected from the houses, Amos said. Does anyone have a better idea? Dessa said. The silence spoke for itself. Tiana took the next right out of the parking lot and onto the street. I'll do a loop around this block and then get back into the parking lot. Speed things up to outpace them. Maybe some of them will get lost in the houses and thin up the line. That's assuming our parade doesn't bring out an even bigger mob, Amos said. What felt like an eternity of holding their collective breath was probably only 30 seconds. Looking through the back, Dessa saw the V's sprinting after them into the neighborhood. It took another long minute until they turned the corner at the next block and made a slow loop back to the parking lot. There had been a couple V's who dashed out of side yards and from behind cars to join the mob, but not many. Each time Tiana had sped past and then slowed down again. Another minute ticked by. The houses somehow dampened the roar of the mob. The hairs on Dessa's neck raised. She had that feeling of being watched again, even though no more infected tried to ambush them. Tiana turned into the grocery store parking lot. It was gloriously clear. This is it. Egg tossed his sunglasses onto the dashboard and grabbed for the car door. Gas it, Tiana. Give us a good lead. Dessa readied herself. It was too dark inside the store to see anything past the entrance, but all the infected had followed them into the neighborhood. The grocery store was probably the safest place to hide for the moment. Tiana slammed on the brakes, skidding the tires inches from the entrance. Dessa, Amos began. But Dessa was out the door, Egg literally somersaulting across the ground next to her. You're gonna get glass everywhere, Dessa yelled at him. Too late, Egg yelped. Tiana and Amos sped off in the car to rejoin the head of the parade and make sure their distraction held for as long as possible. Dessa ran across the entrance. On one side was light and asphalt and the car. For one brief moment, the darkness felt complete, like she'd been sucked into a void and was floating in one of those space vacuums Claire liked to talk about. Something slammed into her back, pushing her to her knees. The terrible smell of rot thrust her back to reality. "Sorry," Egg said. "I forgot how springy these sneakers are." After a few seconds, Dessa's eyes adjusted. "Do not even start with the sneakers right now." Faint light filtered in to reveal the outlines of aisles and cash registers. "Ugh!" Egg lifted his shirt over his nose and mouth. "What is that smell?" She followed his example. Obviously, all the fresh produce, meat, cheese, dairy, pastries, had been rotting for over a month now. But over all that hung a layer of sewer. The V's might not seem fully human, but their bodies proved otherwise. She took a step, and her shoe slid through something mushy. "Everything is covered in crap!" "And piss," Egg said. "All those V's stuck in here for who knows how long." "Long enough." Dessa scrunched her face up and removed her foot from the slime. Come on, let's get this over with." The smells faded as they moved deeper into the aisles. The aisles near the front of the store were a mess, but it looked as though the infected had left the back of the store mostly undisturbed. All these people had probably raced over to stock up on supplies and hunker down with their families until the worst blew over. But they'd been too late, stayed too long. Somehow they'd ended up trapped with at least one infected, no electricity, and locked doors. Little squeaks made Dessa jump. The tiny shuffle of feet was unmistakable. "Rats," she gritted her teeth and kept going. "Or cockroaches," Egg said. Dessa repositioned her t-shirt over her nose and stepped around the worst of the spills. Broken jars, ripped bags of chips, deflated liters of soda. Hurrying to the pharmacy, Dessa felt a sense of elation. A skylight illuminated untouched shelves. Labeled bottles and boxes were neatly lined up. With no uninfected humans left in the store, the V's had foregone the drugs for the more enticing distractions of light and noise near the entrance. Maybe it was their lucky day. They hopped the counter in one smooth motion. "Okay, we start on either end and work our way to the middle. Ms. Winters wants more than Albutrin this time. Antibiotics and—" "I know." Egg tapped his head. "I got the list memorized." Egg went left. Dessa went right. Names, addresses, strange medical words, refills, sprays, ointments. She didn't know what most of this stuff did. Scanning the labels took longer than she wanted. They still needed to collect food and water. She imagined Amos and Tiana doing loop after loop to keep the V's occupied. All these labeled containers represented lives that had vanished, gone in the blink of an eye. She didn't know why this strange fact hit her so hard. As she worked her way down the shelves, scooping all the antibiotics into a plastic bag, she thought maybe it was because she had worked so many shifts at the grocery store. She'd never gotten behind the pharmacy counter, but otherwise spent plenty of time behind the scenes, loading and unloading, organizing, cleaning, restocking, inventorying, tracking down a box of cereal, a special flavor of soda, an extra package of fruit. None of that was coming back. A whole way of life, a whole future, gone forever. There, Albutrin, in liquid and pill form. "Found it!" She stuffed them in with the antibiotics. "Let's go." She headed for the counter. Egg joined her, a plastic bag filled up as well. "What's that?" "I got the Albutrin and the antibiotics. Other stuff we might need." She opened her mouth to demand an explanation for this other stuff. It wasn't hard to imagine he'd discovered a stash of Oxycontin or something worse. A loud crash cut her off. It sounded like something had fallen from the high ceiling and struck the ground hard. "Egg?" Dessa said. Yeah, it's fine." Egg slid over the counter, grabbed a nearby empty cart, and tossed in the plastic bag of medicine. She followed, but kept her bag of medicine clutched to her chest. Something made another splattering sound. Egg's eyes slowly tracked up. "Houston, we have a problem." Chapter 18. Near the center of the store, at ceiling level, 2 legs popped through and wiggled. It looked kind of like someone doing the scissors dance in midair. But then the scissors, the V, fell. He tumbled and landed with a bone-crushing sound on the aisle in front of them. Another V took his spot in the ceiling, blotting out the square of light Dessa figured must open to the roof. Maybe at some point that had been part of the HVAC system. Now it was a portal that connected who knew how many infected to their prey, Dessa and Egg. A woman with short hair squirmed through, head first. She was thinner than the previous V, and it only took a few seconds until she landed in metal shelving. Glass jars and brain matter went everywhere. The sweet acidic smell of pasta sauce saturated the air. The woman did not move, but the first V used his arms to pull the shattered half of his lower body through the muck of the pasta sauce to them. A few of the people trapped in the grocery store must have made it to the roof, home free, survivors. Except all it would have taken was for one of them to hide a bite from the others, until it was too late for all of them. A new V blocked out the light above. "We gotta split up!" Egg yelled as he crashed the cart through the dark shadows, swiping food and water as he followed the back wall. "Go around and meet up at the front!" Dessa yelled, catching on to his plan. They needed to draw away any Vs who locked onto them from the entrance to leave it clear for escape. They needed to distract these Vs, like the car distracted the mob outside. Something grabbed her shoe. She screamed and kicked out with her other foot, the sneaker toe landing against the temple of the V with the broken legs. He had swept a little wave of glass and tomato sauce along with him. She kicked out again, and he released her, sending her crashing into the floor and into the swampy mess of sauce. Just one bite. That's all it would take to change everything forever. She jumped up, tucked the plastic bag of meds into her shirt, and scrambled away. More Vs fell from the ceiling vent, but the sounds had softened. No more shattering or crunching. Dessa realized the first Vs were acting like a cushion for the next ones. Ones who would land with unbroken legs. Ones who could run even faster than her. She spun around the corner. Waist-high displays of cheese, artfully arranged with bottles of wine, greeted her. Smells so pungent and putrid made her dizzy. She pushed through, crossing the halfway mark where a crossroad through the aisle opened. 2 Vs dashed out. She leapt onto the cheese display, scattering wedges and blocks, smearing tomato sauce, tumbling wine bottles. Holding her hand against the plastic bag to keep it locked against her chest, she stumbled off the display, down the aisle and rounded the corner that would take her to the front. The light at the entrance looked so bright and white, the reverse of the portal of darkness that had ushered her inside. Egg raced to the entrance from the opposite corner of the store. He still struggled with the shopping cart and Vs were after him. "Leave the cart!" Dessa shouted. She dashed for the entrance, punching through the square of white light with her eyes closed. She landed on the sidewalk, checked the plastic bag at her chest, opened her eyes. Parking lot. Empty. Her stomach flipped. Where were Amos and Tiana? Fighting noises from inside drew her attention back to the biggest problem at hand. Setting her bag down near the singing tunnel, she grabbed a line of shopping carts and formed a makeshift barricade across the entrance. Just as she was about to close the gap, she yelled, "Egg, you have to jump over the carts! Watch out for the carts!" Egg appeared, landing feet first onto one of the carts like it was a track and field event. He'd left behind all the supplies except for the plastic bag of pills. Clutching it to his chest with both hands, he hopped again, sunlight catching the color of his sneakers as he easily cleared the cart. Dessa pulled out a knife and picked up a broom left against a pillar. "When you see Tiana and Amos, signal them. I'll hold off the V's." "With a broom?" Egg asked, incredulous. "Whatever it takes." But Dessa hadn't figured on this. The plan had been working, if only V's hadn't started dropping on them from above. "Dessa, I'm sorry. This was my plan and A V appeared, falling over at the waist when he ran into her barricade of shopping carts. She whacked him over the head with her broomstick, a satisfying smack that dazed the V for a moment. Dessa screamed in frustration and whacked another V over the head, this one a preteen barely taller than the shopping carts. She poked him hard in the chest, and the V stumbled backward, lost in the darkness of the store. "There!" She looked over her shoulder, scanning the asphalt. The car was making its turn into the lot, still at the head of the parade. If she left the shopping cart barricade, some of the V's would find a way over it, but they had to signal Amos and Tiana. Egg screamed and ran out, waving and doing jumping jacks. At first, nothing changed. Then there was a honk, and then another honk. The car sped up. 3 V's rushed the barricade at once, tipping over the carts, leaving an opening large enough for other V's to get through. They were out of time. Scooping up her plastic bag of precious medicine, she yanked on Egg's arm. "We gotta go!" The car skidded to a stop. Amos jumped out and opened the back door. Dessa tossed him her bag of medicine. Egg jumped into the back seat, and Dessa dived after him. The door slammed behind her, and Amos jumped into the front passenger seat, yelling for Tiana to go. Tiana slammed on the acceleration, fishtailing the car before it leveled out. They fled the parking lot, leaving the parade of V's behind. Egg cradled his bag, and Dessa took huge, gulping breaths as Tiana raced them back to the taco truck. "You did it," Amos said, a hint of wonder in his voice. Her body was so jacked up with adrenaline, pill bottles spilled out of the bags at their feet. They had enough. They had more than enough for Ms. Winters to make the doses the kids needed. The silence in the car helped her calm down. If she wasn't careful, she would calm too far down, and exhaustion would overtake her. She couldn't let that happen, not until she made sure her brother was alive and well, not before placing the meds into Ms. Winters' hands. But after that, she planned to eat an entire package of Skittles and fall asleep for 10 years. The road back was easy. They knew the route. There were no false stops, no detours. They passed the ransacked pharmacy. Dessa pushed forward between the 2 front seats, eager to catch sight of their trusty taco truck. There were the trees, the bridge over the creek. But no taco truck. "Hey now," Egg said, his voice cool. He rolled down the window. "I wondered when you would show up again." Puzzled, Dessa glanced over. Egg looked toward the trees, sunglasses over his eyes. You guys?" Tiana said. Dessa searched through the side windows for the taco truck, trying to think back to where they had last parked it. She told herself not to panic. Ms. Winters would have moved the kids if there was any sign of danger. That was all. They were fine. Everything would be fine. Flattened grass showed where the taco truck's tires had been. She tried to follow the track, but it vanished at the road. "Where is everybody?" Dessa tried to put the pieces together. "Do you think these came and—" She couldn't finish that sentence out loud. But wouldn't there be bodies? Signs of a fight? "They can't have just left," Amos whispered. That's when panic filled Dessa. Something was wrong. It wasn't Dessa's imagination. A black hole opened inside her. The black hole of being left, again and again. "Maybe Delmar knows," Tiana said, her voice hard. She coasted them to a stop. "Don't make fun," Amos said. "This is serious." "I'm not." Tiana let the car die. She pointed through the windshield. Dessa followed the path her arm made, straight to Delmar, walking out from the trees, rifle pointed at them. Egg stuck his head out the open window and yelled, "Hey, Delmar! I found your sunglasses!" Chapter 19. Delmar, the biggest jerk in the group home since day one. He let Dessa know at every possible moment how much bigger, better, and meaner he was than her. Egg and Mess had been his sidekicks. Delmar led them into petty cruelties, including planting weed in Dessa's backpack for their house parents to uncover. Egg struggled with the door. "Hey man, your rifle, that's epic!" Delmar kept his rifle trained on the car and flicked his gaze over Egg before returning to the car. "Well, it's nice to see you, too." Egg held out his pair of sunglasses like an offering. "You forgot these. Don't come any closer." The lazy note in Delmar's voice turned hard. "Don't know if any of you are infected or not." "Del, can't you see Amos's skin? You remember, he got bit, but then got the antidote. He's fine. I'm fine. We're all fine." "You're supposed to be dead," Dessa said. "Some infected inside a dam won't stop me," Delmar said. He'd run from inside the Folsom Dam into what Dessa had thought would be the waiting arms of infected, but somehow he had escaped them. And now, somehow, he was the reason the kids were missing. Dessa jerked open the door of the back seat and got out. Delmar shifted, pointing his rifle at Dessa. But she didn't care. She scanned the trees. "Where's my brother? Where are the other kids?" "Not here," Delmar said. "Stop being an ass," Tiana said through the driver's window. Another person came out from the trees. Sunlight struck his dark, messy hair, making it shine an inky black. He came to stand next to Delmar, rifle held at his side. He stood with a quiet power, tall and young like the rest of them. His scowling face and intimidating demeanor told Dessa that Delmar had found himself another sidekick. Great. Delmar nodded to the car. "Cole, I'd like you to meet, friends of mine. Egg, Amos, Tiana, and Dessa. They grew up as trash, just like us. Though we're not trash anymore, am I right?" Delmar grinned wide. Cole's cheek twitched. Otherwise, he stayed expressionless. Amos hadn't moved from the front seat. Delmar had never played any games with Amos, except once. She didn't know the details, only that Delmar never messed with Amos. "Where is my brother?" Dessa demanded. "What have you done with him?" "Saved him. Something you couldn't do when you abandoned him here with a bunch of little kids and an old woman. Do you even love your brother? I mean, it's kind of hard to tell given—" Delmar opened his arms wide to encompass everything. He glanced at Cole. "Right, Cole?" Cole's eyes burned holes in Dessa like she'd committed murder. "He's trying to get a rise out of you," Amos said through the car window, quiet enough that Delmar couldn't hear. "Don't take the bait." She knew he was right, but the thing was, Delmar wasn't trying. He had already gotten a rise out of her. She swore steam must be coming out of her ears. Dessa took another step. Delmar brought the rifle up again, no longer playing around. "Everybody out of the car. Nobody takes another step toward us. Not until we get this settled and I tell you how things are gonna be." "Oh, relax, Delmar." Egg got out and let his sunglasses dangle from his right hand. "Everyone's cool now." Delmar fired a shot into the air. The sound ripped into Dessa. They all flinched. Cole cursed in a different language. "Get it together, or I swear I will take that rifle from you and beat you over the head with it. Do you want to draw infected to us? We don't use guns unless there is no other way." For a brief second, Delmar wilted, making Dessa almost smile. She didn't know Cole's deal, but liked that he had put Delmar in his place. A radio crackled to life at Delmar's waist. He straightened, and that arrogant mask slipped over him again. Tiana and Amos exited the car. The garbled message demanded a status report for the rifle shot. "Just setting things in order here." Delmar's voice sounded as smooth as oil. "Everyone is fine. Over." "No, we're not fine," Dessa said. The radio crackled to life again, issuing an unintelligible instruction, something severe and commanding. The voice sounded strangely familiar. Delmar rolled his eyes, but replied in the affirmative, clipping the radio back to his belt. He scanned their group, now lined up in front of the hood. Egg still holding out those sunglasses. Tiana, arms crossed and with a dark scowl that gave Cole a run for his money. Amos, calm and watchful. Dessa, all nerves, shifting from foot to foot. None of her usual rules for surviving applied here. She couldn't work harder, study more, make nice, not with Delmar. "Mayor Pierce has taken custody of all unattended minors," Cole said finally. Tiana and Dessa exchanged a glance. Mayor Pierce? "Who?" Tiana said. "You know who," Delmar laughed. "You filled out his surveys or something, right? Then we all had a good time inside the Folsom Dam, didn't we, Amos? I think Mayor Pierce will be glad to see you're alive. I'm sure you'll be glad to see him still alive, after locking him in that room with 5 infected." Dessa sucked in a breath. This was bad. This was really, really bad. Pierce had her brother. He had all the children. And he had a huge reason to hold a terrible grudge against Dessa. She'd basically tried to kill him. There was no other way he would see it. After all, Pierce had gone into the Folsom Dam, with Delmar, to sabotage General Alberta's mission. Dessa and Amos had gone in to stop him. She hadn't meant to lock Pierce in with the infected. He'd been unconscious. But it wouldn't matter to Pierce that she'd done so to save her and Amos from being ripped to pieces. It wouldn't have mattered to her if she'd been in his shoes. "Hurry this up," Cole said, in such a way to make Dessa wonder if she had labeled the wrong person the sidekick. "We have a wall," Delmar said. "Mayor Pierce wants to rebuild. He's calling it New Sacramento. We're collecting citizens to help." "New Sacramento?" Egg said, a goofy smile on his face. "I like it." Dessa and Tiana exchanged a look of disbelief. Delmar had subjected Tiana to a lot of the same cruelties as Dessa during their time together in the group home. Yet here Delmar was. Pierce had given Delmar a gun and authority to use it. That did not bode well. Tiana mouthed, "Crazy." Dessa raised her eyebrows in agreement. "You're not finished," Cole said. Delmar sighed. "Look, there's this whole spiel I'm supposed to give you. It's a good one, too. New Sacramento, new city, new way of life, protection for the survivors, food, medicine, blah, blah, blah. But the problem is, I don't think Mayor Pierce is going to be happy to see at least 2 of you." Egg looked on in mock horror. "What? Man, we're cool. We're all cool." Delmar smiled. "Sure. I'm supposed to bring you back either way. Just wanted to give you a friendly warning is all. Especially since you stole from our store. We'd been saving clearing that one for later and letting the infected protected until we could deal with it. But you ruined that too, didn't you? Just like the sirens. Had to flood all those neighborhoods around the store with more infected, right after we'd spent all this hard work clearing them out." "But what does that have to do with taking my brother?" Dessa demanded. "I told you," Delmar said. "Unattended minors. Safety and protection." "Then take me to them. I'm here to attend them now." "Yeah, that's not how this works." Something didn't sit right. It was more than that. "What's the real reason, Delmar?" Delmar smiled. "Let's say, when I stumbled across that familiar taco truck and let him know, Mayor Pierce got a hankering to learn a little more about Project Paulus." Dessa's stomach twisted into knots. "How does this work?" Amos said, but he spoke to Cole, not Delmar. "You tell us how this works. What happens next?" All right, Delmar said. "I'm supposed to take you to see everybody. I need to make sure you're not going to try to kill me first." Egg laughed. "We wouldn't do that, Delmar. We all know each other from before. It's crazy we all survived for this long. We're all friends." "No, we're not," Dessa said. "You got General Alberta and his soldiers killed. Those sirens you set off brought an entire horde down on them. They died in there because of you." Maybe that wasn't the smartest thing to say, but the words had come out before she could stop them. There was too much history between Dessa and Delmar, between Egg and Delmar for that matter. Egg was falling all over himself to make nice with Delmar, and it made Dessa wonder who the real Egg was. The one she had come to rely upon over this last month, or the Egg she had known from before, a person she could barely stand? "See, that's what I mean," Delmar said, handling his rifle while he spoke. "I'm here letting you know your brother's safe, letting you know we'll take you to him for free, letting you know maybe there's a chance all that stuff that happened at the dam is water under the bridge." Delmar laughed at his own joke. "Get it?" Cole looked disgusted. "But all you can do is stand there and insult me," Delmar said. "I'm trying to be friendly, but you're not trying at all, are you?" Dessa pressed her lips together to keep from saying anything else she'd regret. "You surprised her," Amos said, his voice still reasonable, like everyone was chatting about the weather. "She'll get over it. You know how it is, how people can get, when it involves family, especially when it's about keeping them safe." A strange look passed between Amos and Delmar, like they shared some memory that excluded the rest of them. Delmar froze for a long second, tense, then broke into a big smile. It lit up his whole face. If you didn't know him, you might think he was a happy-go-lucky guy trying to make his way through the world as best he could. "Yeah, all right. I know how that is. Okay, everybody loads up. I get the passenger seat, and I'll keep my rifle handy. Tiana, you get in the driver's seat again. Everybody else goes in the back." They packed into the red car, Amos taking middle. Dessa sat behind Delmar. Egg folded his legs behind Tiana's seat. The plastic bags full of medicine were stuffed at their feet. A large black SUV with tinted windows drove into view, Cole at the steering wheel. He led their convoy. Delmar gave directions as the hot breeze of the afternoon blew in. They traveled back by the ransacked pharmacy, but took different streets that brought them away from the grocery store and parade of V's. "Hey, Del," Egg called from the back seat. "You were in the pharmacy, right? That's where I found your sunglasses. I saw them and I swore they had to be yours." Delmar shook his head. "No way, man. It took me days to recover from my bites and then to make it out this far with Pierce. That pharmacy was already cleared when I found it." Egg sat back, and that silly grin returned. "Right." Delmar laughed. "Seriously, Egg, you are so dumb sometimes." Dessa frowned. Delmar was right. The timeline didn't work. The last time she had seen Pierce and Delmar was with the military at the Folsom Dam. Egg, Amos, and Tiana had helped her escape to find her brother at Camp Tatum that same day. V's overran the camp, and their bus of children were surrounded. Ivan was bit by a V, and then they'd hit up the pharmacy. All within a day. No way Delmar made it to the exact same pharmacy ahead of them. But it meant other survivors already in the area had. Dessa guessed that's who Pierce and Delmar had hooked up with, and somehow Pierce had become their leader. What hope did she have with her history with Pierce? If only General Alberta had survived to take charge instead of Pierce. She looked at Amos. A shake of his head told her he hadn't come up with any good answers to their predicament either. They were basically being driven to an unknown doom. Dessa and Amos had tried to kill Pierce, and he was just going to forget? Not likely. Delmar directed them to a heavily guarded gate with walls that stretched out on either side. What had once been a simple housing development gate, with a little guard shack, had been fortified with metal sheets, wood spikes, platforms, and tire nests to turn it into something formidable. Dessa used the distraction to slip as much of the Albutrin into her pockets as possible. When she ran out of room, Amos opened his backpack and she slipped more inside. Armed guards walked the walls. Cole met several of them at the gate, sticking his head out of the SUV window and waving. The guards relaxed and spoke into a radio. The one at Delmar's waist squawked. A response made the guards jump to open the heavily fortified gate. They waved the 2 cars through. Besides the whole kidnapping thing, she liked what she saw. Guards, walls, weapons. Not that it would do her any good. Chapter 20. Cole's vehicle led them to the heart of the housing development, a community event center now commandeered for other purposes. The bustle of people, vehicles, and supplies spoke of a well-organized effort. "Come on," Delmar said. "Leave the bags." "Lock up our stuff," Tiana said. "It's not your stuff, remember? Whatever you took from that grocery store belongs to us." Delmar waited. "Leave 'em here, or I'll call over help to take it all by force." Tiana tossed her backpack against the wall. Egg followed her example. Dessa sighed and set her bag full of Albutrin down more gently. She had a few pill packets stuffed in her pants, but not enough. Amos came up next to her and set his backpack alongside hers. "We'll get it back." She nodded, frustration bringing water to her eyes. Delmar headed for the front entrance. "Come on, Egg. I'll show you around." Egg hesitated, trying to choose. He opened his mouth as if to offer an excuse. Dessa wondered, hoped. Maybe this was the moment where Egg realized Delmar wasn't good for him. That Delmar had never been Egg's friend. Not in a way that built you up and helped you get where you wanted to go. Not in the way they'd all become friends, who could rely on each other for all the things that mattered most. They had lived in that group home together for months. But it wasn't until a zombie apocalypse that they'd seen each other's real selves. Egg wasn't so bad, as long as Delmar wasn't around. Egg closed his mouth without a word, and jogged to catch up with Delmar, his colorful sneakers flashing yellow at each step. He didn't even look back. "Well," Tiana said, "that's disappointing." "Yeah," Dessa said. "I really thought—" "Don't give up on him yet," Amos said. "Egg is full of surprises. There's more than meets the eye here." Dessa frowned, finding Amos's comment strange. Of course, his words didn't apply only to Egg. More than meets the eye, indeed. Dessa had felt such a connection with Amos, but it was all mixed up in this virus and antidote and everything else wrong with the world. Their eyes caught, but she had to break away first, embarrassed. "You both are terrible people," Tiana said. Amos and Dessa turned, surprised. She stood there with hands at her hips, chin jutted out. "I exist too, between Egg suddenly gone all puppy dog with Delmar back, and you two dancing around each other like vultures sniffing a corpse. Anybody think about little old Tiana over here? Just doing her thing, being a good friend, not engaging in any sort of soap opera drama?" "Two vultures sniffing around a corpse," Amos said. A smile appeared on Tiana's mouth. "Good one, right?" "Unique," Amos offered. "How long you been saving that one for?" Dessa said, as the tension evaporated. "Oh, at least for the whole car ride over," Tiana said, winking. "Needed to wait for the right moment." "Move your asses!" Delmar shouted from the door. "I've got things to do. Don't waste my time or the mayor's. I thought you wanted to see your brother." Egg hung back, already inside. Delmar marched ahead, and they passed the open doors of a reception hall. At the far end of the rectangular room was a stage. Once it had been used as a place for receptions or dances, maybe a pageant. Now metal shelving almost reached the ceiling and formed aisles. Supplies of all kinds, food, water, whatever, even an old rocking chair, spilled out in a disorganized mess. A table blocked the entryway. An older man going bald sat scribbling on scraps of paper with people coming and going, a mess of paperwork strewn across 3 tables, boxes with their guts emptied out, of food products, office supplies, and more. People moved with the noises of what sounded to Dessa like complete disorganization. Passing another door, this one cracked open for only a moment as someone exited it, but revealed a small armory, racks of rifles, boxes of ammunition, knives and handguns. A wall of windows opened to the middle of the community center, which looked over a large pool. This pool was fenced off. Gas barbecues and propane tanks stood in a line. A tent canopy shaded more supplies. People milled around here, too, carrying buckets back and forth as if using the pool for a water source, which, Dessa had to admit, was smart, as long as the water was being boiled. The pool acted as just as good of a reservoir as anything else. They continued to a set of double doors that Delmar and Cole opened, ushering them inside. The library, except it had been transformed. Dessa guessed this community center library had once held plenty of romance paperbacks, cookbooks, mysteries, puzzle boxes, and other board games. The shelves went from floor to ceiling and were made from dark polished wood. Now those shelves were filled to the brim with books that looked more hefty, historical, important. Plenty of tables covered the floor, surrounded by desks and reading chairs. All surfaces were covered in boxes and papers and what looked to her like knickknacks, though on closer inspection they seemed more important than that. Things you might save because of some sort of historical significance. Primary source documents, artifacts, antiques, collectibles. Pierce worked at one of the tables, his tall frame bent over the desk as he sorted through a box of papers. Several guards, or maybe aides, helped sort through the boxes alongside him. The last time Dessa had seen Pierce, he had been uninfected, but things had changed. It was a miracle that he made it out of the dam alive. It would have been impossible for him to get out of that dam unbitten. But he'd had the antidote. Maybe it was Delmar, maybe it was someone else. But he showed the telltale marks of the combo cure. The ashy layer to his skin, a lack of elasticity that aged it. These were surface marks that didn't mean much, other than to make him look older than his years. But they were signs that the combo cure had taken hold in his body and likely worked the same kind of changes to his mind and memory as Amos. Dessa considered the timeline again. Delmar and Pierce had been together inside the dam. Delmar had run off, and Pierce had been trapped in the room with 5 infected, where he was surely bit, as he fought his way out. It took anywhere between 10 and 14 days for someone given the combo cure to come out of it for the first time. Before that, Amos, Delmar, and Pierce, too, would have been incapacitated by fevers, hallucinations, hydrophobia. Imagining him recovering from the combo cure well enough to move around in just 10 days instead of the normal 14 still gave him several weeks, more than enough time to set himself up as mayor of some place new. He had been a city council person for Sacramento before everything had fallen apart, and before that, some sort of archivist. And he still was those things now, grasping for power and committed to some strange ideal of remaking the future into the past. With a start, Dessa realized Ms. Winters sat in one of the oversized reading chairs, holding her head between her hands as if in pain. Delmar and Cole walked up to Pierce, stood at attention, and spoke in quiet tones. Pierce and several of the men next to him listened. Pierce asked a few questions too low to understand. Dessa glanced at her friends. Egg was like a puppy, standing on the balls of his feet, eager and leaning in as if ready to pal around with Delmar at the first hint of an opening. Tiana and Amos were scanning the room like her, and had both noticed Ms. Winters. It was one thing talking back to Delmar, but Pierce was different. Now that he was the one who had the kids hidden away somewhere, he could be as cruel and petty as he wanted. And what could Dessa do about it? Nothing. There was absolutely nothing she could do about it. I've just been discussing the situation with your doctor friend here. Dr. Winters, is it? Mayor Pierce glanced up from a piece of paper, acknowledging Ms. Winters, and then turning to the teens. I want to see my brother, Dessa said. Amos sucked in a breath. She bit her lip. She needed to keep it together. But her head swam as she felt the walls close down on her. She'd been in this situation 1,000,000 times before. Paperwork, adults, bureaucracy and hierarchy and power. What they would and wouldn't do because of some strange regulation or rule or petty ideal. Yes, I can imagine it might be hard for you to believe, but I assure you that the children are well protected. They are, in fact, enjoying a hot meal of spaghetti with meatballs at the moment. Pierce shuffled some papers and set them aside on the desk. He motioned to them with one hand. We've been working our way through the original maps of the various utilities in the area. Unfortunately, we don't have running water or electricity right now. Sewer is also very important. Gas for cooking and other heating needs as winter comes on. These primary source documents tucked away in little closets and cabinets of forgotten buildings around the city are probably our only records of where everything underneath our feet is supposed to be. Most have been digitized over the last 10 years, so these records are incomplete, but better than nothing. He smiled, an almost wolfish, ironic smile. It seems my expertise in primary source documents may come in handy for our survival after all. Who would have guessed an archivist's skills would be so valuable to potentially rebuilding the city? What do you think, Dr. Winters? This Mayor Pierce has offered us a safe place to stay, Ms. Winters said carefully. A type of sanctuary that I must say I am glad to accept, at least for the time being. Ms. Winters placed an odd emphasis on the word sanctuary. It was some sort of message that Dessa didn't quite understand. But mostly, she was shocked by Ms. Winters' acceptance of Pierce's offer of hospitality, whatever that meant. Yes, Dr. Winters here has told me about your situation. I would, of course, like to hear more. All 9 children of Project Polis. There were 10 to begin with, I believe, but 1 died on the way. Very unfortunate. I am sorry for your loss, but also very curious, Mayor Pierce said. I have agreed to share with Pierce, who is acting as the political authority of this community, everything he needs to know about Project Polis and the research being done to help us end this terrible plague on our species. Ms. Winters rubbed her temples. Unfortunately, my concussion has made it difficult to remember all the pertinent details. I told him I am recovering and will remember those pertinent details very soon. Like where you were going. There must be a backup location for these special children. I can't imagine a doctor such as yourself, with so many important, valuable subjects who might hold a cure, a final answer, for preventing the Lissa virus from taking hold, would allow them to wander this apocalyptic landscape with no protection. We've been protecting them, Tiana said. Indeed, Pierce said, eyebrows raised. I have tried to explain to Mayor Pierce, Ms. Winters said, again a careful pause after each word as if it pained her, how important Camp Tatum had been to our research, how there are other government labs out there that surely exist. But unfortunately, my documentation of them was destroyed when the infected overran Camp Tatum. We will need to find another way to find these locations. She glanced at the teens, a piercing gaze that was blocked from the mayor's notice by the angle of her hands. She was delivering a message. Dessa sucked in a breath. Of course, Ms. Winters had fully recovered from her concussion weeks ago. Other than a little imbalance in her steps, her brain was as sharp as ever. This was her faking it. She was making herself seem muddled in the head to protect the children from whatever danger Pierce might represent to them. She hadn't told Pierce about Sanctuary. They had the route mapped out multiple ways on paper. The map suddenly burned a hole in her backpack. She had to make sure Pierce would not find it. If he did, he would know exactly where Sanctuary was located. And at least for right now, Ms. Winters had decided it was more important for him not to know. Pierce was dangerous. Dessa had first-hand knowledge of that, so she had no problem agreeing with Ms. Winters' attempt at fooling Pierce into protecting the secrets of Project Polis as much as possible. Dr. Winters, you can rest assured that I will protect the children. I will protect the integrity of Project Polis. The chance that your research may solve this lyssavirus plague, even if it is too late for those of us who have received the bacterial antidote. His eyes flicked to Delmar and then Amos, is a most valuable thing, valuable beyond compare. To consider the possibility that those in the future who are uninfected and exposed to the lyssavirus do not have to turn into anything at all. My family rests in the safety of the CalExpo fairgrounds at this moment, under the authority of Sergeant Bennings. I am in communication with that camp, and will use all my resources to— Ms. Winters' head whipped up. No, we can't go there. Pierce looked at Ms. Winters quizzically. Why not? They have soldiers. It is my understanding that they have lab resources as well. Ms. Winters closed her eyes. It's not safe to go there. They're not meant to go there. Pierce considered Ms. Winters for a long moment. Unfortunately, I must agree with you for now. My own wife and 3 children are there. Safe, protected. But there is an entire river and horde of those deranged that stands between us. It would be far too dangerous to attempt to reach them right now. Of course, I would not put your children in danger either. Of course, Ms. Winters said, lowering her head. I meant the danger the open road and a city full of infected represents to the children. If the way had been clear, I would be glad to have us all go to CalExpo. I think it best that we stay here, if you will allow it. But I thought— Ms. Winters brought her head up, cutting Dessa off with a sharp twist. Pierce locked onto Dessa and then back to Ms. Winters. But you thought what? Dessa wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Ms. Winters didn't want Pierce to know about Sanctuary, so how could she satisfy his curiosity about her question without giving anything away? Amos took a step. He held his hands together in a fist behind his back, his shoulders broad and stiff, almost military stance. Maybe it was a Boy Scout thing. She's trying to say that this is all really nice talk, very adult. But let's not pretend we didn't just all try to kill each other last time we were together. So what are you going to do to us, me and Dessa? You know, for almost killing you. Chapter 21. There was total silence in the room. Delmar was smug, his arms crossed over his chest. Cole looked at Dessa with wonder at the news that she had almost killed Mayor Pierce. Mayor Pierce chuckled. It wasn't evil. In fact, it broke the tension in the room. I believe I may have tried to kill you first, but this is a different time. I mean that, and I know it sounds hard to believe. I don't trust you. That would take some proof you have also changed, and that you are willing to submit to my leadership. But we are all survivors here. There is a far greater enemy out there. I am willing to consider this a fresh start for all of us, once you prove your commitment to this community. That's all it takes? Just some apology? Amos said. I find that hard to believe. As you should, Mayor Pierce said. It won't be that simple. You will have to prove yourselves. I suspect you will find I have eyes and ears in many places inside New Sacramento. You should expect to be watched. A shiver ran down Dessa's spine. At least that sounded real. All his nice words about coming together and supporting the community were all just politics. But this felt true. She could handle the truth. She'd been under the surveillance of authority before. Her whole life could be summed up like that. Plus, she didn't know what game Ms. Winters was trying to play. The first chance they got, they would find a way to escape with the children and go to sanctuary. She knew that was still their best bet. That must be what was behind Ms. Winters' pretense of concussion and lies of omission. I think it best we try to make this work. Ms. Winters raised a shaky hand to push a hair off her forehead. I'm sorry, but I have a terrible headache. If there's a place where I could lie down? Of course. Mayor Pierce issued a few instructions to Cole and Delmar. Please escort Dr. Winters to her quarters. Ms. Winters left with them. As Cole passed by Dessa, his scowl deepened. She stepped back, unsure of why she had triggered such a powerful emotion. But then he said, so only she could hear, You need to be careful. She almost rolled her eyes. No kidding, she needed to be careful. She moved to follow them out. Wait, Mayor Pierce said. We're not done here. Turning back around, she stood with her feet wide. So when can I see my brother? Mayor Pierce smiled with his lips closed. Soon. He rustled through the stack of papers. But I thought it would be nice to hear your side of things. Dr. Winters talked about the last few weeks, but she seems very... He wiggled his fingers at his head. What have you learned about Project Paulus? Those danger signals set off little hairs on the back of her neck again. His questions were careful, neutrally spoken. But she guessed he didn't fully believe Dr. Winters' act. He seemed both stupid, like a stereotypical politician, and yet also wickedly intelligent. She looked at her friends. They looked back at her. Had Ms. Winters told Pierce about the medicine the kids needed? She didn't know what to say about that, or if to say anything at all. This was like walking through a minefield. I'm not very good at science. None of us really are. Egg almost dropped out of high school. I got a D in my biology class, Tiana said, picking up the thread. I like shop class, Amos said. Science never really made sense to me. All those tables and graphs. I worked a lot. I didn't get good grades. Actually, it was the opposite. Dessa was a straight A student, but she was pretty sure, even with all the papers spread across Pierce's desk, that he wasn't going to verify her last report card. Pierce side-eyed them. I have not forgotten that you attempted to kill me. Dessa crossed her arms over her chest. Neither have I forgotten that you tried to kill us and put my brother's life in danger. Pierce nodded. All right. Then we are on the same page. You will earn your keep here. I will protect the children. But you realize they are also my leverage. Don't pretend you can deny any of my requests. Tiana raised her eyebrows. Requests? Pierce motioned again to the papers. For example, I don't want you inside the walls of New Sacramento. Not until I'm sure I can trust you, which may be never. When your duties take you outside the walls, you go without complaint. He looked at the men on either side of him. Agreed? They conferred in whispers. One with long gray hair nodded. Agreed. Pierce returned attention to Dessa and the others. And you? Without missing a beat, Dessa said, Of course. You're protecting my brother. I'll do what you want. I'm protecting Project Paulus, Mayor Pierce said. A supposed cure to... What did Dr. Winters describe it as? The pathogen plaguing our species? Quite poetic. I will need to write it down in the historical documentation. Sanctuary was out there like a beacon. Until they could speak to Ms. Winters about what to do, they would have to go along with whatever Pierce wanted, no matter how dangerous it might be. Chapter 22. Plenty of security walked the streets of New Sacramento, but also plenty of women, children, even senior citizens. Houses had been emptied out of supplies spread on tables along the sidewalk, ready for cataloging. People moved, but with a sense of purpose. Who's organizing all this? Dessa wondered out loud. Mayor Pierce walked ahead and hadn't heard her question. Delmar and Cole ignored her. Suddenly, a familiar face in black clothing with a white collar strode into view, catching up to Mayor Pierce. "Whoa," Tiana said. "Is that Reverend Milano?" It was Reverend Milano, the middle-aged woman who had welcomed them into the fragile safety of the Carnegie Library. She'd escaped when it had fallen, only to join up with General Alberta and the other survivors. Dessa figured she'd died in the attack of the dam. "Mayor Pierce," Reverend Milano said, "we must discuss the rationing of fuel, water, and food. There have been a number of complaints about unfair distribution. We discussed—" Mayor Pierce waved her off. "There is nothing to discuss. Chuck made a mistake." "Another one," Reverend Milano said. "His mistakes are adding up. People are saying, 'We decided.'" "You decided," Reverend Milano interrupted. "The committee decided," Mayor Pierce said, cutting her off. Reverend Milano put her hands on her hips in defiance. "As you can see," Mayor Pierce motioned back to Dessa and her friends, "I'm rather busy now. I'm talking about food and water for hundreds of souls inside these walls." Reverend Milano paused and looked over Dessa's group, startled. "I remember you. I did think you had perished. Well, it's good to see you again. There is more than enough here for everyone, as long as it is fairly shared." Mayor Pierce ignored her obvious jab. "Come back in a few hours. I will debate the finer points of inventory and rationing with you then. I expect my concerns to be fully addressed." Reverend Milano left with the same authority she arrived. Cole walked alongside Dessa and Tiana while keeping himself apart. Between Delmar and Cole, it struck Dessa as hilarious that Delmar was the more gregarious one. "So when do you think Councilperson Pierce became mayor?" Tiana asked Dessa, a glint in her eye. "Do you think he held an election? I bet he's self-appointed." "Times change," Cole said in a gruff voice. "People die. Other people take over." Dessa rolled her eyes at Tiana. "Brilliant insight. Stunning, really. I don't know why I didn't think of it myself." Tiana laughed. Cole stiffened. "You should watch your attitude here." Tiana turned stone-faced. "Or what?" Dessa winced. It probably wasn't the best idea to piss off Cole. She tried to guess what Cole would say. Maybe he'd threaten to put them outside the protection of the walls, feed the V's, or tell them Mayor Pierce kept a dungeon. Mayor Pierce doesn't like people coming in and trying to mess things up. Believe me or not, I'm saying you don't fit in. I can already tell. So you might want to work on that. Delmar slapped Cole on the shoulder. "I knew there was a reason Mayor Pierce stuck you with me. A real comedian here." He lifted his eyebrows. "Not that he's wrong." Now it was Egg's turn to laugh. Dessa knew it was unkind, but all she could see was, of course Egg would laugh now that he was Delmar's shadow again. "Good one, Delmar," Egg said. "I think things will work out great. We're going to fit in just fine. You tell me you want me to jump and I ask how high, right?" Now Egg gave everyone a once-over. "Am I right?" He wanted to cajole them all into being a big, happy family. His body language said, "Relax. We're all friends here. We're all on the same side." Amos didn't agree. Dessa knew him well enough to see it, but he kept quiet and elbowed Tiana in the side. She snorted but didn't say anything. Dessa thought she better keep quiet too. Whatever it took to keep Ivan and the others safe, that's what she promised herself she would do. After all, they knew how to keep their heads down, earn a place to sleep, and still get up early for school the next day. If you didn't figure out a way to jump through the foster system's hoops fast enough, then you didn't survive. They'd clamp down harder, upgrading you to a real problem they would never leave alone. Right, you guys? A note of desperation entered Egg's otherwise jolly voice. Suddenly, she was shocked by the thought that this was the way Egg had learned to survive. She would have missed the change before getting to know the real Egg. He knew the drill just like her. Fit in no matter what. In the past, that meant aligning himself with Delmar. Maybe it meant that again. Dessa wondered how far he would go this time around, because she saw Egg as one of them now. But Delmar was back. He'd already drafted Cole as his sidekick, and would want Egg too. Yeah, Dessa tried to sound serious. No problem. We're all going to help out, you'll see. We're all going to fit right in. One big happy family, Delmar said. Egg laughed too hard over a joke that wasn't funny. Mayor Pierce led them to a park, its grass yellow and crunchy from lack of water. A brightly colored playset stood in the center of the park, the happy sounds of children playing. Dessa's stomach rumbled at the sight of mostly empty plates of food scattered across some picnic tables. Her heart soared when she recognized the children, all 9 of them. Ivan playing on the equipment. A few adults stood nearby, supervising. Mayor Pierce, Cole, and Delmar were called away to deal with some generator emergency. Suddenly they were gone. Dessa jogged for the playset, dead grass crunching under her sneakers. She planned to scoop up Ivan in a big hug and make sure he was real. Instead, Ms. Winters detached herself from a bench and waved her off. Dessa! Everyone! We must talk! They stopped far enough from the playground. None of the kids yet noticed them. With Claire's help, Ivan braced himself at the top of a yellow slide. She gave him a push, and down he went, laughing when his feet touched ground. The twins stood off to the side of the monkey bars, playing with Tig in the bark chips. She told herself to sit back for a minute and enjoy watching him act like a kid for once. Ms. Winters straightened and patted her stray hairs down. The headache she'd been suffering from seemed to have vanished. I was worried about you 4. I am glad to see you all alive. What happened out there? Dessa said, her voice fierce. Now that the children were all safe and she could talk freely, the last few hours of panic and fear caught up. We were taken, Ms. Winters said simply. Her glasses always made her eyes bug out a little. The lenses were cloudy now, smeared with fingerprints. Project Paulus is confidential. He must not learn the location of Sanctuary. You understand that? You understood what I was trying to do in there. Play dumb? Tiana said. Yes. Ms. Winters touched her temple. The spot where she'd received the concussion was barely visible. I believe it to be a useful cover until we know more of this situation. You cannot trust anyone with the specifics of Project Paulus. But why not? Egg said. I mean, I don't know anything about the mayor, but it sure seems like we'd get to Sanctuary a lot faster with some vehicles and some of his guards and weapons. Ms. Winters turned a harsh gaze onto Egg. You cannot risk the children. Dessa's emotions flared too. Egg, you can't say anything to him. Pierce is dangerous. Did you forget he set those sirens off at the Folsom Dam? She wanted to trust Egg, but with Delmar basically back from the dead, what would Egg do? There was a good heart inside his circus clown's sense of humor, an unending need for expensive, ugly sneakers. Away from Delmar's influence, she had seen a side of Egg she hadn't known existed. Was that his real self? And did he plan to have it stick around? She didn't know. But what she did know was when you most needed to count on someone, That's when they betrayed you. Whether it was by dying, leaving, or just straight up lying to you. Egg raised his hands, palms out in supplication. I know. I'm not going to say anything. It's just, I want to make sure. Those who discover the true nature of Project Paulus will want to own and control the children. We cannot let harm come to them, Ms. Winters interrupted. That's fine, Amos said. You want to play politics with Pierce. Can't say I blame you. He's crazy. But where exactly does that leave us? We don't have the Albutrin anymore. They took our stuff. Dessa pulled out some pill packs from her jeans, even though she knew they wouldn't be enough for another dose for all the children. Except for these. Ms. Winters' eyes widened. Oh my. Yes, this will help. It's at least a start. What if we told him a little about the kids? Egg said. Maybe he would give us enough of the meds. Ms. Winters sighed. Think about it from his perspective. There are 9 children in his community, at risk of turning at any moment. They present him with a grave security risk, as well as potential power and— But what does he know? Dessa said, remembering how they had barely deflected his questions after Ms. Winters was escorted out. What do we say when he demands to know what we know? Ms. Winters frowned. They are special children. That is what you know. Their very DNA may hold the cure for the Lissa virus. That does not require the use of the bacterial antidote. Unfortunately, until we have appropriate lab equipment, the experiments have stalled. And you don't want us to mention anything about Sanctuary, Amos said, thoughtful. I do not. Ms. Winters raised a shaking hand to her head. Her eyes were sharp as she looked out over the playing children. You have trusted me this far. Trust in me for a little longer. And what about Cal Expo? Amos said. What's really going on there? Ms. Winters turned enormous eyes on Amos. Sanctuary has what we need. The routes you mapped will probably have far fewer infected than what stands between us and the Cal Expo Refugee Center. Dessa didn't know why, but Ms. Winters' answer didn't land right. Not quite a lie, not quite the whole truth. Like how she expertly pulled off the same with Pierce while acting like she still suffered from her concussion. But that's not all, is it? Dessa pressed. Ms. Winters sighed again. They do have lab equipment at the Cal Expo Refugee Center. But the doctor in charge, her name is Dr. Farad. I worked with her before our projects diverged. We experienced ethical conflicts in the creation and implementation of our experimental procedures. These conflicts could not be surmounted. Egg held his head between his hands. What language are you speaking right now? Tiana shushed him. Dessa was a straight-A student, but Ms. Winters was talking in circles. You're saying this doctor would likely experiment on the children and disregard their safety, if the experiment required it, Amos said. Tiana scoffed. You got all that from what she said? Yeah, Amos said. Didn't you? Is he right? Dessa asked. Ms. Winters paused. Dr. Farad is a professional scientist. Her commitment to her work is impeccable. Her gain-of-function research allowed us to— But yes, Tiana interrupted. Yes, Ms. Winters agreed, closing her eyes for a second. Egg shook his head. Nice. Really nice. So if they end up at Cal Expo, she'll what? Dissect them? Ms. Winters looked up sharply. No, of course not. Then what? Dessa said. I don't know, Ms. Winters said, slumping. Then she gathered herself. What I do know is we must get the children to Sanctuary. But you are saying we can't let Pierce know the children need Albutrin, Amos said, his voice grim. No, we cannot, Ms. Winters agreed. So we'll have to steal it back from him, Dessa said, "and the maps that mark the route to Sanctuary. And then escape." They looked at each other, faces grim. "Yes, I believe that is what must be done," Ms. Winters said. Tiana raised her eyebrows. "Great, this is going to be fun." "Pretend everything is normal when it isn't," Dessa said. "Talk about a coping skill we're experts at." That got another snort out of Tiana. Egg shrugged. "Sure, it's none of my business or theirs. So we don't say anything." That left Amos. She waited for his verdict. Was there something she hadn't thought of? Amos nodded. "It's the smart move. The more information your enemy has about you, the more vulnerable you are." "That sounds like something out of one of the action movies I loved watching as a kid," Tiana said. "Maybe Bruce Lee? Jean-Claude Van Damme?" "I'm paraphrasing from Sun Tzu's The Art of War," Amos said. "What movie was that? I never heard of it," Tiana said. Amos shook his head and smiled. "It's a book written 7,000 years ago?" "Wow, Amos, you really know how to party," Egg said. They gathered up the children. Dessa gave Ivan that big hug she'd been saving, and he only squirmed a little. The twins led them across the park to their new sleeping quarters. Down one short block, they stopped in front of a 2-story house, a postage stamp-sized front yard, beige walls, white trim, terracotta tile roof, a humongous 3-car garage that blotted out the lines of the house itself. Ms. Winters stopped at the edge of the lawn. "They wanted to spread us across multiple houses, but I asked them to put us all together." The children tumbled through the front door, racing to rummage through the cabinets for snacks. Once the children's voices faded inside the house, the chirp of crickets and the croak of a frog rose up. Everything seemed perfectly normal for one perfect second. Then Mayor Pierce arrived, with Cole and Delmar as his shadows. "Ready for that tour?" He pitched the words as a question, but Dessa knew better than to believe they had a choice in the matter. "Absolutely," Dessa said, keeping her voice bright. "We want to learn all about New Sacramento." Ms. Winters excused herself, claiming the headache had resurfaced. Mayor Pierce took the teens on a walk, pointing out security features, discussing the growing needs of the community. At least 20 minutes of nonstop talking about how the clearing away of all the old regulations and red tape would allow them to build an even better future. Every house they passed made him pause and describe who was inside, how they had been saved, and what skills they added to the dream of New Sacramento. Turning chaos into order is no simple thing. Tiana whispered a quip in Dessa's ear about Mayor Pierce as a real estate agent in a previous life. Dessa bit her lip to stop from laughing. Mayor Pierce routed them by the community center again, describing the group kitchen, the medical ward, the supply room, skipping over the weapons. "Don't you have a weapons room, too?" Egg asked, as innocent as could be. "Of course," Mayor Pierce said, and moved them on to the chaos of the supply room. When first meeting Egg, she'd thought him ridiculous, dismissing him as a follower. That had been a mistake. He excelled at surviving, gathering information, networking, staying out of harm's way, adapting, and he got it all done, all while playing dumb. They stood at the entrance to the supply room. Food boxes were randomly set on the ground. Water supplies were separated into multiple spots. Other supplies, some essential, some not, were mixed amongst everything. Mayor Pierce looked out across the shelves as if posing for a statue. "There is no room for mistakes. I cannot allow people to use up our precious resources unless they contribute something valuable to the group. Of course, making sure this place is protected from the deranged out there," he waved vaguely above him, "means we always have openings in the guard positions, high rates of turnover and all that." Amos snorted. Mayor Pierce looked Amos up and down. "Like you, for instance. You would do very well as a guard, for as long as that lasted." Anxiety crawled like a worm into Dessa's stomach. She didn't want any of them on guard duty. It meant fighting V's, and they were no soldiers. "Amos is good at building things," Dessa rushed out. You'll want him to join your construction team. Mayor Pierce raised an eyebrow. Before he could challenge that statement, Dessa continued. Tiana is good with mechanicals. She already knows how to hotwire a car. Do you have any mechanics? She should work with them. The twins want to become doctors. They already took care of Ms. Winter's head injury, so put them with your medical team. The little kids are good at pulling weeds. Put them to work in the garden. Egg's good at procurement. He knows where to get stuff you need. Just look at all our shoes. He can network too. Figure out what people know. If you need an ambassador, someone to help work the streets and bring people back, Egg's your person. Mayor Pierce raised his eyebrows in astonishment. I had no idea we had such talent wasting away in our foster system. That is where you all come from, right? I recall the survey you filled out back when we first met. It's interesting how we all find ways to step up when the world requires it. Dessa opened her arms wide. Everyone looked at her, even Delmar, though his expression contained mostly boredom. Cole's eyes were like a flow of lava. She walked on a knife's edge. She needed to make them indispensable, but then they would have to prove it. Of course, Dessa said. It's why we survived this long. We've been doing this all our lives in the system. You need people who are reliable, flexible, good at surviving in this new world. You won't find better than us. We already know how to survive in a world that's falling apart. We've been doing it for years. Mayor Pierce looked unconvinced. Hey, I like that, Delmar said. Never thought about it that way, but it's kinda true. If I want your opinion, I will ask for it, Mayor Pierce barked. Dessa allowed herself a malicious pleasure at seeing Delmar snap shut. She had always feared Delmar and his cruelties. But what did it mean that Mayor Pierce so easily intimidated Delmar? I see you have all these wonderful, incredible, necessary skills to contribute to pushing back the chaos and re-establishing civilization. But that still leaves you. Odessa safe, right? What wonderful set of super skills can you add to my community? Dessa's mind spun, but couldn't land on anything. Killing V's with tuna cans? Finding stray cats? Stealing Three Musketeers bars? She didn't know the first thing about mechanics or construction. She couldn't network or act the clown like Egg. She read a lot and got good grades in school and could work hard. But was that enough? It would have to be. She opened her mouth, but Tiana jumped in. Logistics! What was that now? Mayor Pierce said, skeptical. Logistics! Tiana pointed to the papers strewn across the tables of the supply room. She can organize and delegate an inventory like nobody's business. She practically ran that grocery store she worked at. She's the one who organized all of us and kept us from running out of food and water. She knows how to make sure everyone's doing what they need to be doing. She could probably fix your food and water issues in less than... Dessa hoped Tiana wasn't about to overpromise something that Dessa could not possibly deliver, though she did flush with pleasure at Tiana's compliments. She hadn't seen herself that way. A logistician? Someone good at making sure things got done the right way, or at least the best way possible, given the circumstances. Less than 24 hours. No, wait, 12 hours. She could fix this mess in 12 hours. Tiana! Dessa groaned. Egg jumped in. Yeah, absolutely. She'll just wave her hands at it and you'll come out with enough food and water for weeks. And then she'll show up to breakfast with candy bars from out of nowhere. Mayor Pierce smiled big. Well, with that kind of sales pitch, I don't see how I could deny anyone the chance to solve this major debacle of logistics, especially in 12 hours or less. Let's see if this logistical magician in our midst can rise to the challenge of organizing this pile of crap and turning it into something usable. Challenge accepted? Elation and despair filled Dessa. It was an impossible task. What were they thinking? She would hug them for believing in her, and then she was going to throttle them. Tiana grabbed one arm, and Egg grabbed her other. "Of course," they said in unison. Dessa closed her eyes for a long second. "I'd like to hear it from the magician herself." Dessa opened her eyes. Mayor Pierce looked amused. Behind him, over his shoulder, Cole scowled. Delmar smiled even bigger, like this was all a wonderful joke of a present. She felt Amos at her back. Somehow she knew he was encouraging her to go for it. He believed in her. She wasn't sure she could say the same about herself. Dessa forced herself to smile. Of course. Challenge accepted. Chapter 23. She stared at the papers on the metal table in dismay. Handwritten chicken scratch, abbreviations with no key, sloppy counting, unlabeled and mislabeled columns. They expected her to whip the supplies of food, water, and other essentials into shape in 12 hours? 12 days would be more like it. At least the challenge earned her a big cup of coffee, which was otherwise severely rationed. At least the papers marked that out well enough. But the numbers bothered her. They seemed far too low. She searched through the pile to find any additional notes on coffee beans. Coffee lasted months, years in some cases. Whatever. The issues only began with the coffee inventory. She relished a sip and pictured again the full tablespoon of sugar they allowed her to dump into the mug. "My numbers are good." Chuck, the man in charge of this inventory mess, crossed his arms and glowered at Dessa. Cole and Delmar stood on either side of him, acting like his bodyguards. In his 50s, with messy gray hair to his shoulders and a bald spot in the center. Chuck looked relatively fit, with a little extra padding around the middle. He was uninfected, like Dessa and Cole. Chuck didn't take it as a compliment that Mayor Pierce sent Dessa in to fix things, but he clearly needed the help from somebody. She had a manager like that at the grocery store once. Foul-mouthed and mean, he treated people like his servants. They never dared one of their karaoke shopping cart competitions on his shifts. Every part of New Sacramento needs all the resources we can offer. Mayor Pierce sounded like he had rehearsed this part before. That means everyone gets help, and everyone gets their work checked. You know that, Chuck, especially with your injury right now. He nodded to the wrist brace on Chuck's right arm. Dessa rifled through a few more papers. After reuniting with Ivan and the others, she'd sent them off for more playtime while she dealt with her challenge. The reception hall turned supply room had only become more disorganized in the few hours since she last saw it. More supplies just dropped in the hallway, Chuck said, as an excuse. Boxes and haphazard piles obscured the shelves that almost reached the ceiling. Of course, things didn't work like they used to, but if people took the time to carry stuff into this room, why didn't they take another second, just another second, to put stuff down in some sort of order? Dessa looked up. "Where's the logbook?" Chuck's face flushed red. Sweat broke out on his forehead. If he had daggers for eyes, he'd be throwing them at her head right now. He motioned at the desk. "What do you mean, where's the logbook? It's all there." If everything is supposed to be rationed, coffee, water, food, how do you keep track of who takes what and how much? She had a sinking feeling that he didn't. If he couldn't produce a logbook, what was left except to accuse him of lying and thieving? Cole and Delmar would love that. They were two sides of the same coin, glowering, unpleasant people, only 30 or so years separating them. Without Tiana, Amos, Egg, or the others by her side, she felt more alone than ever. But they all had their different tasks to earn their keep here, and this was hers. But maybe they believed in her a little too much. What if they were wrong and she couldn't do this? The mayor would discover she was a fake. She would have to wander outside the walls of this place and battle V's until they put her out of her misery. Chuck rifled through the papers, and pulled out one dense with indecipherable chicken scratch. Of course the columns were unlabeled. Right here. This is not helping. If she's too stupid to read the paperwork, then it's wasting my time. I have a lot to do already. Chuck recrossed his arms over his chest, wincing. That's still bothering you? Mayor Pierce asked. Makes it hard to lift supplies onto the shelves, that's for damn sure, Chuck said. But Doc said it's getting better. That's why you must remain in the infirmary until you're fully healed, Mayor Pierce said. She will help sort things out in the meantime. Sir, we should escort him back, Cole said. He shouldn't be outside yet. I'm fine, Chuck grumbled, wiping his forehead with the hem of his shirt. It's fine. Doc said I'm getting better, didn't you hear me? Sir, Cole said, a serious light in his eyes. Mayor Pierce frowned. We will see, won't we? Dessa thought there was something strange about their tone. Chuck had a sprained arm or wrist or whatever, but needed to stay in the infirmary? It didn't make sense. Chuck glared. Besides, how does it help if you give me someone who can't even read? Dessa ground her teeth as she tried to make heads or tails out of his chicken scratch. I can read. Right. Don't pretend I don't know what kids these days don't learn in school, Chuck said. They haven't taught cursive in years. Decades. No one knows how to sign their own name anymore. No one your age, anyway. Dessa ignored him as he continued to rant about cursive. Unlabeled columns were the least of it. He hadn't bothered to use a ruler on his columns either. The handwriting all sloped downhill across the paper. Her high school math and science teachers would have dropped dead from heart attacks seeing this crap. Assuming the first column was the names of people in New Sacramento, which was a big stretch, everything got logged with initials. No signatures, no nothing, to prove whoever had taken something was actually the one doing it. Maybe the mayor had set her up. What was she supposed to do? Accuse Chuck of stealing within the first minute of meeting him? But that's what it sure seemed like the paperwork showed, at least the part she could understand. No one should have let Chuck anywhere near an inventory sheet. The minutes ticked by. The four of them watched her, as if she would twirl a wand and end this circus act right in front of their eyes. Frustrated, Dessa pushed away the stack of papers and stood. I have 12 hours, right? She looked to the mayor for confirmation. He nodded. Fine, then I'm taking a break. She swore all their mouths dropped as she grabbed her mug of coffee and left the useless stack of scratch paper on the desk. Chuck's laugh followed her out. This is who you sent to fix things? Delmar, Mayor Pierce said as Dessa left. Escort Chuck back to the infirmary. Dessa marched through the event center and out the doors onto the crunchy lawn. Someone came up behind her. What do you think you're doing? Cole demanded, catching up to her and grabbing her arm to slow her down. Dessa sighed and pulled away from him. She really did need to clear her head and think in peace for a minute. I said I was taking a break. Was I really not clear? You don't understand what you've walked into here. It was strange, but Cole's voice didn't come off angry, more concerned. Careful not to spill her precious sugared coffee, she looked at him and wondered how to ditch him. Don't let the mayor fool you. He talks a good game, but... I know. Don't you remember? Dessa paused. He chose trying to save the city over my brother's life. If he had been successful, it was enough that I barely got to my brother in time. Cole frowned. Then you know. You can't risk walking out like that. He'll find a way to make you pay. Dessa looked him over. He wore a knife at his belt, jeans tucked into heavy-duty boots, a utility shirt with plenty of pockets. Sort of military, but not official. He was Delmar's sidekick, the mayor's goon. Why issue vague warnings about anything? Why do you even care? I know you don't like me, Cole said, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong about this. Dessa opened her arms, spilling a bit of coffee. Damn. Wrong about what? You told me nothing. And yeah, I think you're a goon. So why should I believe anything you say? I'm telling you not to cross the mayor if you don't deliver. I'm telling you. I already know that. You know what else I know? You and Delmar are thick as thieves. And I know exactly who Delmar is. And I know pretty much what that makes you, too. And Apocalypse hasn't changed anything about him. By the way, we call them V's. What? The zombies? We call them V's, just so you know. They're not zombies. They're not the undead. They're infected and they can die. You don't have to go through the brain. I know that. Then why do you call them zombies? No, Cole said. I mean, I know you can kill them like a regular person. It doesn't have to be through the brain. They stood there in an awkward silence until Cole marched back to the community center. Dessa closed her eyes and told herself to get it together. Blinking open, she looked down at her sad mug of coffee, now more than half gone. Drops of the beautiful sugary liquid had left dark spots on the cement at her feet. At least there were a couple of good sips left. She stood there and finished the mug and thought. By the time she sucked the last bit out of the mug, she headed back to the house with an idea. Chapter 24. Okay, listen up. I've created a list of names and assignments. Each team gets a captain. Tiana takes charge of basic supplies. Amos is in charge of food. Egg is in charge of water and other drinks like coffee. All be on point. If you're not sure if something fits, bring it to me and I'll tell you what to do with it. Dessa's break had lasted 2 hours. During that time, everyone returned from their work or play for the day and eaten dinner. She found a stupid ruler in the office of the house, some pens and some lined binder paper. Knowing Ivan liked to draw, she set him on the task of creating their inventory and log sheets with the pens, paper, and ruler. For the moment, Tig was safe in a little cubby Claire had made out of a closet. Dessa brought everyone to the supply room except for Ms. Winters. Officially, Ms. Winters' concussion had given her another migraine. They scrounged up some battery flashlights and a few camping lanterns. Chuck had met them at the door, the scowl on his combo-cured skin turning a deep purple when he saw her entourage. He held his wrapped wrist to his chest and ordered Cole to stand guard at the door, to make sure none of these newcomers steal anything, and left again. Cole glowered but stayed out of the way, and that's all Dessa cared about. The challenge made it easy to ignore him and the entire rest of the world and all the horrible things going on out there. She wanted to keep it that way for as long as possible, so she let every part of this spin up her magical logistician brain, or however Tiana had put it. Rattling off names and assigning each to a section leader, she decided at the last second to turn it into a friendly competition. The team who sorted and organized their section the fastest, with the most accuracy and the least amount of supplies ruined, would win a prize. "What's the prize?" the twins asked in unison. They practically rubbed their hands together in glee. Dessa pursed her lips. "What do you want the prize to be?" Barrage and Ratha whispered with their heads together. "Maybe we could stay up as late as we want for a week," Angelina said. "No, a month," Angela said. Barrage stood up. "Candy for breakfast every day for a whole week, whatever kind we want." All the kids chattered in excitement. Dessa held her hands up for silence. With an appropriate dramatic pause, she said, "How about both?" Now the kids' chatter exploded. She worked hard to keep her poker face together. Once they settled down, she continued, "Okay, the challenge is simple, like sorting blocks or picking up all your toys. Go through everything, pull it off the shelf, and, if it looks like something else, put those things next to each other. If anything looks sharp or dangerous, you have to call over your captain to check it out. When you've gone through your entire section, then the captain's going to check it over, but you have to help them count. How many things do we have that are alike? The captain will write it down. I'll be ultimate judge." She waited for a moment, for effect. Remember, fastest, most accurate, and without breaking anything. Go! The kids sprang into action, scurrying into the aisles, helping each other pull things off the shelves, scattering objects across the floor. It looked like utter chaos, like she was making an even bigger mess of things than Chuck. But that was always how it started. A smaller mess required a bigger mess in order to clean it up. Egg's kids called for their captain. He jogged over, clipboard and ruler-lined paper in hand. Tiana waved at her kids and headed for her section. "I want that prize! Come on, team, let's win this!" Amos came to stand next to her. She wished she had the courage to move even closer to him. She hated the way he held himself back from her now. He seemed supernaturally calm and kind and strong, and she didn't know what to do to fix things between them. He was the one who kept pushing her away, and she feared maybe things couldn't be fixed. This is really smart. I wouldn't have thought of this. Her heart lit up at the compliment. Teamwork makes the dream work. Amos laughed. Dessa thought she saw an opening. Putting a lightness in her tone, she said, Amos, don't you think it's time you got over yourself? You can't always control everything. So what if a memory rose up and… He turned to her, suddenly serious, his eyes two pools of light. Dessa, I have to be sure. I never want to hurt you. I have to make sure that I can control this. Amos, I don't care. She felt an overwhelming sense of conviction rise up. So what if it does? I'm telling you I don't care. You're worth the risk. The kids ran up to Amos, shouting. Amos! Amos! We're gonna lose! Come on, quick! There's something on the top shelf we can't reach! The kids grabbed his wrists. He gently pulled up until they were hanging in the air laughing. He released a breath and looked at her again. Really looked at her. Okay, we're gonna talk about this more later. A smile took over her face. She swore she could feel it stretch from ear to ear, even as he set the kids back on the ground and they pulled him into an aisle of camping goods and kids' clothes. He looked over his shoulder and they exchanged a ridiculous smile that made her heart jump. She sighed and waved him on. Behind her, within inches of her ear, Cole said, You guys are hopeless. You're not going to pull this off. Whipping around, she tried not to let his words dampen her mood, but could already feel her smile beginning to fade. Shut up! We don't want or need your help! Cole's glowering mask lifted. Hurt flashed across his face. Somehow, to her astonishment, her words had cut the big goon deeply. The mask fell back into place. Cole returned to his post at the door. Dessa shook her head, but then something familiar caught her eye at Cole's retreat. Near the end of one aisle was a gigantic pile of t-shirts and a box filled with trash bags. Next to them, a small pile of backpacks. Their backpacks. She looked up at Cole to find him watching her. She blinked and turned away, pretending to shuffle some paperwork. Glancing up again, she saw Cole had finally averted his eyes to scowl at the air. The closest backpack was Amos's. It would be filled with more than enough Albutrin and the map to Sanctuary, but there was no way she could sneak a full backpack out of this room unnoticed. Mayor Pierce had said they would be watched. Cole was proof enough of that. If someone stopped and searched her, they would find the Albutrin, and she suspected Mayor Pierce would not be deflected from answers again. Holding up a paper to the light, as if examining Chuck's stupid cursive like it was actually readable, she wandered over to the piles with paper in hand. Checking through the trash bags first, and then the shirts, she kicked Amos's backpack down the aisle until the aisle itself blocked her from Cole's sightline. Abandoning all pretense, she opened the backpack, grabbed the map, and stuck several bottles into her pockets. The twins were further down the aisle, working on a section of salt crackers and light bulbs. Angela! Angelina! She whispered their names, urgent. They stopped their work and turned to look at her, mirror images of each other. She still couldn't tell them apart, but thankfully they didn't care. She showed them the contents of the backpack. Their eyes widened. They knew the value of what she had. After all, they had assisted Ms. Winters more than once in making the doses for everyone. Take this and divide it up. Do not give any to the little kids. I don't know if they can keep it hidden. But you two, also Barrage and Rotha, and then divide the rest up somehow with Tiana, Amos, and Egg. Return the backpack to the pile when you're done. Dessa pointed back down the aisle. They nodded and returned to work, the pack between them. Dessa backstepped down the aisle and watched as they went super stealth at hiding a few pill packets in their shirts. Then they chattered about something and skipped over to Amos. Breathing a sigh of satisfaction, Dessa returned to the tables of useless papers. Working only yards away from Cole wasn't fun, but doable, especially now that she imagined little hands stuffing the medicine all the children desperately needed into pockets and shirts. Something hit the ground and rolled. At first she paid it no mind because the kids were making plenty of noise at their work. But then Cole bent down and picked up something. He twisted his head to the side, examining what looked like a bottle. Dessa froze and realized that her waistline was slimmer than just a few minutes ago. Adrenaline made blood rush across her ears in a roar. Cole! He walked over to her table and set the bottle in the middle of the paper she had been looking at. Albutrin. Dessa went cold with fear. A dozen excuses rose and died on her lips. He stood there, not saying anything. She dared not look up, until finally she couldn't stand it anymore. His eyes were like two pools of fire burning into her. I think you dropped this, Cole said, and then, to her utter shock, returned to the door while leaving behind the bottle of Albutrin. Dessa's flush warmed her cheeks. Her mind got stuck on the thought that she'd been that close to getting them discovered, or at least accused of stealing, and then nothing. Sierra came running up with a million questions, her energy so insistent it tore through Dessa's spinning thoughts. She stuffed the bottle of Albutrin more firmly in her clothes and spent the next 2 hours running around with answers, pointing out the difference between blue and purple to Zachary, and helping all 3 teams sort, stack, label, and count. Ivan and his ruler made column after column, handing out new sheets at a furious pace. Finally, when he got enough ahead, she set him on the task of creating a ration logbook. Nothing too crazy. More binder paper with rulered columns. Still a million times better than the bits of scrap Chuck used. They took a water and snack break 3 hours in, then after a little pep talk, went back to it. At about 1 a.m., finishing long before the 12-hour mark, Dessa called it. She walked the aisles one last time. When the mayor awoke, this miracle of neat and organized shelves would greet him. Supplies were stacked and evenly spaced. The floors were clear. Sections were labeled. Heavy stuff rested on the bottom shelves and lighter supplies took the top shelves. She arranged the inventory papers into careful stacks and clicked them into 3-ring binders discovered buried under a half pallet of coffee beans. Taking a 4th binder, she clicked in the empty ration logs. She would present the binders to Mayor Pierce herself. And most importantly of all, they now had all the Albutrin they needed for the kids' next doses. If Dessa looked close, she could see an odd boxy lump here and there on her friend's clothes. Nothing conspicuous unless you knew where to look. The strange thing was, Cole did seem to know where to look. It made her nervous to notice how his eyes seemed to mark all the places where she, the twins, and her friends had hidden the Albutrin in their clothes. But he didn't say a word, or leave his post. She didn't know how long his silence would last, but she hoped long enough for them to make the doses and then make their escape. She walked back to a completely silent group. Cranky faces and bloodshot eyes greeted her. They were practically falling asleep on each other. Great job, you guys, Dessa offered. Let's all go get some sleep. Murmurs of disagreement. Egg shook his head. Dessa frowned. What? How could you forget? Angela said. Who won the prize? Angelina said. Dessa rubbed her eyes. How could she have forgotten? She felt more exhausted than she thought she had in her whole entire life, but she should have known there was no better memory than that of a kid under the age of 10, especially when it came to candy. Amos leaned against a shelf, eyes half closed. Tiana stretched while Egg used his fingers to jokingly pry his eyelids open. She scanned their shining faces. Ivan, Claire, Yasmin, Sierra, Barrage, Rotha, Zachary, Angela, Angelina. Digging up energy from she didn't know where, she smiled big and pointed at every single one of them. You get the prize, and you get the prize, and you get the prize. You all get the prizes! They cheered the entire way to bed, loud enough that a few New Sacramento citizens came out on the sidewalk with flashlights. Cole followed in their wake, ordering people back inside. After they gave the map and all the Albutrin to Ms. Winters, Dessa fell into bed, flush with pride. Ms. Winters locked herself in a closet-turned laboratory to get started. Dessa suspected if the kids were big enough, they'd have carried her on their shoulders like some football champion. At least, a girl could dream they might. Right? Chapter 25. Something woke her in the dark of the night. She lay in bed, confused, until her senses settled. Opening her eyes to the moonlit room, she remembered they were in New Sacramento, in a bedroom Dessa and Tiana shared, in a house Mayor Pierce gave to their group. A slim figure padded across the carpet and out the bedroom door. Tiana, probably getting up to pee. Dessa guessed maybe they'd slept for an hour or so, since the challenge finished, and they cheered their way home. Turning onto her side, Dessa looked through the ground-level window onto the front yard and street. There were no streetlights or headlights or house lights. Still, the half-moon glowed bright in a clear, starlit sky. For a moment, with sleep still muddling her brain, she imagined things the way they used to be. In a few hours, her alarm would sound. She would wake up to get ready for school. She would work so hard to follow the rules and earn back her brother, her only family. And now look at her, a whole house full of— dare she call them family? Surely they were far more than strangers now, even though that's exactly what they were not long ago. But now she felt responsible for all of them, and they had worked so hard for her, without complaint, all through the night. Dessa almost turned over to bury her head under the pillow, when a moving shadow caught her attention. Guards walked the streets at night, making sure everything stayed safe. Still, she tensed until the moonlight illuminated Cole's face. He scanned the street, the yards, the houses, his gaze flitting past her window like he was on the hunt for something. Even when he thought no one was looking, he radiated rage. She watched him search behind a row of bushes, look over a fence, and then hurry down the block. His intensity intimidated her. But she had to admit, it felt better knowing he was on watch tonight. Nothing would get past his radar for trouble. Sleep tugged at her eyes and brain and limbs. Food filled her belly, and they'd even split a can of soda for dessert. They had done good, hard work, earning their place inside the walls of New Sacramento. She doubted it was enough for Mayor Pierce to trust Dessa, after they had tried to kill each other at Folsom Dam. But she didn't need his trust, only enough complacency to make their escape to sanctuary. A scratching noise made her come fully awake. Had she even fallen back asleep? She blinked and saw Tiana still missing, the door open. She couldn't have closed her eyes for more than a minute if Tiana was still in the bathroom. The scratching continued. Dessa ignored it and buried her head in her pillow. Probably a stupid squirrel climbing the house. A growl made her freeze. Fight, flight, or freeze. People always forgot about freeze. She took a deep breath to help unlock her muscles, just like her psychologist had taught her. It was a squirrel. Loosen up. Turn over and look at how ridiculous her fear was. Glass shattered, and shards rained down on her. She tumbled onto the floor, tangled in the covers. Fighting with the sheets to free herself only wrapped them tighter around her legs. A figure loomed overhead, moonlight striking the side of his face. "Chuck?" He dove, hands outstretched, aiming for her throat. She tried screaming, but his grip cut her off after a yelp. He had all but promised she would pay for showing him up. Her throat burned. Black spots burst across her vision. Panic gave her strength, but the tangled covers held her in place. Was this it? After everything, was someone like Chuck really the one to take her out? All because he didn't like her organizing his stuff? Chuck's hands bore down harder. His face was inches away and closing in. His breath stank like rotten fish. The absurdity bubbled up a laugh. Had tuna really been his last meal? Her throat screamed in pain. Unconsciousness reached for her. There was no way she could hold on, so she let go. Her mind detached from her body, and she began to float outside herself. A part of her detached and noticed dark veins running through Chuck's cheeks. His teeth were darkened with some liquid as he snapped them closed an inch from her nose. Someone rushed from the hallway into the room. Another figure jumped through the broken window, crashing onto the bed covered in glass. "Get off her!" A man's voice. "Amos?" She snapped back into her body and opened her eyes. An arm was between her and Chuck. "Hold him! Hold him still!" Cole? Her thoughts turned in dizzying circles. Amos shouted in pain as Chuck snapped his mouth closed on Amos's arm. Suddenly, the hands around her neck released. A full breath of air rushed painfully down her throat. The stinging made her cough, which made her throat sting more. The sheet still tangled her limbs together and she couldn't move. Something wet and warm dripped on her, soaking her shirt. Cole stood above her, next to Chuck, moonlight making the dark, black-colored blood on the knife he removed from Chuck's head almost glow. Chuck's body turned into dead weight. A squishing noise made her think of blood. Chuck's blood, soaking through the clothes onto her skin. "Get him off!" Dessa croaked, her heart beating wildly in her chest as her mind attempted to process what had happened. Amos and Cole rolled Chuck's body away. Cole untangled the blanket from around Dessa's legs. Amos untangled her arms. Shaking uncontrollably from head to toe, Dessa tried to sit up as soon as they released her, but failed. Cole helped her lean against the wall, surprisingly gentle, treating her like a wounded animal, which she guessed she kind of was in that moment. Tiana rushed in, flashlight bouncing its beam around the room, catching the blood and glass, red and white sparkles everywhere. "Oh! Oh no!" She rushed to Amos. "Hey, I'm the one who almost got murdered!" Dessa croaked. The flashlight showed Cole's scowling mask had dropped again, replaced with worry and a vulnerability that made her feel strange. The stink of Chuck's blood filled Dessa's nostrils. Even with the breeze through the broken window, the metallic scent lay thick in the room, layered over something rotten. Tiana dropped the flashlight on the carpet and bent over Amos's arm. "Oh, Amos!" The beam showed in high contrast the bite mark Chuck had left on his bicep. Amos wavered on his knees, his eyes wide and shining, clutching his arm. He went V. Dessa went cold as her brain put it all together. The fevers. Amos was falling into the fevers. It happened every time someone given the Borrelia antidote got a fresh reinfection of the Lissa virus. The system went into overdrive and sent the combo cured into a terrible dream state, full of nightmares and hallucinations for hours, sometimes days. Tiana examined Amos's wound. "I don't understand. When did Chuck get bit? Where? Are there more infected inside the walls?" Dessa remembered the way Chuck had held his sprain and used it as an excuse for sloppy handwriting. His arm! Tiana walked over and rolled up the fabric of Chuck's sleeve. She leaned back on her heels as she shined the flashlight over the wound. A square-like section of flesh cut out of his forearm. "Crap! This doesn't look like a bite mark." "Because it's not," Cole said. Tiana shined the light on Cole's face as they both stared at him. Amos leaned against the wall for support, eyes closed, sweat breaking out on his face. A sinking feeling entered Dessa's stomach. What are you talking about? He was in the infirmary for a sprained wrist. Mayor Pierce, he was infected with the Lissa virus, Cole interrupted. A cold certainty entered Dessa. You knew that already. Mayor Pierce knew that already. That's why you and Delmar were acting as his escort. Cole nodded, expression grim. Yes. There was no apology in his response. No regret. Just a simple statement of fact. So this was just random luck? Dessa said in disbelief. He happened to turn V nearby and randomly attacked me? I believe so, Cole said. Tiana looked horrified. But why would you do that? Why would you even take the chance? Mayor Pierce thought it possible to cut out the infected tissue before it spread, Cole said, staring down at Chuck's body. In the garish beam of the flashlight, his transformation into a V was clear, face contorted with rage, dark veins running bulging trails underneath his flesh. He didn't look like this earlier, in the supply room. Then she remembered. But he was sweating, except that was hours ago. He should have turned long before now. Guess cutting out the infected flesh slowed things down for a little while, Cole said, his voice turning hard. Tiana huffed. Guess so. But wasn't someone supposed to be watching him? Cole held up his hands. Not my shift. I went on the hunt as soon as I found out he had escaped. Dessa shook her head, and it matched her shaking body. Too many twists were being thrown at her at once, and she was working on a major lack of sleep on top of it. That is the stupidest thing ever, Tiana said. Ms. Winters could have told you cutting out the… Tiana! Dessa put a warning note in her voice. Cole didn't know who Ms. Winters really was, what she knew, or what she could do, and it was best to keep it that way. Cole frowned. I told them it was too dangerous. But Pierce wanted to know, and Chuck didn't want the antidote. And I am… He glanced at Dessa. His goon, after all, right? So I stayed out of it. Dessa bit her lip. Mayor Pierce had knowingly allowed someone infected with the Lissa virus inside the community. Chuck had turned. Mayor Pierce had wanted to see what would happen. She needed to get them all out of this place as soon as possible. Amos moaned and used his hand to keep pressure on the fresh bite wound. He was already half unconscious. Amos needed that bite cleaned. Dessa struggled to get up, but her legs felt like jelly. I'll take care of Amos, Tiana said, hurrying back over. Cole, make sure Dessa's okay. She's not bit, right? Cole shook his head. I'll have to check. And I'll take care of Chuck. Amos's eyes rolled up, showing the whites. Tiana braced him. Come on, Amos. I can't move you on my own. We need to get that bite cleaned and get you into another room before you go down for good. The two of them stumbled out of the room as other flashlights bounced around the hallway. Tiana told everyone what happened and to help her with Amos. She instructed them to stay out of the room until she returned. Alone, Cole cupped Dessa's cheeks with both of his hands, as if scared to hurt her further. I need to check you over and see if he bit you. She tried to swallow over her injured throat. Her eyes must have asked the question she couldn't push out. I'll make sure you don't turn. If I find a bite mark, I'll get Amos back in here. Dessa closed her eyes. The blood began to cool, making her shiver. Ms. Winters had made her, Tiana, and Egg each a vial of the bacterial antidote to keep on themselves for just such a purpose as this. She decided not to bring it up to Cole unless absolutely necessary. Please, let it not be necessary. But if she had to get the combo cure, then so be it. Better than turning into Chuck. Still, she'd rather stay herself, unbitten, unchanged. Cole grabbed a flashlight from his belt and checked over her face, neck, arms, legs. She tried to ignore her burning throat. Finally, Cole sighed. Dessa, I'm sorry, but you're covered in blood, and I don't know if it's yours Or Chuck's. I think it's Chuck's. But I have to be sure. It took her a long second to realize what Cole was asking. A cool night breeze made the blood turn clammy on her skin. Okay, she croaked out. Turn around. She stripped to her underwear while facing his back. But her underwear was bloody too. She took off everything until completely naked and used the sheets to wipe off. Going to the nearest dresser, she pulled out underwear and clothes at least 2 sizes too big for her, but thanked the universe they fit at all. Slipping into the underwear and bra, she said, Okay. He turned around, flashlight in hand, and his breath caught in his throat. He looked her over from head to toe, methodically. The beam from the flashlight shook because his hands were shaking. After a long few seconds, he clicked off the light. Darkness bloomed inside the room, offering a sense of relief and privacy. Instead of looking at her, he busied himself with Chuck's body. You're fine. I mean, it's fine. I don't see any bite marks. You should get cleaned up. She clutched a sheet around her, not wanting to dirty the fresh clothes pulled from the drawer. Cole dragged Chuck's body across the floor, glass crunching underneath as he called for Egg's help. She darted down the hallway with everything she needed for a bucket bath to wash off the night's events as the kids pelted her with questions. She couldn't speak, and it wasn't because Chuck had almost choked her to death. She was exhausted and half-naked and covered in someone else's blood. And she was confused about everything. Everything. Chapter 26. Ms. Winters sat at the breakfast table. In the morning light, her eyes looked bleak. I'm so sorry, but I can't make the Albutrin. Dessa stared at her cup of coffee and watched the liquid swirl. Amos was lost to the fevers, sweating it out upstairs. Her throat was raw, and it hurt to speak. Egg and Tiana sat at the table with them and looked almost as bad as Dessa felt. The kids were still asleep. Cole would be back soon with word from Mayor Pierce on the Chuck situation, whatever that meant. Dessa tried to consider what new dangers waited for them upon Cole's return, but felt stretched to the breaking point with too few hours of sleep and too many crises. Are you saying we didn't get enough? Tiana said. They had taken loads of the Albutrin from the supply room during the night's challenge. It should have been more than enough. The Albutrin is not the limiting factor at the moment. Ms. Winters sipped from her own cup of hot coffee. Her glasses made her eyes look far more awake than was possible. Her hair was tied into a tight bun that accentuated the shape of her head. She had been up most of the night working on the Albutrin. When Chuck had turned V and attacked Dessa, Ms. Winters had been still working away. At least the sun shined. Its beams turned the kitchen warm and cozy, even if reality was anything but those things. Dessa picked up her coffee, the mug some quiche tourist thing from Minnesota. One of those little artifacts that people needed for proof of an exciting life, and that they weren't boring enough to stay home all the time. But she didn't think staying at home was boring. Home was safety. At least, that's what it was supposed to be. That's what she had searched for what seemed her whole life. A home. New Sacramento definitely wasn't it. So what do you need? Dessa asked, her voice hoarse. The reagent that strips the Albutrin into its constituent parts, Ms. Winters said. For all Mayor Pierce knew, Ms. Winters was a mildly senile grandmother-like figure to the kids, except that she was in charge of Project Paulus. Even though Dessa had only known her for little more than a month, her intellect and commitment to the children were formidable. I have sufficient amount for the doses for Rotha and Barrage, but— How long do we have? Egg asked, interrupting. He sat back in his chair, the front legs almost off the ground, staring hard at the hanging light over the table. 3 days, Ms. Winters said. Dessa set the mug of coffee down and interlaced her fingers to keep them from shaking. Her adrenaline could go from 0 to 60 in no time at all when it came to anything related to the kids. She stared at the vinyl tablecloth and examined the details of the leaves on the repeating pattern of what looked like sunflowers. 3 days? I thought we had 3 weeks. Ms. Winters sighed. That is the length of time I have estimated for the Albutrin, when given at regular, full doses, to continue to ward off the lyssavirus circulating in their systems. The children were never meant to go this long between treatments, protocol treatments. The one sanctuary could provide them with. But the twins need their booster dose in 3 days. 3 days after that, Sierra and Yasmin will need their doses, and so on for all the children. My reagent supplies are insufficient. I think we should tell Mayor Pierce about the kids, Tiana said. No, Ms. Winters and Dessa said almost in unison. Ms. Winters might be dressed in simple slacks and a pastel-colored shirt, but in that moment at the breakfast table, Dessa could only see the head, a woman who had stood at the bus door holding a clipboard as she ushered the children on board before their escape, a government scientist who worked with the human genome. Her special medicine made Ivan and the other children immune to the lyssavirus, as long as they received the appropriate doses of Albutrin. Medicine that would wear off in a matter of weeks, regardless of reagents and dosages, unless they could get to Sanctuary and its special laboratory in time. This is impossible, Tiana said. We can't keep going like this. We won't, Dessa said. Once we get to Sanctuary. Tiana pressed her lips together. If we get to Sanctuary. Tiana, Mayor Pierce let Chuck turn V. No, he didn't, Tiana said. Dessa sucked in a breath. What are you talking about? How can you say? I mean, he did, Tiana said quickly, holding hands up in supplication. Even Cole said Mayor Pierce was trying to keep Chuck from turning, but it didn't work. Isn't that basically what we're doing here with the kids? Dessa felt the breath knocked out of her. How could Tiana compare what Ms. Winters had done with Ivan and the other children to that psychopath Mayor Pierce? Ms. Winters narrowed her gaze. I fail to see the similarities. Cutting out a piece of flesh is medical barbarism of the highest order. Such methods may be appropriate for battlefield medicine centuries ago, but no longer. No longer? Tiana said, sarcastic. Look around. Do you think this is progress? That we're better off than centuries ago? We'd probably be lucky to have that old battlefield medicine to help us. I disagree, Ms. Winters said. Tiana almost rose from her chair. Don't you think Mayor Pierce is going to figure things out in all the wrong ways if anything happens to those kids because you want this to all stay a secret? This is not up for debate, Ms. Winters said. You are untrained. You cannot possibly entertain the thought that you know better than I what these children need. They stared at each other across the table. Dessa took another sip of coffee to steady herself against the rising tension. We need to get the kids to Sanctuary. That's what matters. And for the record, I don't think we should tell Mayor Pierce about the kids either. Egg nodded like Dessa was making sense. Tiana looked aghast. What choice do we have? We already took what we needed once, Egg said. We could do it again. And if we get caught, Tiana said. We won't, Egg said. We might, Dessa cautioned. 3 days, Dessa. Ms. Winters tapped her fingers on the table 3 times for emphasis. He's my brother. Do you think I would let him turn? Ms. Winters gave Dessa a strange look and left the breakfast table without another word. Chapter 27. Cole never came back. Now it was almost midday, and Dessa had slept off and on the past few hours, her brain unable to function. Tiana tended to Amos while Ms. Winters dealt with the kids. Egg had run off to figure out what was going on, but Dessa thought what he really planned to do was track down Delmar. She finally gave up on sleep and got up from the couch to splash off her face with some cold water. The door to her and Tiana's shared bedroom upstairs was closed and blocked by a chair. The window was broken, the carpet and bedding stained with blood, but at least Cole had wrapped up Chuck's body and taken it away in the night. Still, it seemed strange to Dessa to not have heard a word yet about the supply room challenge, or Chuck. After letting Tiana know, she struck out for the community center to figure out what was going on. If she just so happened to pass through the supply room for a quick lap and maybe notice the reagent Ms. Winters needed, all the better. The streets of New Sacramento were quiet, yet bustled with activity like before. If Dessa hadn't been involved in it, she wouldn't have believed what happened with Chuck in the night. As the walking got her blood moving and cleared the muddiness from her mind, she felt that ever-present urgency return. Meds, sanctuary, and they had to do it all under Mayor Pierce's nose. Egg was right. They needed to steal Ms. Winters' reagent and then hit the road. As Dessa approached to enter the community center, Mayor Pierce appeared through the doors. Upon seeing Dessa, he stopped. Her insides froze, but she kept walking because she had done nothing wrong. Chuck had attacked her. She had more than met Mayor Pierce's challenge. Still, something in the way he looked at her made Dessa shiver. "Dessa, excellent. I was coming to find you." He waited and held open the door for her to enter inside. She looked around for signs of Cole, Delmar, or any of the other New Sacramento guards Pierce liked to have around. Some anonymous faces were present, standing in the hall or at attention at the doors, but Cole and Delmar were nowhere to be seen. Mayor Pierce let the door close behind them and led Dessa into his library office. Books were haphazardly stacked on shelves. At least a dozen white banker's boxes filled with papers were scattered across the tables, many of them emptied of the paperwork that must have been stored inside. He sat down, ignoring Dessa for a moment while he rifled through a few brittle papers. Finally, he looked up. "The logistical magician. I heard you did excellent work last night, and reviewed it myself. I may need your magic touch here." "Whatever I can do," Dessa said carefully. "Excellent. It seems your work has helped me to address Reverend Milano's concerns. Everyone should be able to enjoy increased coffee and sugar rations for at least the next few months. Also basic food supplies and water. Though I suspect most will be excited about the coffee." "Thank you." This was too weird. Dessa and Mayor Pierce were on opposite sides. They had tried to kill each other inside the Folsom Dam. He had needed to receive the combo cure because of Dessa. He was probably a little crazy. And here he was, acting nice, complimenting her work, acting like they were on the same side. "Cole told me what happened with Chuck," Mayor Pierce said. "I want to offer my deepest apologies for this breach in our security here in New Sacramento. It will not happen again." Dessa nodded, not sure what to say. Mayor Pierce hesitated. "I know it's a luxury, and unnecessary in the scheme of things, but I would like to see if our rations can afford making a batch of ice cream. A sort of last hurrah to end summer and usher in the new season. I think the kids would like it. Does your brother like ice cream?" "Of course." Dessa forced a smile onto her face. She really wished Tiana, Egg, or Amos were here to help her read the situation. This was getting ridiculous. Mint chocolate chip is his favorite. "Then I would really like to see if we have enough rations to make some mint chocolate chip. And what's your favorite flavor?" Dessa bit her lip. "Just plain chocolate is fine with me." "Simple tastes, right?" Mayor Pierce smiled, though it did not reach his eyes. "Keep expectations low, and then be happily surprised when they are exceeded, on those rare occasions." Mayor Pierce stood and stretched. "Walk with me for a moment. You know we have a fully stocked medical ward, food closet, and even soda and snacks because of your group's foray into that grocery store." "Cole and Delmar said you were saving it." Yes, that's true. But now it's done, and New Sacramento citizens will be happy with the extra supplies. By the way, why were you there in the first place? Dessa felt a shock of fear strike her. Of course, this was a loaded question. Supplies, Dessa said slowly. Just like you. Food, water. Medicine, Mayor Pierce finished. Of course. Dessa felt herself begin to sweat. She touched the fingers of her right hand on a table. The solid wood helped steady her body and mind. We knew we would need it, for scratches and cuts and... Her voice trailed off. Thankfully, we have a fully stocked medical ward at the moment. You know, if there's anything you need, anything you think can help, of course we'll see what we have to help. Dessa didn't know how to respond. He chuckled. So, is there anything your group needs at the moment? It felt like she had stepped into a minefield. Mayor Pierce acted too casual. Something in his body language set off alarm bells inside Dessa. He wanted to hear a certain answer, but she had no idea what that answer needed to be. No, we're fine. We have everything we need. A long pause, as if Mayor Pierce wanted to give Dessa one last chance to revise her statement. But she had waited out plenty of psychologists, counselors, and social workers over the years. She knew how to keep her mouth shut. Mayor Pierce, once more using that minefield tone, said, And everyone in your group is feeling well. Ms. Winters has recovered. All the kids are doing fine. Your brother, he's fine. He left his library office and waited for her to enter the hall. Once she passed through, he headed down the hallway. Of course, we're fine. You've taken really good care of us. Her words disappointed Mayor Pierce. She could see it in the way his shoulders tensed. She opened her mouth to somehow blunder her way into the right answer, but Mayor Pierce raised a hand. Just a moment. They passed by the stockroom, the enormous kitchen, and then the weapons room. Further down, near an exit sign, was New Sacramento's medical ward. Mayor Pierce stopped at its door. So if everyone in your group is fine, if no one is sick... He swung open the door, his voice turning hard. If New Sacramento is taking good care of you, why has your group decided to steal from us? Dessa froze in shock. Egg was in the middle of the room. Cole stood behind him, forcing his hands behind his back. Medicine bottles were scattered across the floor. Egg met her with shocked eyes. Dessa! Cole shook Egg quiet. Shut up, thief! But Egg was never one to stay quiet, especially when nervous. Hey man, come on! That hurts! I wasn't doing anything wrong! You were stealing from New Sacramento, Mayor Pierce said, his voice deadly serious. Egg rolled his eyes around, afraid. Dessa, tell him! Mayor Pierce looked at Dessa. Yes, logistical magician. Tell me. Explain this. Dessa stumbled backward. It wasn't me. I didn't know anything about this. Mayor Pierce shook his head. I highly doubt that. No, she's right, Egg said. It was just me. She didn't know I was going to steal anything. Mayor Pierce returned his attention to Egg. He bent down and picked up one of the bottles, reading the label. All right. Let's say I believe you. Why were you stealing allergy medicine? He picked up another few bottles. Enzymes? The room swam. Egg had been attempting on his own to procure what Ms. Winters needed for the children. Egg struggled in Cole's grip. Hold still, Cole growled. Let me go, Egg said. Stop, Cole said, his voice containing a desperate note. Stop, you're gonna... There was a pop. Egg yelled in pain, and any fight in him vanished. His right shoulder looked off. What did you do? Dessa yelled, rushing to Egg, but Mayor Pierce clamped down on her shoulder and held her in place. I didn't do anything. Cole's expression twisted as he let go of Egg altogether. Why did you struggle? I told you to ease up. Egg stared down at his sneakers, which were covered in a layer of grime no amount of polishing could take off at this point, but he would not give them up for the whole world. Breathing hard from the pain of his dislocated shoulder, Egg said, "To get high. I thought I read somewhere that you could use this stuff to get high." Egg was throwing himself under the bus for her, for all of them. Mayor Pierce raised his eyebrows. "Interesting." He turned to Dessa. "Do you know anything about this?" "You have to help him. Where's the doctor?" "Not yet," Mayor Pierce said. Egg looked up. "Dessa, it's fine. It doesn't hurt that much." He was a liar, but what could she do except back him up? Reluctantly, Dessa said, "He's stolen drugs before. Oxycontin and stuff." Mayor Pierce whipped his gaze back. It felt like her words had somehow issued a death sentence. "Then we will put him out this very hour. You will be exiled from New Sacramento. I do not need drug users or disease-ridden. You had such potential." Mayor Pierce's words cut Egg down inch by inch. He hung his head, dejected. But was it because of Mayor Pierce's words, or Dessa's lack of them? He had offered up himself as a sacrifice, claiming drugs, taking the blame, and she just stood there, letting it happen. No, it was worse. Egg had chosen them over Delmar. That's what this theft meant. And she had just helped condemn him. Mayor Pierce motioned for Cole to lead Egg out. "He will be put outside the gate at this very moment." He dropped the bottles and let them roll across the floor. Horror filled Dessa, choking her. "Wait!" Cole paused. Egg stared at his sneakers, a tear sliding down his cheek. "Was there something you wanted to say?" Mayor Pierce prompted. "Because I would like this distasteful matter over with as soon as possible. We have an ice cream social to plan." Dessa opened her mouth to tell Mayor Pierce the truth. She would tell them and save Egg from exile. Mayor Pierce wanted to believe in his citizens. She needed to come clean with him and somehow buy Egg more time. But she couldn't get the words to leave her throat. "Cole," Mayor Pierce said, "please continue." They left the medical ward and entered the hallway. Dessa felt like a black hole was swallowing up her soul. Once outside the walls, his only weapon would be the speed his sneakers gave him to run. But paired with a dislocated shoulder, she imagined walking back to the house and telling everyone else what had happened. Her mind hit a wall. She couldn't face Tiana, Amos, Ivan. This was wrong. And suddenly her muscles unlocked. Energy flooded her body. She couldn't let this happen to Egg. Not after everything. She rushed into the hallway. "Wait! I know why he was stealing that medicine, and it wasn't to get high." Egg whipped his head up. "Dessa, don't!" Tears wet his cheeks, because he knew he was being sent to his death, and he was willing to let it happen. For her and her brother, for all the rest of them. The least she could do was tell the truth and let the chips fall where they may, and if that meant her entire group was turned outside the walls, well, they had already survived it once. They would do it again, together. "It's okay, Egg," Dessa said. Mayor Pierce approached, his eyes somehow seeing into her soul. Under his stare, she shrunk into that child she had been, once upon a time, under the guardianship of a randomly cruel couple who promised protection while slapping you upside the head for the least infraction. "You have a choice." Mayor Pierce took on that tone he liked to use, like they were passing the time by discussing the weather. "Tell me what this medicine is really for, and do not hold anything back. I will know if you do, or I will turn out Egg, and maybe a few others of your group, to fend for themselves beyond these walls. I have no reason to trust you, and even less reason now. I will regret the loss of your skills, but we will find a way to live on. Do not doubt me." She had learned the hard way, again and again, how to survive in a system full of petty tyrants who spoke of safety, compassion, love, until she'd broken some archaic set of rules, or a social worker misfiled some paperwork forcing you to change schools, or a counselor didn't find her grateful enough and put her in endless group therapy sessions, or a foster placement talked about adoption and then the next week sent you away, never telling you why. But Egg wasn't like them. Egg was better than all of them. Egg was her friend. Tiana had thought sharing the truth with Pierce was their only option. Dessa hoped she was right. She told Mayor Pierce about Project Paulus, about Ivan and the other children, about who Ms. Winters really was in relation to the project, and about the medicine the children needed. Egg kept his head down while she spoke. Was he disappointed in her? She was doing this for him, for all of them. When your back was up against the wall, when you saw the train wreck coming, you splattered out the truth first in the hopes of shifting fate, of proving to someone, anyone, that you were valuable, in the hopes of creating that split-second opening to jump out of the way of the inevitable wreck. Right? Right? She stumbled over telling them about Ivan's V-bite. Both Cole and Mayor Pierce stiffened at that part, realizing a V in sheep's clothing had been living in their midst. She explained the meds Egg had stolen were needed to hold back the lysovirus that infected all the children belonging to Project Paulus, and then she stopped, before mentioning Sanctuary. Silence fell over them like a suffocating blanket on a hot summer night. She waited for Pierce to press her on something, but he didn't, and she kept the knowledge of Sanctuary to herself. So Egg can stay now, Dessa said, because now you know about Project Paulus and how important these meds are to the children. Not quite. Mayor Pierce drew out a theatrical pause. Of course the children can stay, and Ms. Winters, of course, though we will need to have a conversation about this. But of course Project Paulus was always valuable, though their true worth was hidden from me until now. Dessa's stomach twisted into knots, waiting for the ultimatum. There was always an ultimatum, another hoop to jump through, a test to prove that it was okay for you to continue existing. Therapy, meds, repressing or getting in touch with your emotions, depending on the psychologist. Getting good grades, proving you were social. Those were the old hoops. In this new world, the hoops rose to a whole new level. You're going to do something for me, and in return I will not throw your friend here outside our walls, Mayor Pierce said slowly. But it's going to be really dangerous, Dessa said. Pierce inclined his head. Of course. He would ask her to do something absurd, like the inventory challenge except worse. But what if he asked her to hurt someone? Where were her lines? Did she have any left? She thought she did, but she also knew she could be cruel if there was a chance it led to another night of safety for everyone she cared about. Dessa released a breath and nodded to herself. Whatever you want. Over Mayor Pierce's shoulder, Cole flinched. There is something New Sacramento needs, Mayor Pierce said, thoughtful. Egg snapped his head up, wincing. What is it? I'll get it for you. We'll get it for you, Dessa added. Whatever it is. Mayor Pierce's eyes lit up. Very well. There are several things I need. Some of them pertinent to New Sacramento, and some of them personal to me. Have you heard of the Crocker Museum before? Dessa shook her head. No. That is unfortunate. Tell me where it is and I'll track down what you want, Dessa said, really hoping it wasn't far away. The museum contains a vault I want. Mayor Pierce sighed and held up a hand. He rubbed his temples and beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. No. Wait a moment, please. Dessa realized Mayor Pierce was having an episode. Amos had experienced them often enough from the combo cure. Like when they had kissed in that tiny convenience store. Pierce would suffer the same side effects from the combo cure as Amos. Strange memories rising up and taking over the present, often out of nowhere. Hallucinations. Seeing ghosts. But what the vault contains is important. Vital. Mayor Pierce was mumbling to himself. He still held his temples and had closed his eyes. Cole watched, grim-lipped, but did not make a move to help. No, this is not vital to our survival, not yet, though it will be. We must start at the beginning. Maslow's hierarchy of needs, or they will turn on you. Start at the start. Another long minute passed before Mayor Pierce blinked his eyes open and dropped his hands to his sides. He looked them over, sighing. Yes, well, my apologies. Dessa dared not say a word, for fear he would remember she had been the one to make it necessary for him to get the combo cure. That would surely destroy any chance of them staying within the safety of New Sacramento's walls. Mayor Pierce sighed. I need some maps. Egg looked as confused as Dessa felt. Maps? Dessa said. Mayor Pierce nodded, his eyes clearing and containing that hard, calculating edge of intelligence again. Water and sewer, at least. Maps of the pipes, the substations, the pump houses, all of it. The digital versions are lost, and we will need to rebuild from what was used before. Hand-drawn or printed maps. The old paper maps. Dessa and Egg exchanged a look. Cole, we'll go with you as insurance. As my eyes and ears, so to speak. Sir. Mayor Pierce held up a hand for silence. Those are my terms. All of your group can remain within the safety of New Sacramento, but only on condition you bring back the maps I want. Where are they? Egg asked. Mayor Pierce tapped his lips. Yes, well, deep in the city of Sacramento, of course, in a secure archival quality vault, located in the basement level of the Crocker Museum. The city? Egg squeaked out. In the heart of the city! In the heart of V territory! Dessa felt her stomach lurch as she pictured the skyscrapers and the condominium towers, and all those people likely infected with the Lissa virus. Rather the edge of it, Mayor Pierce said. But yes, I think you get the idea. Chapter 28. What are you trying to say, Dessa? Anger stiffened Amos's shoulders. He had come out of the fevers for a bit, though he still looked pale and feverish. It was possible he'd fall back into them at least once more before recovering fully from the bite. I'm supposed to be okay with the mayor sending you out into a zombie wasteland for some maps? It was after dinner. The kids were all getting ready for bed as Angela and Angelina supervised. Since the sun had set, they sat at the little table in the kitchen around some candles. Dessa told herself to memorize every part of this time with all of them together. Not for some maps, for our right to stay here, for this house, and for all the children currently sleeping under its roof, and for the meds they need. For me. Egg said this with a mix of wonder and shame. He wore a sling Dessa logged out from inventory. New Sacramento's medic had popped his shoulder back into place not long after Dessa agreed to the mayor's terms. Dessa told them everything because of me. No, Tiana said, because Ms. Winters set you up to get caught. Egg shook his head. No, I was stupid, cocky. Ms. Winters didn't make me do anything. We needed the medicine and I knew I could get it. But Cole, it doesn't matter, Dessa said. Cole's the jerk who dislocated your shoulder. Egg shook his head. No, Dessa, that's not right. What are you talking about? Dessa said. I saw it happen. Yeah, but Cole was right. He didn't do a thing other than hold on. And well, before you got there when Cole caught me, he wasn't going to say anything. He was about to let me go. Dessa, he saw me take those bottles and he was going to let me walk right out with them. Dessa frowned, but he didn't. Yeah, because Pierce came by, Egg said. So then Cole had to put on a show. You don't know it was a show, Amos said. He could have. Nah, man. Egg waved his good hand in the air. It was a classic move. Get caught and play goody two-shoes. Her first impression of Cole had been as Delmar's sidekick. Her second impression was as the mayor's goon. But both of those were wrong, and her third impression of him as protector or ally Or really, she wasn't sure. Confused her most of all. Look, what matters is that the mayor knows about the children and Ms. Winters, Tiana said, her expression tense. He's basically holding the meds hostage for those maps. Yeah, Dessa said. I hope I was right about telling him, Tiana said. Dessa stared at the stupid vinyl pattern of the table covering. Yeah, me too. So who's gonna warn Ms. Winters and tell her everything Pierce knows now? Egg said. Not it, Tiana and Dessa said in chorus. Amos frowned. That's really mature. You're only saying that because you have to do it now, Egg teased. You'll break the news to her best anyway, Tiana said. Right, Amos said, rolling his eyes. Dessa couldn't help but smile. Okay, so we get him the maps, Tiana said, eyes flashing. That's right, we, Amos said. Dessa stood up from the table, the wooden legs of her chair scraping against the tile floor. Nope, no way. I have to go. Cole has to go, but that's it. Cole's name deepened Amos's scowl so obviously that Tiana rolled her eyes. Does anybody else think Cole is hot enough to be in a boy band? Egg threw out the words like dropping a grenade in the center of the table. You mean the guy who broke your shoulder, Amos said, incredulous. Look, Egg said, I just told you. Ew, Egg, seriously, why would you say that boy band stuff? Tiana said. Now I can't get that image out of my mind. What? I'm adult enough to admit this was my fault. Egg tilted his head to his shoulder. That grip of his was pro. Like police pro. Light as a feather. If I hadn't struggled. Come on, Egg, Amos said. I'm just saying that Cole is our BTS wannabe. Egg smiled like he had the devil in him. He slapped Amos on the shoulder with his good arm. But don't worry, Amos. I'm pretty sure Dessa likes her guys with a little more muscle. Oh, wow, Tiana said. Shut up, Egg. Don't make it worse or weird. Both Amos and Dessa flushed, a deep, humiliating red. Egg laughed. Too late. Amos shot up from the table. I'm gonna help the kids get ready for bed. Me too, Dessa said. They left Tiana and Egg laughing in the kitchen while keeping each other at arm's length. Separating down opposite ends of the hallway, Dessa's path took her by one of the bathrooms. The twins brushed their teeth at the sink. She nodded at them through the mirror and caught a look at herself. Dark, untamed hair, squinting eyes like she needed glasses, which, with the way the writing sometimes blurred, maybe she did. Basic t-shirt and jeans, full of grime from the day's work. Nothing too bad to look at. Nothing spectacular about her either. But next to the twins' young, squeaky clean faces, brushed hair and neat clothes, Dessa looked old. She felt old, too. Angela was at the further sink. Around the toothpaste in her mouth, she said, There's clean clothes and a towel in the cupboard. Dessa nodded and waited for them to finish up. This might be her last chance to get clean. Once the twins finished, Dessa locked the door. Alone in a room with no windows, in a 2-story house inside a walled community with guards. It was the safest she had felt in a long time. Finding the clothes where Angela said they would be, Dessa stripped, leaving her trashed clothes in a pile on the floor. Taking a sponge, soap, and the bucket of clean water, she stepped into the shower stall and worked up a lather. Making quick work of cleaning up, she toweled off, dressed, found a comb in the drawer underneath the sink, and worked on her tangles until everything smoothed out. She would have to leave after everyone fell asleep. Then there would be no further argument on who was going with her. She would already be outside the walls, long gone. Stepping over her dirty clothes, she left the hallway bathroom feeling 1,000,000 times better. Cleaner, clearer. She went in search of Ivan and found him sharing a room with the twins, Claire, Tig, and Barrage. As the oldest, the twins got the bed. Ivan and Barrage had discovered superhero sleeping bags from some closet and camped out on the floor with couch pillows. One of the big couch cushions and some blankets formed a nest for Claire and Tig. I thought we decided Tig was going to start sleeping in the kitchen, Dessa said. We tried, Claire quipped, without raising her head from the cushion as she stroked Tig. He got lonely, Ivan said. We can't let Tig feel lonely, the twins said in chorus. Dessa hid a smile. Oh, okay. That makes sense. She tucked in the blanket a little better around both Claire and Tig. Moving to Ivan and Barrage, she helped straighten their sleeping bags so they wouldn't twist in the night. The kids started chatting about the playground. Dessa sat alongside Ivan on the floor until he looked at her. Ivan, she stopped. How could she tell him she was leaving tomorrow? People were always leaving his life. She could promise she was coming back, and she meant it, but there were no guarantees. Thank you for taking care of us, Ivan said in a subdued voice. No big deal, kid. She brushed hair off his forehead, glad to feel cool, fever-free skin. I know that's not true. He pulled the sleeping bag over his chin as he turned to look at her. The other kids were talking excitedly about the bubble wands they made that day. I know the medicine is the only thing keeping me from turning into a V. I'm sorry that it's so much trouble. I want to make it up to you. Dessa felt punched in the stomach. There's nothing to make up. I would do anything for you. I know. Ivan snaked out a hand and patted her on the arm. But if I don't get any more medicine, then that's not your fault. Sometimes bad things happen and you can't help it or stop it. You just have to accept it. A lump rose in her throat. Not for you, Ivan. It's supposed to be different for you. The other kids giggled at Tig's antics as he attempted to dig himself an even warmer spot against Claire's neck. Though she'd been taking care of Tig for weeks now, the joy it gave her had not lessened even a little. Claire acted like having another organism to love was the most beautiful thing in the whole universe. Yeah, but, you know, Ivan said. It's already too late for that. Dessa turned back to Ivan and spoke with conviction. I will get you the medicine you need, for as long as you need it, for our whole lives. Ivan squeezed her arm again, even though she was the one supposed to be comforting him. I only mean sometimes people are unlucky. You lost Mom and Dad once, but then I got another Mom and Dad. But I don't think I was supposed to. That's why I lost 2 moms and dads. Okay, but you haven't lost me yet. You won't lose me ever. Her voice was too loud and too full of emotion. It stopped the chatter in the room. 3 sets of eyes looked at her and Ivan. Tig meowed at the loss of attention. It's okay, Ivan said. She's really sad she has to leave tomorrow. Dessa's breath caught in her throat. How did you know that? Claire dared to move an inch, and Tig howled in protest. The others giggled, and the chatter returned. Ivan let the sleeping bag slip below his chin, revealing a sheepish smile. I didn't, until just now. It was a guess, but I guessed right, didn't I? And it's to get our medicine, isn't it? Dessa rested a comforting hand over the sleeping bag at his chest. His heart beat strong and steady beneath her palm. Okay, I do have to go. Just for a little while, maybe a couple of days. And yeah, it's sort of for your medicine, but it's for everybody else here too. He nodded, acting so solemn for being almost 6 years old. Had she been like that at his age? She didn't think so. Her parents had both been alive, and she had no concept of death or grief yet. But it won't last, Ivan said. You know things like this don't last. So I'm going to go. But I'll be back. And in the meantime, you gotta stay safe and be good. And if the time comes to leave because it's not safe anymore, then you leave, right? She didn't need to explain how he would know it was time. Tig comes too, right? Dessa's tension eased. Didn't matter how many moms and dads died or how unlucky their lives might be. At his core, Ivan was still a kid, able to worry about a kitten. She suspected that meant he would turn out all right. Of course, Tig is coming. Are you kidding me? How could we leave behind our team mascot? Ivan giggled. Our mascot? If we're going to win against Team Zombie, we need a mascot. So why not Tig? Team Tig, Ivan giggled. Team Tig fights the zombies with cat claws and tuna cans. You know it. Dessa leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. Now go to sleep. Her stomach rumbled loud enough to make all the kids giggle. Tig has some leftover tuna from dinner, Claire offered. Or she could get real food from the kitchen, Angela said. I'll leave the tuna for Tig, but now it's really time to go to sleep. I'll know if you're not. I'm coming back to check on you. It was a false threat. She was headed for the inner bowels of a devastated zombie city. She wouldn't get a chance to check on them and see if they really did stop giggling long enough to get some sleep. With one last readjustment of Ivan's sleeping bag, Dessa said goodnight to everyone and headed down to the kitchen to stop her rumbling stomach. Diving into leftover rice, beans, and some warm soda, Dessa told the calories to fill her up with the energy she needed for what would come next. Whatever later tonight brought, good or bad, she would find a way to survive it. Or obviously die trying. Chapter 29. Deep in the night, with everyone in the house asleep, Dessa grabbed her supplies and slipped out of the house. She wanted to keep sleeping. In fact, her body screamed for more sleep, but she forced herself to keep going, tiptoeing down the hallway, past the closed bedroom doors of all the people she cared about in the entire universe. She would have never guessed there would be this many. Once outside, Dessa dared the zipper noise and closed up the backpack. Food, water, an extra pair of clothes, a knife, a first aid kit, a hat to keep from getting sunburned. Not much. She figured she and Cole would scavenge along the way. As she walked away, it felt like one of the hardest things she had ever done. Tiana would murder her for leaving without her. Amos would. Only once she turned the corner down the block could she admit it. Oh, she still had feelings for Amos. Big feelings. She wished more than anything that she hadn't messed things up once he'd gotten the combo cure. But now he was the one pushing her away, and she hadn't been able to fix that, and now they were out of time. So she left them behind, sending out a silent request for Amos, Egg, and Tiana to watch over her brother and the other children. Heading for the community center, Dessa saw Cole readying their transportation by flashlight. Relieved that she would not have to go searching for him, she rushed over. Cole packed up the back storage box of the golf cart Mayor Pierce allowed them to commandeer for his maps. Once finished, Cole sat behind the wheel, his hand lazy over the steering, his leg resting on the long bench. Staring into the late-night darkness, he looked lost in thought. Whatever he thought about made that dark cloud return and hover over his brow. She gave herself a pep talk about being nice and getting this over with. He caught sight of her, moving his leg to make room, and nodded, acknowledging her presence. I thought you might show up early. Well, at least they weren't arguing yet. Dessa slung her supplies into the golf cart and took the passenger seat. The golf cart whined, and Cole took them around the community center, heading for a little used gate. Suddenly, the golf cart bounced, and Dessa grabbed for the railing. What the? Cole said. I see you're still wearing the sneakers Egg got for you. Tiana pulled herself around and bounced into the back seat. Cole cursed and yanked the golf cart back on course. Dessa twisted around. Tiana, what are you doing here? Tiana coiled her hair in a tight bun to keep it out of the way, in a similar style to Ms. Winters. She held a backpack in her lap that looked suspiciously full of supplies. I told Egg you would be wearing them. He may be too in love with his, but you can't knock the advantage they give when outrunning V's. Dessa looked down. Your purple ones look way too shiny still. I'm sure this little jaunt will fix that real quick, Tiana said. Jaunt? Cole said. Yeah, I read, so shoot me. Turning to Dessa, Tiana said, You told Egg goodbye, right? Dessa sighed. I left a can of Spam next to his pillow. Oh man, what a great idea! Way better than how I said goodbye. What did you do? That's all I did, say goodbye. You should go back, Dessa said, though she couldn't put any force into her words. Her heart was so glad to see Tiana. Okay, your opinion has been noted, Tiana said. Cole turned left on a side street, and they approached one of the lesser-used gates of the community. The mayor waited with a flashlight next to Delmar at the metal grate. You didn't think I was actually sleeping when you left earlier, right? Tiana laughed at the look on Dessa's face. Okay, I guess you did. Well, sorry, Buttercup. Buttercup, Cole interjected. I care about those kids, and you too, Tiana said, ignoring Cole this time. So if getting the mayor his maps gets us the meds without killing Egg, then I'm going to help make that happen. Amos would have come too. We had it all planned out, but... Her eyes skated to Cole and then away. Did you even say goodbye to him? No, Dessa said. I didn't know how. Plus it would have just made him mad. Did you? Of course, he was going to come. But when I went to get him, he'd fallen into the fevers again. And things aren't weird between us like they are between you. Tiana! Shut up, both of you, Cole said. If we are going to do this thing, then you need to take it seriously. We could die out there. Tiana side-eyed Cole. This is gallows humor. We make fun of things because what else is there to do? It's not like we can change the danger that's waiting for us, so why not make fun of it? Or each other, Dessa said. Really, it's about making fun of each other. Cole sighed. Before Dessa could continue poking at him, they arrived at the gate. This is your last chance, Tiana. You should go back. Please do not act like you can tell me what to do. I will fight you. Tiana hooked Dessa in a mock neck lock from behind. Dessa grabbed at Tiana's arm. Fine, fine. It's your life. I mean death. Tiana sat back. Exactly. Mayor Pierce waited, with Delmar at his side. He gave them a pep talk that Dessa tuned out. Behind Mayor Pierce were parked a number of vehicles, including their taco truck, definitely looking the worse for wear. She made note of its location and the chess moves of other vehicles it would take to get it out. Their escape to Sanctuary would depend on a reliable vehicle, maybe more than one. Once she and Tiana returned from this map mission, of course. Cole drove them through the gate and beyond the walls, only the mayor and Delmar as witnesses. He would take them to an out-of-the-way spot along the Sacramento River to pick up a canoe previously stashed by the mayor's people. Using the river allowed them to avoid neighborhoods filled with V's and take them almost to the museum's doorstep. They drove in a brooding silence for all of about 15 minutes before Dessa couldn't stand it anymore. So how did you hook up with the mayor? Cole glanced over and flexed his hands on the steering wheel. Hook up? You know, meet, Dessa added. He came along with others and saved me off the I Street Bridge when I got stranded, Cole said. Stranded? Tiana asked. How did that happen? I was being chased by infected, Cole said. But how did you get there? Dessa asked. What were you doing there in the first place? Cole didn't answer. From the mirror, Tiana leaned forward. Why can't we just drive in silence? Cole said. I don't need to know a million things about you to get Mayor Pierce his maps. Dessa sat back, frustrated. Dark eyes, dark hair, dark cloud. That was Cole. You can't ignore us. We have to work together, watch each other's backs, probably save each other from V's at some point. Still nothing. Dessa rolled her eyes and gave up. The golf cart ran far more quiet than a gasoline engine. It was smaller, too, able to weave through and around abandoned cars, shattered glass, overturned shopping carts, and all the other obstacles, without drawing a bunch of attention to themselves. Cole took them through a neighborhood burned to ash. Big, mature trees now dark, leafless skeletons. A couple of brick fireplaces marked where there had once been a house. So what are we in for? Dessa tried again. When we get downtown, what should we expect? We are not going downtown. Cole peered through the windshield, focused, acting like he hadn't spoken. What? Tiana and Dessa said in unison. A low rumble started up, like the golf cart engine was working harder than normal, except The sound came from behind them. I swore I would never go back into the city. It doesn't matter how badly Pierce wants those maps. I have someone I must check on. You can do what you want, but I'm not going after the maps. Dessa's thoughts flipped around in her mind. Who was Cole? What was he really about? Wait, who do you have to check on? Tiana said. I do not have to tell you that, Cole said. He slowed the golf cart to a stop next to a little school playground. On all sides of them were more tract housing unburned, but with plenty of signs of destruction. Dust and ash covered it all in a thick enough layer to be easily seen in the dark. Overgrown lawns, leaves piled by the wind, smashed house windows, a turned-over shopping cart. Cole left the keys in the ignition and stood. A breeze picked up. The boat is where it's supposed to be. Follow this road until it ends at the water. Tucked under a tree to your left will be what you need. You know what to do, and how to do it. You do not need me. You can't leave us like this, Dessa said. What about Mayor Pierce? After all this time, you're gonna just disobey him? When he finds out, he's not gonna like that. When he finds out? Cole shook his head. Who's gonna tell him? You? If you go into that city, you're dead. If you don't go after his maps, then you are in the same boat as me. So what then? Tiana said, frowning in concentration. You want us to pretend to go after the maps and come back to New Sacramento empty-handed with you? Cole honestly looked puzzled. Yes, that seems obvious to me. Is that why you didn't tell Mayor Pierce about the bottles of Albutrin? Dessa asked. Cole didn't respond, but he didn't need to. The answer was obvious. I don't understand why it is so difficult for you. Maybe because he doesn't trust a word we say, Dessa said. How come he trusts you so much, especially if you're planning to lie to him? I'm gonna guess this isn't your first time pulling something like this either. Now Cole looked like he'd been caught in the act of stealing from the cookie jar. Finally, Cole said, I do not know you. You do not know me. I have business elsewhere that will likely get me killed. You are likely to die out on the water. What does it matter? His matter-of-fact statements stalled both Dessa and Tiana. But my brother is not my brother, Cole said. Tiana climbed out of the back and took the driver's seat. Just forget it, Dessa. We don't need him. We know where the boat is, and I don't trust him, so it's better if it's just the two of us anyway. Cole was already walking, taking a side street away. That is, until the whining grew into the unmistakable noise of gas engines. A convoy of vehicles with bright lights appeared from around the corner. Cole froze in the middle of the road. What the hell? A tank came next. A bullhorn siren blared. Garbled mechanical words bounced against the houses. Tiana turned the key in the ignition, but the golf cart was already on and whined in protest. I think we should hide. Tiana's hand shook on the steering wheel. There was no way to know if these people would be friend or foe. Dessa could not afford to get caught up in some military sweep with her brother, subject to the whim of Mayor Pierce. Dessa pointed to a trio of cars, 2 SUVs and a truck that formed a sort of barrier where the SUVs had hit head-on. Over there! Tiana maneuvered the golf cart around. Cole dived into the back seat. There are Vs following them. We have to hide. Adrenaline flooded Dessa's veins. A few hours outside the walls and they now faced a military force and a horde of Vs? Where do we go? Where do we go? Tiana screeched. The golf cart careened around the vehicle barrier. She slammed on the brakes, throwing them forward. Pain bloomed on Dessa's forehead. She rubbed at the spot where the dash made contact and saw that the wreck would hide them from the convoy, but wouldn't be enough for any Vs that came flooding through. Cole scrambled across the back seat and out the other side of the golf cart. We have to get inside. Follow me. With shaky hands, Tiana tried to grab for the golf cart keys. She fumbled and they disappeared somewhere near the pedals. Dessa yanked on Tiana's arm. Leave them, come on! We gotta go! They ducked out of sight as the first vehicle turned the corner and picked up speed. The engine roared as it passed their 5-car wreck. Rifle shots sounded over the engine noise. Go now or stay until the infected eat you. Cole's words were hot in her ear. She shivered and yanked Tiana a couple of inches across the asphalt. They crouch-crawled after Cole, who vanished through a side gate of a little one-story house. The raging groans of V's added their chorus to the rifle and engine noise. She pushed Tiana after Cole, though terror made her legs feel like jelly and her mind screamed for her to run and never stop running again. She dared to glance over her shoulder. The tank rumbled by, swinging its firing arm around. Several military trucks with canvas covers revealed beds packed high with boxes. All uninfected are ordered to evacuate to Cal Expo Fairgrounds. Repeat, all uninfected are ordered to evacuate to Cal Expo Fairgrounds. This area slotted for eradication in 48 hours. The mechanical message shifted in pitch as its vehicle appeared. A little bullhorn speaker sat on top of the hood of a communications truck that looked like it had once belonged to a cable internet company. The last vehicle in the convoy had a soldier dressed in fatigues manning a machine gun. He mowed down the front line of Vs. But it barely made a dent. Hundreds, maybe thousands of Vs took the places of the fallen. Tiana's face appeared pale as a ghost. Dessa, they're going to see you! Dessa felt a grip like iron on her arms, and then she was pulled through. She stumbled, falling on the grass, the dry blades crunching under her. Cole latched the gate closed and then stepped over a hose and walked across the yard like he knew exactly where he was going. Cole found a little garden gate in the side fence that connected the backyard with the one next door. He disappeared through the gate, and it snapped Dessa back to reality. Cole's been here before. Good, Tiana said. That means we have a better chance of finding a safe place to hide. A safe place to hide? Dessa wanted to laugh. There were no more safe places to hide. Mayor Pierce and his walls were nothing compared to the military force she'd just seen. How long would New Sacramento last, really? The walls weren't very tall. He didn't have a tank or a machine gun. Ms. Winters was scared of Cal Expo. But if it was a real safe zone, with a real military, with tanks and jeeps and weapons, well, maybe the bullhorn message was right. Why was Ms. Winters so scared of Cal Expo? There was a thump on the fence gate. Another thump. A board rattled. More banging. Fists on wood. The V's had found them. Chapter 30. Now Dessa returned the favor and yanked Tiana across the yard and to the garden gate Cole frantically motioned them through. Cole closed the gate behind them at the same moment the fence splintered and V's poured into the yard next door. Racing to the back patio door, he lifted an orange pot and grabbed a key. Tiana and Dessa followed Cole into the house. Stale air with a hint of rotting food greeted them, mild compared to what Dessa had experienced before. They entered a family room with sagging sofas and blankets spread in such a way Dessa suspected they existed to cover up rips in the cushions. He led them through a hallway and up carpeted stairs to the second story. At the landing, he pointed to the closed door of what must have been an upstairs bedroom. Go in there and hide in the closet until I come back for you. Where are you going? Dessa hissed. I'm hiding in a different place, so I can watch until we know everyone is gone. Now do as I say. He vanished behind the door of another room. Tiana and Dessa looked at each other, at a loss. I don't really want to hang out with him unless I have to, Tiana said. What if we open the door and a V charges us? Tiana scanned the room. Dessa followed her lead. A decorative box held a black umbrella with a wooden handle. Next to that stood a red standing vase tall enough to reach the knee. Tiana grabbed the umbrella. Dessa lifted the vase over her head. I bet you're missing your tuna cans right now. Really? That's what you're thinking of right now? Oh, please. I know you miss them. Well, now I do, now that you mentioned it. Tiana reached for the door handle. Get ready. Dessa checked her grip on the vase. Ready. Tiana took a deep breath, turned the handle, and pushed the door open all in one smooth motion. Dessa readied herself to launch at whatever came out. Moonlight filtered silver through a curtained window. to reveal a carpeted bedroom clearly decorated for a boy into fast cars. The bed was neatly made, posters of racers on the walls, a closet with a jacket hanging outside the door. Nothing. Dessa told herself to start breathing again. Tiana entered the bedroom and Dessa followed, closing the door with a careful, quiet click behind them. They scanned the room as if it were old times, their backs against each other as they moved in a circle. "Are we going in the closet?" Tiana said. "Hell no." Dessa lowered her vase and set it on the carpet near the door. "I think we're fine. The curtains keep us out of view." They sat cross-legged in the middle of the room. Their movement tossed up lots of dust. Dessa muffled a sneeze on her elbow. The engine noise and gunshots were gone. The V's disturbing growls, moans, groans, and general destructive ways grew into a roar. Dessa imagined V's drawn to those engines, that bullhorn message, the gunfire, in greater and greater numbers, swelling into the streets and backyards until, by sheer size alone, they would topple fences and break into houses. Once that happened, it would only be a matter of time before some of them found the stairs that led to this bedroom. "I think Cole just turned this house into our tomb," Dessa said, her throat dry. "It's being a little dramatic, don't you think?" Tiana responded. "Is it?" Dessa sighed. "Okay, maybe. It's not like it would have been any better outside," Tiana said. "But if we had kept running, maybe we could have outrun this horde and—" "Wow, that's wildly optimistic and totally improbable," Tiana shrugged. "It doesn't really matter anymore." A pause. "Do you think a taco truck might come along and save us this time, too?" Dessa released a quiet laugh and then sobered. "I don't think we're going to get that lucky this time." Tiana pulled the pillows off the bed and threw one at Dessa. "I'm going to sleep. Maybe something will come to me in my dreams." Dessa felt it too, a powerful wave of exhaustion that came after every adrenaline spike faded. She wasn't sure if she could sleep, but guessed it didn't hurt to try. "Maybe they'll have all moved on by the time we wake up." Tiana laughed quietly and settled in. "I thought you said we wouldn't get lucky this time." "A girl can dream." "Exactly." Dessa tossed and turned, never falling asleep, too jumpy at every groan and moan and pounding fist. When she finally gave up, the moonlight cast silver shadows across the room. Unfortunately, her ears told her the V's had gone nowhere. She lay back down with eyes closed, using her ears to search for what had changed. It wasn't a V or they'd already have their throats ripped out. Her eyes flew open at the squeak of a hinge. Their bedroom door moved. Cole stood in the gap, moonlight striking half his face. "So you didn't abandon us." "I told you to hide in the closet." Dessa wanted to shake him. Why was he so ridiculously mean? They had done nothing to deserve it. If that's how things were going to go, she had no problem matching his attitude with her own. "Yeah, well, we didn't. So what are you going to do about it?" He pushed the door open and set down a pitcher and some packaged food. "There's food and water. The bathroom is the next door over. You get one flush tonight, for both of you. No shower. We'll leave in a few hours. Otherwise, do not leave this room." He left, clicking the door closed. Tiana slowly sat up, stretching. "I can't believe you think he's cute." "What are you talking about?" "Whatever. I might be ace, but that doesn't make me blind. The world would be a whole lot simpler if more people were like me instead of mucking every friendship up with romantic feelings. I mean, I get it. You were into Amos, and now with how things are with him, you're not. But Cole seems like a real jerk." "I agree." Dessa divvied up the packaged food. Crackers, a block of cheddar cheese, a box of some sort of popped grain labeled in the script of a foreign language. "He's dangerous, moody, and we can't trust him." Tiana opened the water and took a slurp. "I'm glad you're finally seeing things my way." Dessa opened her mouth to protest, but then saw the practically evil, humorous glint in Tiana's eyes. "Shut up, Tiana." Tiana handed over the water. Dessa took a long slurp of her own. She wanted to gulp the whole thing down but knew she needed to pace herself. She closed the water and set it back on the carpet. They ripped into the weirdly labeled box. Splitting the bag between them, they crunched through the whole thing and then shared more water. Tiana peeked through the curtain. Letting it fall, she slumped back down on the ground. Curling up with the pillow, she closed her eyes again. They're still out there. It's worse than before. You can't even see the street. I'm going back to sleep. Wake me up in the morning. The next time Dessa woke, it was because of an urgent need to pee. The curtains revealed the lightning gray sky that came just before sunrise. Tiana tossed and turned next to her. A fresh dream still troubled Dessa. The one when she was taken to the emergency room to identify the bodies of her parents. But this time, that memory mixed in the dream with the hospital where Dessa and her friends had raced ahead of a mob of bees. A gross taste coated her mouth, from the crackers, fear, too little water and no toothbrush. Carefully extracting herself, she tiptoed to the door and listened, expanding her awareness to try to picture what waited on the other side. This was not a new skill, but one she had honed over years of foster placements and youth shelters. Waking up in a new place was always disorienting, so she had learned to give her body and mind time to remember. The muffled rage outside their window created a familiar white noise effect, kind of like freeway noise, but there was something else as well. Nothing she could quite place, but it didn't set off any alarm bells either. Maybe it was the house settling. Maybe it was the lack of a humming refrigerator. She opened the door and walked barefoot into the landing area. Moonlight illuminated the space through a skylight. Still, she touched the wall and let her finger slide across its surface as a guide. The urgent need to pee increased, so she wasted no time using the toilet and some hand sanitizer Cole must have set out. She felt like she was playing one of those kids' hide-and-seek games. Even though Cole said they could flush, she did not want to dare the noise. Plus, it was only pee. Dessa left the bathroom and stopped in her tracks. Something else had changed. She blinked, trying to clear her vision and her mind. Of course, the night always played tricks on her, and things were getting more blurry, especially when she was tired. Golden light? Her eyes registered it before her brain could make sense of it. She stared at it for a long time before realizing what bothered her about it. The color. The electricity was off. That meant no electronics, no light bulbs, no light, except for the moon. She followed the golden glow. The door that had been closed before was now open. It revealed a room a bit bigger than Tiana and Dessa's room. Sparsely furnished. No posters. Just a bed, dresser, and what looked like an attached bathroom. Empty except the shadows suggested movement in the bathroom. She crossed into the room and realized the golden glow she was following wasn't from inside the house. It came through the bedroom window that overlooked the neighborhood. But that was no longer the interesting mystery. What in this room was Cole so desperate to hide? Fully awake now, her eyes continued to adjust and take in new details. A couple of framed pictures on the dresser, clothes neatly folded over an old wooden chair, a pair of men's loafers at the foot of the bed, as if waiting for its owner to slip his feet into them. Beyond the white noise of the V's outside, she heard utterly mundane bathroom noises, water tinkling into a bucket, the smell of urine, a hushed voice, the rustle of fabric. She told herself she should get out of there before Cole spotted her. Instead, she wandered over to the window to wait for Cole to finish so she could confront him. While her ears stayed trained on the bathroom noises behind her, she searched for the source of the golden glow. Looking out across the neighborhood, the sky had turned an ugly gray, and the moon had set, but the sun had not yet come up. Enough light showed plenty of V's walking around, but Dessa would swear there weren't nearly as many as before. Many of them looked distracted by something that led them out of the neighborhood, like a siren call. Maybe it was whatever caused the golden light. Other V's had curled up on lawns and against bushes and on porch chairs to sleep. Some slept while standing, heads pressed against house walls. They still didn't understand exactly what triggered V's into going all Cujo. Sound, smell, movement, some combination of all three. They still didn't understand why some combinations triggered their predator drive more than others, and why some didn't seem to affect the V's at all. Looking beyond the block, Dessa noticed the golden glow came from behind a set of houses from back in the direction of New Sacramento. She still couldn't tell what it was. "What are you doing in here?" Cole hissed from behind her. Dessa jumped with fright and turned around. Cole was framed in the bathroom doorway, and he wasn't alone. Chapter 31. Dessa didn't move an inch, but the wheels of her mind turned at high speed. Cole held the arm of a taller man, as if propping him up. This man was lanky, almost underweight, his clothes hanging off his bent frame. But his clothes looked odd, traditional in some way that Dessa could not quite place. But then she had it. Someone had mentioned Cole was Afghani. She thought maybe this man was also from Afghanistan. The moonlight silvered dark hair and dark eyebrows, framing a face that looked similar enough to Cole's that Dessa figured they must be related. The dark, raging storm flying across Cole's face was in stark contrast to the far more pleasant expression of the older man. Cole hissed again. Dessa held her ground. "Who's that?" Cole whispered into the older man's ear and led him back to bed. The man was barefoot but looked about the right size for the loafers. Cole handled him with tenderness, as if afraid the older man might break like glass with any wrong move. He tucked him into bed, leaving the clothes on, and brought the sheet up to the man's chin, smoothing it over his chest. The older man seemed trapped in a strange cloud of vacantness. Even though his eyes had been open while leaving the bathroom, it was like he was sleepwalking. Dessa realized he had never actually looked at her. It was as if she hadn't been in the room. Somehow he was both comatose and able to walk around and figure out basic human needs, at least with Cole's help. Cole marched over to Dessa and grabbed her arm, digging his fingers into her flesh. "Ouch!" Cole dragged her from the room. He handled her with a lot less care than the older man. Dessa would have said Cole wasn't capable of gentleness toward anyone before now. "Get out of there!" He trembled with rage. Or fear, maybe. Dessa knew it was easy for those two feelings to get mixed up. He pushed her across the landing and herded her toward the stairs. Surprise made her dig in her heels. "What are you doing?" "I said use the water. Eat the food. I said don't go in there." "You don't listen. You don't care. So get out." Did he really mean to throw her out of the house altogether and into the street with the slumbering V's? She wrenched her arm out of his grasp. "Hell no, I'm not going out there." "Lower your voice." Cole was so close he was almost spitting in her face. "I do not mean outside. I am not evil, no matter how big of a jerk you think I am." Dessa felt herself blush in the dark. Had he overheard her and Tiana discussing him? The creak of a door drew their attention. Tiana rubbed sleep from her eyes. "What's going on?" "There's an older man in the house. Cole was hiding him from us." "You weren't supposed to see him," Cole said. "What?" Tiana rubbed more sleep from her eyes. A deep, accented voice spoke. "Azizam, why are there young women inside our home while it is night? This is very improper. Who are their parents?" In an instant, Cole transformed back into a young man full of gentleness. The older man had somehow dragged all the covers off, and they draped behind him like a cape across the carpet. He stood in the doorway, resting one hand against the threshold for support. He saw them, obviously, marking Dessa and Tiana as girls, but Dessa didn't think he really saw them. He was there with them, but somehow not. Cole rushed to the older man and coaxed him back to bed. Baba June, let's go back to sleep. There is no problem here. They are cousins of your sister. I gave them my room and I am in your room tonight. There is nothing improper. They are family, and we are giving them the safety family requires. This Baba June scrunched his face together in confusion. My sister Miriam's children? Of course, Baba. Of course you remember. But the wedding. They were killed with the bomb. No, Baba, they made it out. We lost them for a while. We did not know what hospital they had been taken to. But Miriam found them and they are here tonight. Just for tonight. Cole herded Baba June, who Dessa guessed was an endearing name for father, back into the bedroom. It took a long minute for Cole to rearrange the covers and tuck his father in. By the time he was done, Baba June was snoring. Cole closed the bedroom door shut with a click and joined them on the landing. Why did you have to go in there? But the usual venom in his voice was missing. That's your father, isn't he? Dessa said. The light shivered across Cole's face. No, wait, that was Cole shivering. Water filled his eyes, making them shine. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but then buried his face in his hands. The motion of his hunched back told Dessa he was sobbing. Well, this is messed up, Tiana said. Chapter 32. Yes, he is my father. Dessa sat with her arms around her legs, knees tucked into her chest. Tiana leaned against the stair railing for support. Cole sat against the wall, his legs splayed in front of him. He got sick, but not like the others, not like the violent ones. They'd sat together for long minutes of silence. Dessa and Tiana had given each other that look. Just sit there and let him work it out, however long it took. Wasn't like there was anything else to do. Wasn't like they could force him to talk if he didn't want to. So they sat, waiting, in the dark, on the landing together, each in their own bubble. It reminded Dessa of all the times she'd gotten to her own breaking point. And then all of a sudden, because that's how it happens, Cole wiped his eyes with his shirt and started speaking in a normal tone of voice. He owned a shop, the convenience store on the corner of this block. You know, it sold liquor and cigarettes and not much else. Soda, chips. And I helped when I could, and it was okay. Good enough to get by after coming over. Dessa risked a question. After what happened at the wedding? Cole became rigid. She cursed herself for asking. What did it matter why they came to this country? Cole nodded. Things were fine until they weren't. I came home and found him wandering the house in a daze, like he was walking while dreaming. He should have been at the store. When I went to go check on things, I found that he must have been there, but he had left it unlocked. Just walked out. At least that's what it looked like. Most of the stuff inside was gone by then, but I still locked things up again. Took what was left that we could use, and that was it. He has not left the house since. But you did. Tiana twisted her hands in her lap. They found you under the I Street Bridge, stuck on a pillar. I was searching for supplies and help for my father. Cole sighed. The infected chased me and I fell into the river and was pulled to the bridge. The mayor found me and offered me a job. But I didn't want him to know about my father. He doesn't like people who are sick like my father. He kills them. I believe you. Dessa looked at Tiana. We believe you. I come here whenever I can to take care of my father. I scout for the mayor so I'm able to come often. The light filtering in from outside grew from a gray to a hazy orange. Cole looked up, his eyes burning into Dessa and Tiana. I will not let him harm my father. Tiana shrugged. Yeah, why would you? But I can't stay, Dessa said. Because he has your brother, Cole said. Because he's promised to give us the meds that will keep my brother safe. And because of Egg and Amos And all the others. Tiana whipped her head around, sniffing. Do you guys smell that? Dessa took a deep breath. Is something burning? Cole raced into the bedroom where Tiana and Dessa had been sleeping. She realized it must be his room. His posters, his sheets, his desk and dresser and closet. Cole yanked the curtain aside as Dessa and Tiana crowded on his heels. The street was breathtakingly empty, but the sky was the wrong color. The sunrise should have been pastel-colored like sherbet. This was a sickly, hazy orange-brown. Cole pointed. There. Dessa almost pressed her cheek against the glass to see. Tiana crowded underneath. A thick column of dark smoke rose into the air. It looks like a whole neighborhood is burning. Dessa remembered the golden glow from the night. The fire has been burning all night. That's what we're smelling. But isn't that... Dessa's stomach twisted. Back from where we came from. The fire has been burning in the direction of New Sacramento. She raced down the stairs and through the back door, even as Tiana and Cole told her to wait. She had to get a better sense of where exactly the fire was coming from. She had to get back. All thought of going after the maps for the mayor vanished. Why had she ever left her brother even for a moment? Dessa pushed through the side gate, on high alert for V's. But there were none. The street had emptied like they had hoped. The V's were gone. They had followed after the military convoy or... The V's are headed for the fire! They're headed for New Sacramento! Dessa shouted over her shoulder. Tiana ran up, carrying a backpack freshly stuffed with supplies. Then let's go! Their sneakers pounded the asphalt and reached the golf cart in record time. V's had managed to turn it on its side during the night. Tiana dropped the backpack. Dessa took position near the hood, and Tiana took position near the rear. On the count of 3, they lifted the golf cart up. It lifted, but not enough. Just a little more! But it wasn't going to be enough. They would have to boost another car or run back. Suddenly, Cole took a position between Dessa and Tiana. He grabbed the top railing of the golf cart and heaved, tipping the balance. The cart bounced into place, all 4 tires still inflated. Banged up, paint scraped up. Tiana dove for the pedals and came up with the keys. Dessa grabbed the backpack and jumped in as the golf cart came alive. Cole raised a hand. I must move my father to a safer place. Dessa felt punched in the gut. He wasn't coming with them. But, of course, it made sense. The military said there was only 48 hours left until eradication of this neighborhood, whatever that meant. She raised a hand in return, feeling a sudden strange kinship with Cole. May you find your brother safe, Cole said. May you find good luck. May we meet again. It sounded like a ritual farewell, serious and sincere. Thank you. Good luck with your father. We'll come back if we can. He waved her off. Go. Worry about the rest later. Dessa instinctively grabbed for the railing of the golf cart as Tiana swung a hard curve to turn them around on the street. Hours ago, she would have said she hated Cole's guts and that he felt the same about her. But now, between looking the other way when she'd stolen meds, Egg's story, Cole's midnight confession, his help with the golf cart, it wiped away all of his insults, or at least reframed them as something she could, unfortunately, understand. They careened down the block as fast as the golf cart allowed. Dessa jammed the backpack into her lap to keep it from flying off. Before Cole was out of sight for good, Dessa turned, looking over her shoulder. He stood there, in the middle of the street, his hand still raised in farewell. For good luck, he had said. May they have good luck today. Dessa feared she would need all the luck in the universe, and it might still not be enough. Chapter 33. Tiana wove the golf cart around a car licked with flames that had partially melted into the street. They reached New Sacramento in record time, skirting around and ahead of the mob of V's headed to this exact spot. The fires acted like a beacon. They arrived to find the main gate unguarded and mangled. The trees were irregular-shaped corpses. The lawns were blackened and the houses turned to ash. New Sacramento had been bustling with life, and now it looked like a war zone. They raised their shirts over their nose and mouth for a poor man's filter against the ash. Her inventory logs would have shown at least a dozen bandanas. She wished for one now. And other supplies, too. Another backpack, water, knife, food, gear, lots of gear. She checked her fantasy list against her memorized inventory sheets as a way to distract herself from the horror they faced. She should have never left. She should have found a different way to keep them all together and on the road to sanctuary. She should have known better. But she had actually believed in the mayor's ability to keep things together. The mayor had sent her on an unreasonable task, and she had risen to the challenge because it felt normal. That's what the system did. It ground you up in its gears. You had to keep jumping out of the way while working on the machine if you wanted to survive another day. The world was falling apart, but you still had to follow the rules. That's the lie she had believed. Stay quiet, work around the system. Eventually they would forget about you. And now look at her. This was what following the rules had gotten her. This is my fault. I should have never left them. Tiana released a sarcastic laugh. Egg would disagree. This is not your fault. Then whose fault is it? Take your pick. Tiana waved her hand at the whole world. Government, zombies, the mayor with an ego the size of the Golden Gate Bridge. Oh, and did I mention zombies? I should have never left them. Dessa, I don't see how you had a choice. Ms. Winters said sanctuary. Yeah, Tiana sighed. You don't actually believe her when she describes that place, right? It's way too good to be true. Dessa hadn't thought about it that way. She had believed Ms. Winters at her word. The golf cart whined to a stop. Why are we stopping? We're out of juice. Tiana set the keys on the dash. We're walking from here. They headed to the community center. Its stone walls still stood, but the roof had burned and collapsed. Ash covered the pool. The supply and medical rooms were unreachable in the wreckage. They went to the playground next. It looked like a box of melted crayons. The only hope Dessa allowed herself was to notice how few bodies she saw. Everything had burned, but it looked like people had escaped. Or burned inside the houses. No, she would not let herself believe it. They headed for their house, ash clouds puffing from under their shoes. But the house was a smoldering pile of lumber and bare cement. Still, Dessa searched for any sign of anything. Dessa, Tiana said. They're not here, but the V's will be soon. Dessa coughed and kept searching. Melted plastic, burned wood, random chemicals. She heard a moan. It came from the back of the house. Her heart raced, imagining them swarmed by V's. Dessa, we have to go! Dessa headed for the moan. It looked like a smoking pile made from some of the beams of the house. Dessa took one end of a beam and levered it away. Dessa, what if it's a V? The t-shirt slipped off her nose and mouth, and she got a big gulp of air so thick with chemicals she coughed and dropped the beam. Ow! Dessa pushed herself upright and attacked the pile of rubble again. That's not a V! She saw a flash of clothing, the edge of a red t-shirt coated in dust and ash. Tiana joined her. Hold on! She tried to remember what Ivan had last been wearing. Had it been a red t-shirt? She didn't think so. But maybe he had changed into one this morning. Maybe he was still alive and she had found him. Tiana threw aside tools, a mangled laundry hamper, a tennis racket. Hurry up, hurry up! The white noise of a V mob drifted through the air. They must have breached the open gates. Dessa's hand shook as she tossed aside more rubble. The world had turned upside down, but the mayor had acted like he had known what to do. He was the bureaucracy that she knew how to survive. Play by the rules even when the rules were unreasonable. Keep your head down, stay unnoticed, and eventually they would forget you. Once they forgot you, you might get what you really wanted, at least what you needed. Family. Ivan. But the world didn't work like that anymore. Maybe it never had. Dessa threw aside a plank of wood and uncovered a familiar face. Her heart leapt into her throat. Not Ivan. She fell back, feeling like someone had punched the air out of her. In Ivan's place, the universe had rewarded her with Delmar. Well, it's about time, Delmar coughed. Give me your water. Tiana looked at Dessa. We don't have any, we're out. Delmar wiped his mouth with a grimy sleeve. You could have moved a little faster, you know. They're not that far ahead. Thanks for reading After the World Ends. Hide, Book 2. Find out what happens next to Dessa and her friends in After the World Ends. Find, Book 3. Available in audiobook, ebook, and paperback.